It's a fine, fine day. Sunday. Sunday.
Good morning, Gearheads. It's Sunday. It's way too early, and that means it's time for the best football pregame on the internet, the Blind Mike Project. So go to blindmike.net for all of Blind Mike's links and NFL locks of the week. On today's show, we cover everybody. Brendan Schaub's lawsuits pop up again. We look at the Kimmel permanent suspension. Tim Dillon is fired from the Saudi Comedy Fest. Steel Toe is a little sensitive. Stuttering John is back full-time and as dumb as ever. Opie is a walking contradiction. And Louis C.K. goes on THEO Vaughn. All of this plus some more. And now, here's your host, a man I saw with my own two eyes on the MSNBC this week. We always knew he was a lib. Blind Mike Geary.
This is true. I think I even got 2 words on there. I said my catchphrase, that's right, or whatever I said to Kirk. I forget what, but I technically was on there. So, yeah, big liberal, as people will say today. It's weird. I got the opposite replies last week when I called Charlie Kirk a hero. So we'll see. We'll see what today has in store. I'm very interested. A political talking head is bullying his way onto the program later, so he'll be joining us. That's exciting.
Mike, I called my mom. I said, I know a liberal hero, Mom. Look at this screenshot of this guy. It's great.
It's very funny. It's funny that Kirk was on there and the way they were talking about him. It's all very funny. It's a topsy-turvy world is we're about to get into. But one other thing that caught my ear in the intro. The intros are always written very you guys focused. Like it started with it's way too early. Where I sit, it's 10 a.m. What a wild thing to say. Well, still wiping the sand out of my eyes here. It's 10.
The sun hasn't even appeared here yet, Mike.
No, I always say make sure to thank Casey Day for the great job that he does because he gets up bright and early out there to prepare for this show. So go to HACKRIDEstudios.com, support these 2 ragamuffins here, and go to blindmike.net where you can support this show. Why are you laughing? These episodes will all be out within the next few weeks. But the next episode going up is Norm Macdonald on Dennis Miller. And we just posted one for members that will be out in a few weeks. Howard Stern versus Don Imus, which a lot of people have requested. And I think there's a lot that you can apply to. It's interesting, the conversation that's happening this week in society is very applicable in that episode with Howard Stern and Don Imus and defending free speech and all that sort of stuff. But the Howard-Imus rivalry is fascinating because I think there's way more to talk about than with Howard versus Opie and Anthony, because Howard never really got involved in the Opie and Anthony rivalry. He put a gag order on them and tried his best to ignore them for the most part. But Imus, he went after all the time. I was saying this, Casey, there's a 7-hour compilation just of Howard talking about Imus's firing. Just that one incident is 7 hours.
Yes.
So Howard versus Imus, there's plenty there. We were talking about possibly doing a part 2. So check that episode out. It's up for members now. It'll be up for the rest of you people in a few weeks. And Why Are You Laughing is back. I feel like I've not mentioned that enough. So if you weren't aware, there are already a couple episodes up. Sam Hyde versus Tim Heidecker, Harvey Picar on Letterman. And like I said, the yearly Norm Macdonald episode is coming out tomorrow night on YouTube and everywhere else you get podcasts. So check that out. We appreciate you guys. Now, again, Casey, I'm gonna ask for the floor here because this is my weekly segment where I get very serious. I put on my serious tone and I talk politics for a moment because I just want to give you guys my resume just to make sure it's okay for me to talk about this because on my Twitter there were a lot of accusations thrown out about me being hypocritical on this issue. So I just want to say that I have defended going all the way back to Anthony Cumia getting fired for Donald Sterling. I said that was wrong. It shouldn't have happened. For Anthony Cumia getting fired for tweets. Donald Sterling I defended. People forget Donald Sterling got fired for a conversation that was recorded in his own house. He got thrown out of a business that he supposedly owned. I was against that. I talked about the slippery slope argument, and people told me I just wanted to get away with saying racist things back then. I've talked about, obviously, Roseanne Barr, Shane Gillis. I thought it was wrong that they got fired by broadcast television, which comes up a lot this week. I thought it was wrong that Alex Jones got the platform. I thought it was wrong that Donald Trump got thrown off Twitter. I thought it was wrong that Tucker Carlson got thrown off, even though all these situations are different. I talked about people like Carson King and Katie Rich, names you probably don't remember, but I do because I was here, baby. I was fighting the fight for all these years. So the reason I give you my resume is to show you that I have been consistent on this issue. And I need someone to tell me the real difference, because a lot of differences have been thrown out that are exactly what the liberal snowflakes were saying to me when I defended all the people that I just named and many others. All the same defenses are being tweeted by my brothers. My brothers in arms, the people that I looked to, that I was retweeting when I was talking about all these topics, now they're talking about consequence culture and about how you can't talk about, there was a murder involved and you can't talk about that. They're talking about misinformation. Well, I can bring examples up of all these situations where liberals did the same thing as recently as 2 or 3 years ago, not even with Tony Hinchcliffe. And again, you're going to talk about the differences in the comments. You don't understand the difference between this and this. I do. I do very much. I understand all the differences. I understand that ABC is allowed to do whatever the fuck they want with Jimmy Kimmel, as were NBC with Shane Gillis, as was ABC with Roseanne, as was SiriusXM with Anthony Cumia. All these companies are allowed to do whatever they want. I would be much more outraged if they were doing something illegal and no one was talking about it. I understand that. And now it's the right saying, what do you think, this is a free speech issue, you fucking idiot? What do you think? Jimmy Kimmel is being brought to jail? No, I think it's the same situation that played itself out a million different ways over the last 10 years. And I keep saying 10 years, but it's really a lot longer than that. I just mentioned Don Imus. Don Imus is another great example of that. The list goes on and on, all the way back to Andrew Dice Clay. I'm sure long before that, long before I was ever on this earth, there are issues like this. That's the thing we do forget. It just feels ramped up right now because of social media. But I want to play the clip of Jimmy Kimmel that has people so worked up right now. And I want to try and dissect it from every angle. And by the way, if you're someone that disagrees with me, by all means, disagree with me, because I want to hear every defense for why Jimmy Kimmel should be fired and I will respond to all of them. I have a response to every single one because I've built up an arsenal of responses over the last decade talking about these issues. So let's hear this Kimmel clip that has everyone, oof. Oh, it's so offensive. Oh, or maybe I'll just sit here.
No, we're back. Sorry. I wasn't prepared to bring in the so we're going to watch the Kimmel comment, the one that got him sacked, yes?
Yes, correct.
All right, here we go.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger
pause. There's a couple things there. First of all, people are calling this misinformation. And to that, I would say this is the argument I had with Joe Rogan, where it's like, you want to talk about misinformation? This is Joe Rogan. He's a comedian. He's the host of Fear Factor. You shouldn't be going to him for information. And they say, well, this is on broadcast television. And now you're just moving the goalpost intentionally. You do not care about the standard upheld by broadcast television. And again, I would say the same of Roseanne on ABC. I defended Roseanne and said she should be allowed to be on. People said, well, this is Disney. Roseanne can't represent Disney like that. They hired Roseanne back after she was in a fucking Hitler costume on the cover of that magazine. And again, the context for that was misconstrued. Everyone loves twisting the context to fit their narrative. So, I want to talk about the context of what Jimmy Kimmel said. Do I think that Jimmy Kimmel really wanted Tyler Robinson to be a Republican? Yes, I do. So you can drop that. I do believe that Kimmel wanted that in his heart of hearts. When I hear that comment that he just said, that's not what I'm hearing him say. It sounds to me like he's saying the right really wanted to distance themselves from Tyler Robinson. Is he implying something there? Maybe. But now we're in the business of knowing what people are trying to infer through context and saying that should get them off their intentions should get them thrown off the air. That feels wrong to me. Again, is ABC allowed to do it? Are the affiliates allowed to complain? Of course they are. What I'm saying is a guy who talks into a microphone to other people who enjoy listening to people talk into microphones is we shouldn't be hoping that people get fired for something like this. Even if you hate Jimmy Kimmel, you should hope that he's allowed to say shit like that because you want the opposite. And if you want to say, hey, Mike, don't be ridiculous. This is a lot more serious than some of the other stuff you're mentioning. Well, I would say that Alex Jones was deplatformed for talking about the Sandy Hook shooting. I think that was wrong, by the way. I think if Alex Jones believes whatever he believes about Sandy Hook, he should be able to say it. And I think if people act out things on his behalf, you should blame those adults, not Alex Jones for talking to them about it. I think it's wrong to put the behavior of an audience on the host. I think we're all adults, and we need to take responsibility for our actions. So if you want to talk about violence, oh, well, hey, Jimmy Kimmel's talking about a guy that was shot. Alex Jones was talking about children that were shot. I think both should be allowed to say these things. And if you want to play the clips next to each other, what Kimmel said there was a lot more tame than what Alex Jones said, because I know people are going to bring up, hey, this is ABC. I understand that. But the reason that people are reacting is because the right got angry. And the right got angry because they hate Jimmy Kimmel. Not because they were offended. What are you, come on, guys. We did this for a decade, talking about comedy, talking about how, hey, you shouldn't have to apologize for anything. Hey, you can't offend me with anything. That clip we just heard, can we play it again, Casey? This clip is so offensive to you that you got up in arms about? This hurt you so badly? Let me hear it again.
MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving.
We'll get to maybe the rest of it. But again, that hurt you so badly that you need him off the air. What happened to the argument? Just change the channel if you don't like it. And by the way, the people that are offended already did change the channel. None of them were watching Jimmy Kimmel. That's the other reply I got all the time. Hey, Kimmel sucks. I agree with you. I did an episode of Why You Laughing titled The Downfall of Jimmy Kimmel. If you think I don't agree with you, that is another, you can check that. It's a fact that happened. I've talked about Kimmel losing his fastball over the years. And I will say this, when I hear people play the clips of Kimmel talking about Roseanne and talking about Joe Rogan and all these things, people getting deplatformed or canceled or whatever. When I hear Kimmel doing that, I totally get the part of you that is like, oh, God, fuck him. Fuck him. That's why we talked to my friend Steve Robinson on the Kirk Minahan show the other day. And he gave the most honest answer I've heard, where he's like, I just don't like Jimmy Kimmel. So I don't really care that he got fired. If that's what they were doing, if that's what Trump and the head of the FCC and all them were saying, we're hey, they cancel all these people. We kind of want to cancel them unjustly now. Then there's a part of me that's like, all right, boys, go get them. I think it's wrong, and I'm still morally against it, but I kind of respect the revenge factor and the pettiness. But they're not saying that. They're pretending they're outraged. They're pretending their feelings were hurt by this and that they can't hear it. And I'm literally hearing Republicans now say, hey, there's no place for hate speech. You can't just go firing off hate speech. What are you talking about? That's all we've defended. That's the only free speech worth defending, is the speech that people don't like. And I want to be very clear about this too. Liberals are just as fucking phony on this issue. Where the fuck were you in all the instances that I named? All these people getting canceled for the last 10 years. And now I've literally heard people say, I've heard the same person tell me both of these things. They told me they had no empathy for Charlie Kirk. And they told me that Jimmy Kimmel shouldn't have been fired because, hey, hate speech is free speech. It's amazing to me that someone can think both of those things. Like, you guys heard me talk about Charlie Kirk last week. If you think I'm some crazy liberal, I called Charlie Kirk a fucking hero a week ago. I think people are saying, oh, he's not a martyr because he represented this, this, and this. To me, what he died for is freedom of speech. And maybe if Charlie Kirk were alive today, maybe he was so entrenched in his political views that he would want Jimmy Kimmel fired or taken off the air. I don't know the answer to that. But to me, what that death represents is people going so extreme and so crazy. And now the right is saying, we want to do that too. And I think that's a dangerous and scary road to go down. It gets there eventually. Craig might tell me, we're going to do this one. We're going to get Kimmel and then we're going to stop. We're done with that. I've seen where this goes. People get bloodthirsty. And you just got the taste of one. A pretty big one, by the way. That's a big deal. You got Kimmel fired. Congratulations. I don't think you're going to stop there. And what should frighten the shit out of everyone is even the hint that the FCC is involved. Now, people are now telling me that didn't happen. What I do know is, Casey, do you have that quote I sent you from is it Brendan Carr, the head of the FCC?
Yes, I do. Let me grab that real quick.
Unless this is just fake news that I have bought into.
No, it's not.
This is a quote from the head of the FCC that should terrify the shit out of everybody.
Yes, it said the head of the FCC is saying, quote, "This is very, very serious issue right now for Disney. We can do this the easy way or the hard way," Carr said. "These companies can find ways to take action on Kimmel, or there is going to be additional work for the FCC ahead. They have a license granted by the U.S. At the FCC, and that comes with it an obligation to operate in the public interest."
Okay, and again, if it happened naturally, if the affiliates started pulling out, and ABC was just like, we can't afford this. Kimmel, you got to go. You heard what I said about Colbert, what was it, a month ago now, whenever we talked about Stephen Colbert? Go watch that video now. If you think I'm some guy just defending Kimmel because I like him or something, go watch what I said about Stephen Colbert, where I predicted Kimmel would be out next. Fallon would probably take a little longer because the Tonight Show is such a property there, an entity. That the Tonight Show might last a little longer just because of what it is, the institution that it is. But I said Kimmel's going to be next. And I understand that. Late night is dying. That's the reply I got 1,000,000 times. Hey, late night is dying. Late night is dying. I know that. But that's not the reason Kimmel's show died Wednesday. You don't be naive. Don't be silly. Don't bring that argument to me. It's not the reason it happened that day. The head of ABC didn't wake up, not see what Kimmel said about Tyler Robinson and Donald Trump, and just go, I think I got to fire Kimmel today. Today's the day. Late night is dying. They haven't changed. They haven't shifted the format at all since Carson. Now that is the fault of late night. Like, Johnny Carson represented the middle of the country, and all these hosts that are on now decided to play to this New York and LA, I guess. I don't know who they're playing to even, really, because I don't know that those cities are watching Colbert or Kimmel. But they decided to play to an audience that I don't think is even watching network television, which is an odd move. So yes, I'm aware late night is dying. That's not the reason that all this dust was kicked up on Wednesday or Thursday, whatever it was. So, and what's disheartening to me is I have people like I tweeted out, like, this is fucking nuts when I saw Portnoy's tweet where he used the phrase consequence culture. I don't know if people remember this. That is a phrase the left started using a few years ago. And to Portnoy, he was like, cancel culture, that's going back and digging up old stuff. It's not stuff in real time. Portnoy's company posted a podcast. The title was The N-Word. And people tried to cancel them for that because they took that out of context. They didn't realize it was minorities at the company doing a podcast talking about Dave using the N-word. I'm not, by the way, the title was the actual N-word, not what I'm saying. And that was happening in real time. The howitzer photo that Portnoy tweeted out, that was all real time. It's amazing to me, these people that have been through the ringer with this stuff, that want to be accepted by their side so badly. And I'm not blaming even the right or the left. I think there's an extremist problem in this country. And my guy, Chef Lewis, who I always consult when it comes to these matters, he reached out to me and he said he listened to, when I was on Kirk's show, he listened to us talk about it. And he said he listened to Luis J. Gomez talk about it as well. And he's like, when he hears guys like that, because Tim Dillon had a post that I thought was very good. And he made the point that I think is a good one, that when you see people on these networks or these outlets that are funded by bigger operations, a lot of them, or even just political talk shows that aren't that are self-funded, but like if you have a political audience, you have to appeal to that base that just wants to hear you side with the shit you already agree with. That's what political shows do. And these people that aren't on political shows are a little more able to say whatever the fuck they want. I'm sure I'll lose people today. But I think most of you know, then, you know, a later segment, we're going to be goofing on Steel Toe and Opie and Stuttering John, and we'll be talking about Louie and Brendan Schaub in a little bit. So I don't think you're coming here for that stuff. So I may lose people, but I'm not beholden to any one belief system. But to me, if you don't see the hypocrisy in that's all I want anyone to admit. And so that leads me to, do we have our political talking head here, Casey?
Oh boy, is he! First he was blowing up my phone, blowing up the chat. Now he's
this guy bullied his way onto the program to tell you better have something good today, because he usually doesn't know we're even doing a show when he's not on. But boy, did he demand to come on today.
You fucking libs.
So go ahead. What did I say wrong? The voice of the people, Craig Ironhead Coney.
So I will say, if the FCC got involved, like actually got involved, we have a fucking problem, because that's bullshit.
Yes.
The guy, I don't know why he said that comment, but the reason Jimmy Kimmel got fired is because Nexstar dropped him from 66 of their 200 channels. And they were like, hey, the temperature's a little high right now. Can you pull that one back?
Right.
And he refused and went to double down. So then, therefore, Sinclair also dropped him. So he's actually got fired because of himself. Now, the FCC head saying that shit is bullshit.
Yeah.
And
but do you see? And again,
I'm not going to cry over Jimmy Kimmel losing a fucking.
That's all I want. That's all I want anyone to say is like, I just hate Jimmy Kimmel. Can we just fire? I just hate Jimmy Kimmel. Fuck him. That's all I'm looking for. Because again, I get the idea that if affiliates are dropping out, ABC's left with no choice. What I'm saying is the people applauding, championing this in the street, the people like, yes, they did the right thing. Those are all people talking into a microphone, or people who want their opinions out there on Twitter, people who want to be able to say what they want. They're like, yes, I'm glad Jimmy Kimmel couldn't say what he wanted. And I get that Jimmy Kimmel didn't stick up for any of those fucking people. So fuck him. But if you have any morals, you should say, no, the guy that I hate, I'm going to defend him also.
So I was more upset about it until the left-wing rags started actually dumping on him. And I was like, oh, there's something else going on here that we don't know. Because
what do you mean? I don't know if I know this.
Hollywood Reporter and Wall Street Journal reported that it was not FCC doing. It was It was Jimmy Kimmel doing. And I was like, if they're gonna fucking say that,
where has he been? I guess maybe he can't talk about it if he wants to get paid.
So he has been with his lawyers going to meetings with ABC to try to fix this.
Okay.
So if there's something to fix, I also don't think it had to do with the government.
Yeah, that's the other thing. I'm willing to believe that now after like more has come out about it. But the thing about affiliates drop, my issue is because Craig, I know that you watched it happen with Kirk, where like sponsors started to drop because of Bob Murchison.
Yeah,
Bob Murchison contacting. My point is the idea of contacting sponsors and trying to get them to the idea of influencing these people or hoping that they do drop that, like, that's all wrong to me for the same reasons it was right when I forgot to mention that I worked on Kirk Minahan's show, another guy that was canceled. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
So I can add that to my resume. But, like, you see what I'm saying? Where, like, yes, if a bunch of sponsors were dropping that show, I guess financially they were supposed to make that decision. I still think it's wrong in the entertainment business if you're not going to support your creators. If ABC ever believed in this guy, which they shouldn't, but again, they did, obviously, at one point.
I was gonna say, here's what I actually think happened, and we'll never hear it. Is ABC went, oh fuck, here's our opening to get rid of this money.
That's what happened. Yes.
Yeah.
And again, I get that reply a lot. I agree with you. That's not why it happened that day. And it's wrong to me to use that as the excuse. It's wrong. Play this. Do you have the Trump clip I sent you, Casey?
Yes, I do. Let me grab that.
Let's play that. This was, now, I may have had a couple drinks when I saw this clip, so I don't know if I exactly remember it, but I remember it firing me up.
Let me get. Hello. Hold on a second.
They're not allowed to talk to you
saying
right
she's going to go after hate speech. Is that? I mean, a lot of your allies say hate speech is free speech.
She'll probably go after people like you because you treat me so unfairly. It's hate. You have a lot of hate in your heart. Maybe they'll come after ABC. Well, ABC paid me $16 million recently for a form of hate speech, right? Your company paid me $16 million for a form of hate speech. So maybe they'll have to go after you.
I mean, that is classic Trump. But, like, the idea that Pam Bondi is saying that, and the right is now saying, like, hey, we're gonna start going after hate speech. That should annoy everybody.
Pam Bondi should be thrown into the fucking sun. She fucking sucks.
All right, good. There he is.
I don't think anyone disagrees with that.
Okay. All right.
Judging by what I've seen, everyone's like, what is she fucking doing?
And what bugs me about Trump in this case is, like, my argument for Trump was, a lot of people think, people that think I'm a lib, you don't realize I have an argument for Trump. My pro-Trump argument was always like, I think he legitimately wants to have a legacy as, like, a good president. And now clips like that make me realize, like, oh, he's just kind of an egomaniac. Like, I thought his ego served what he wanted to do. And in that moment, he had a chance to be like, hey, we're not going after hate speech. Like, that's what the people that tried to get me wanted. I thought he had a moment where he was going to say something that kind of brought people together. And that's just never going to happen because I think extremism is the real problem in the country. It's not the right or the left.
So the mistake that Jimmy Kimmel made is the first half of that monologue. If he just played that Trump Charlie Kirk clip where he's like, what do you think about Charlie Kirk? And he's like, isn't this beautiful? Look at this play. Like, he just ignored the question.
I was going to play that. I haven't heard anyone really attack that part. That's so obviously comedy.
You think?
That's so obviously comedy. No. When he plays the Trump clip, like, the Trump clip is funny.
No, I know, but I'm saying he should have just stuck with that.
Yes. That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying is I was going to keep playing the clip, but no one's arguing that. All anyone is mad about is the Tyler Robinson part, right?
I think it's not even necessarily that. It's just that he always lies about shit that's proven. Yeah. So everyone's pissed.
But again, that's not what I'm worked up about. Like,
I know.
I'm mad at the people pretending that they're offended by that. Whereas, like, I made kind of the same joke last week where I was like, I did my whole Charlie Kirk thing, and then I said, all right, now we're gonna bring on a guy who's gonna try and convince you it was a tranny that did this. Like, it's kind of the same joke. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I don't remember anyone being like, get him off! Get him off YouTube!
Jimmy Kimmel's problem and, like, everyone else on late night's problem is they don't just do jokes anymore.
Yeah.
So when they fall into shit, that's their own fault for being serious on a late night comedy show.
Yeah. But again, it is...
When he cries when Trump got elected, it's like, what the fuck are we doing?
It's crazy. Yeah. And takes a victory lap when Roseanne got fired and
exactly.
When Rogan gets shit. So yes, I get the revenge aspect of it. That's all. That's my plea to your side, Craig. Run it up the flagpole. Say, guys, can we just dump on Kimmel? Instead of pretending we're right about this one, admit we're wrong, and we got one. That would be fun.
See, I don't think And if you like gun to any right winger's head, they're like, yeah, I mean, it's probably like, I wish he got fired from his merit, which it was definitely going to happen. But I'm not crying about this one.
I'll give the right this 100%. If this is a contest, right versus left, right is winning right now by 1 million.
Yeah.
They're much more honest about their motives.
Yeah.
The reverse, people would have stuck to Shane Gillis is a racist. You can't have a racist on SNL. They would have stuck to that. I mean, they not would have. They did.
Yeah.
So the right is definitely more honest about that. What I'm warning people of is these are the early stages. You got one. Now you're bloodthirsty. Watch where it goes.
The where it would be a real problem is if people start ending up in fucking jail over comments.
Of course. And I mean, I don't think it's going that way. But again, the hint of government involvement should scare people.
I want to just remind everyone that Trump has 34 felonies on his record now. Does anyone remember this? Huh? Anyone?
But these aren't the issues I'm talking. I would have defended. I've defended all of these people.
Yeah, it's all. It all just comes down to Jimmy Kimmel should have been fired. I wish it was the week prior because his ratings.
That's the thing is he was going to
sucked.
get fired anyways, and you guys could have had the moral high ground just to be like, hey, we didn't fucking cancel him. We could have.
Yeah.
That's the thing that really frustrates me, is if they took this opportunity to be like, hey, we're not canceling him, ABC. I guess you guys have to be the ones to do it. Then ABC would have been like, fuck, all right. Sorry, Jimmy. We're out of here.
But that's the thing is, I think they did, because I saw people were, pissed that he said that, but no one was calling for his job, and then he was gone.
The Brendan Carr handled it fucking abysmally. That's great. Why put that out there if they're not going to get involved at all?
I have no idea. I don't know, because I think already at that point, not Sinclair, but Nexstar had dropped the show. So that's when they were like, all right, Jim, we need you to go apologize. And I guess he wrote a fucking monologue that was doubling down and going at Nexstar or some shit like that. I don't know exactly what was in it, but it wasn't good. And they were like, yeah, we're just going to drop him entirely.
Now, my real question is, why couldn't you just produce the show today? Why are you here?
That's a good question, Mike. That is. I was thinking that for about 10 minutes now that I'm up at 6 in the morning. You fucker.
I will have to leave soon. I'm currently watching.
He's got plans, Mike.
I'm watching. I almost fucking showed the camera. I'm watching my kids on the security camera.
Yeah, my kids. Isn't that gross that he calls them that? My kids.
Why does he call it a security camera? It's a camera.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's a great question, Casey. Security.
I don't. I use security cameras in their room because they just work better than the fucking bullshit.
Industrial. Yes.
It's like when the Nazis were watching Jesse Pinkman down in the dungeon.
Yes. To do their podcast. The Nazi podcast.
That's exactly right, actually.
Well, Craig, I know you have a tight schedule, but we have to talk about Tim Dillon also real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, and we got to make sure Craig sticks around for Super Chats, because there's a lot of Super Chats for you guys about this topic. And
what did I send about Tim Dillon? I don't even remember.
It was about him, Saudi Arabia being fired.
Oh, yeah. So I think this ties to the Kimmel thing, though, because he puts a statement out about it, and he did a very good podcast this week as well. But Tim Dillon, and this is why I love Tim Dillon and the way he handled it. You'll never hear the other comics talk about what they made or any of that shit because they're cowards with no real morals. But Tim Dillon was like, yeah, I'm doing it for $375,000. That's why I'm doing it. And based on certain things he said, the Saudi government or whoever is funding this Riyadh Comedy Festival, they did not care too much for Tim's words, which is pretty great. So let's hear Tim's statement.
Tim Dillon was removed from the Riyadh Comedy Festival due to comments made on his podcast, as revealed in the statement released by the comedian on Instagram, reading, quote, "Kimmel should still be on the air. It's wrong to pretend it's because the show sucked or because it was losing eyeballs and money. Both true. Clearly, it was a politically motivated hit job. The joke was pretty mild, factually wrong, as the guy who shot Charlie Kirk wasn't a MAGA guy, but who cares? That doesn't matter. Anyone who cares about the ability to speak freely for a living should be disturbed by this. They should also be disturbed by people celebrating the assassination of a political opponent, no matter what you thought of his views. It's pretty simple. Also, this morning I was fired from the Riyadh Comedy Festival because of statements I made on my podcast. I will be keeping the sizable down payment and donating it to a foundation that, just kidding, I'm buying another car. See you in Montecito, fans.
All so perfectly said. So, I mean, I agree with his take on Kimmel 100%, but also it was funny to hear him, I listened to him talk about getting kicked off the Riyadh Comedy Festival, and he goes, my manager calls me and tells me that they don't want me because I joked about slavery over there. I was defending you. I was saying it was good. He really is the best.
I like to think they just found out he was gay.
Oh, jeez, Tim, I'm so sorry, but we have morals, obviously. We
don't
can't
want
have
you-
your kind over here.
He goes on stage and just starts getting stoned to death.
But
Rick,
like that. That's pretty much Tim Dillon summarized it in a way I'm not capable of. He's a much smarter man than I. But that's basically my point. What he just said right there about Kimmel.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I agree with that, but I think what the left is doing is focusing too much on the FCC because I don't think they had as much of a play in it. As
And I did tell you,
think.
and this is where the right always wins me over, at least so far. But I don't know if you heard me say this, that I heard someone say they have no empathy for Charlie Kirk, and that Jimmy Kimmel shouldn't have gotten fired because hate speech is free speech. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. What's happening to the world?
It's also when they start going, because everyone's like, we are all Charlie Kirk or whatever since he got shot. Now they're like, we're Jimmy Kimmel. And we're like, all right, relax.
A little different. Yeah.
A little different.
Mike, I have
All right,
I have
ahead.
a couple tweets, and I have the Next Star press release. Those are the if you want to look at those. Otherwise,
The tweets you're referring to are mine?
well, the ones, yes.
Yeah,
that
I
you-
pretty much addressed those. But yeah, people were coming at me like, oh, yeah, where were you when people were canceling doctors? And I was like, I was right here, baby. Craig remembers I literally had to make him stop playing. I was like, Craig, you got to cut me off, man. And the next time I send you a clip of Dr. Peter McCullough or Dr. Robert Malone, don't play him. It's annoying people. Even people that agreed with me on COVID were like, Mike, we got it. It's not real. You
The next
understand?"
week it would be the same monologue with a different name.
Even Craig had to stop me. They're like, Craig's like, I mean, COVID did kill a few people. I'm like, take it easy. Jesus.
Yes, the olds.
Yeah, think of them.
Yeah.
You guys want to go through some super chats here?
Yeah, sure. Let's do that.
Yay, super chats. Oh, okay.
You haven't heard that yet?
No.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't listen to the show, Mike.
You're here every week.
All right, Alexa, here we go. First one here.
Craig VGS, I'm being frozen out by HACKRIDE Studios.
Fuck you, Craig. Fuck you. Your
I had to
computer
download
froze.
7 different fucking things to get on this.
Did it work what I told you to do?
Me?
Yeah.
I didn't even know you messaged me.
Okay, you didn't see it. All right. Fun OK. Fun OK celebrates 15 months of membership. We need the
thank you,
demon
buddy.
to take Mike off his high horse.
Oh,
Really? You think he disagrees with me?
he's probably more that way than Mike is.
Way more.
Quite the political show that would be. Let me tell you.
He has a Barack Obama tattoo.
He does not. Quit spreading that rumor. All right, here we go. Some super chats for you guys, and then we'll get Craig out of here. Back to guarding the kids.
John Fried Chicken. No Craig this week. Emergency NAMBLA meeting.
Incorrect. He's here. Your kids are safe.
Yep.
Flatbush Tommy for $5. Norm was fantastic on Dennis Miller. Great chemistry, and Dennis gave him a platform to do long-form bits. A dog walks into a telegraph office is my fave.
Absolutely, yes. Christian Blatt joined us for that. I forgot to mention that. He did a great job. It was interesting to have his insight because he was on the Dennis Miller show for so many years.
Well, if we wait long enough, he'll tell you he was on it.
Well, that's what he was there for. Come on.
John
No,
Fried
he did-
Chicken
he
back
did a
with
great job.
$9.99. Mike, what happened? You were a proud MAGA Republican when I first started watching you when I was 14. I'm
I know.
76 now, and it's like you're a different person. Now you sit here like some smug libtard.
I know. Even last week, I was one of you guys, remember? Oh, it was so sweet. I had it.
The super chats are so much better with Electra reading them. Just her super sweet voice reading nasty shit.
Well, based on the context of that one, I think he's being a little tongue-in-cheek. So
I would say.
Mhm.
But this is one I got that I wanted to tell Craig. Someone goes, which I don't even know what they were talking about. Oh, I guess they thought I was saying that jokes about Charlie Kirk were going too far. That's not what I was talking about.
No.
I was talking about people literally celebrating.
Yeah.
But someone goes, really? You think talking about Charlie Kirk is going too far? You talk about pedophiles on this show every week. And I was like, yeah, I'm trying to warn people.
Did you see what Ilhan Omar said yesterday?
No.
Charlie Kirk will be in the dustbin of history. And I was like, holy shit.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, she's a horrible
She should be allowed to
incest-riddled
say it,
bitch.
but Jesus Christ.
Yeah. She should be deported, though. She did use marriage fraud to get into the country.
I'll save it for Jerry's show.
I will. I absolutely will.
The Mormons can marry their family, so can wherever she's from.
Okay. Slam Piece Forever Mommy says it's called
Yes.
it's called a tu quoque argument. It's a fallacy.
I'm not smart enough to really know what that means, but I think I get the gist.
I had to look it up. So it means it's a Latin phrase meaning you too or you also, and it refers to a logical fallacy where
Yeah.
someone attempts to discredit an argument by accusing the accuser of hypocrisy instead of addressing the argument itself.
Correct.
Sure.
Yes,
Shout
thank
out
you.
Slam Piece Forever Mommy.
Yes. He always hits the nail right on the head. Or she.
Principled uncertainty. The left, had they the wit, would realize they could actually benefit from being under the harsh Darwinian conditions the right have been under socially. The Hassans and Jimmies of this world are vote winners for the right.
What's interesting, though, to prove Craig's point, like Jimmy Kimmel is not going to have a Shane Gillis rise.
No.
I mean, that's a fallacy that it doesn't make any sense because Shane is so much younger and not established. But my point is, like, Kimmel's not going to come out with a podcast that you're like, holy shit, this is great, you know. So that's ultimately a lot of people's point. I think is that he sucks. So who cares?
Yeah.
that the show's gone. But
Also, last week in the 18 to 49 demo, he did 129,000.
yeah,
That's crazy low.
I mean that's like a podcast. Yeah,
Yeah.
That's Howard Stern numbers.
yeah, yes. Right, good. They got what they asked for. The two of them.
Principled uncertainty. My apologies for being political and indeed gay. I'll go back to being a silly goose now.
No problem, buddy.
She does say gay funny. I agree with you there, Kragers.
Did I? Colostomy, Stephen Cunt. Get him, Ironhead. Fuck yeah.
Fuck
Is that
yeah.
Is that what happened? Did Ironhead get me?
Colostomy, Stephen Cunt again. Pam Bondi is a bum.
Oh, this guy must love me.
It does. I don't know much about this. I've heard Pam Bondi's name. This is the only time I've been aware of anything she's done.
You heard what she said, right?
I don't love it. Yeah.
Yeah. No, she's like, hate speech should be, and like everyone was like, what the fuck are you talking
What do
about?
you mean the only
Well,
thing
that's
she's
why
done, Mike?
that's a Trump. That's an opportunity for Trump to be like, well, I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. But
Well, Mike-
you know what I mean? Like, why can't he do that?
The right already hated her before this thing because she wouldn't release the Epstein files like she fucking promised. They were on her desk and they were gross, according to her, and she still didn't release them.
No, she gave binders to people, Craig.
Oh, yeah, sorry. The social media binders had nothing
Binders.
in
The
them.
whole thing solved.
Ugh, hate her.
And Kirkland Red 100s. I just contacted the FCC to have them revoke the Blind Mike Project's broadcasting license.
They don't control us.
Nice try.
Got a few more here.
Tyrone Johnson, you might as well join Antifa now, comrade.
Let's move to Portland, Mike. Let's do
Now
it. Let's get a
these-
2-bedroom.
these
Let's do
are-
it.
These are, I assume, funny, right? Like they're making me.
Well-
I'm assuming they're not serious.
Here's how I go with it when they're like this in the super chats. They're joking. It's
Yeah.
the comment section after the show where the same
where I'm
same exact
mystified by
thing.
some of
Yeah, the same exact thing will be written in the comments after the video's done, and it won't be a joke.
Yeah.
And final one here.
Flatbush Tommy, Kimmel is the new co-host of Perry Caravello Live.
That'd be great. If that
That'd be
Would be
awesome.
great.
Mm-hmm. He just shows up one day.
Perry gets the last laugh.
What does Kimmel do after this?
Oh, I mean, like he'll come out immediately with like a podcast and do a "woe is me"
Yeah.
thing. and
Volunteer to
people will
pet
support-
animals at an animal shelter.
That's where Shane is a genius. The reason I bring up Shane's name so often is because I think he is the perfect case study for how to handle it. And I don't think guys like Kimmel are capable of that. But like I went back and listened to some of Shane's first episode after he got fired from SNL. And he was like, I realized, I meant to bring this up earlier. Shane goes, I realized, like, I started thinking like, oh, am I wrong about this? Like, did I fuck up? And I realized none of the people criticizing me gave that 1 second of thought if they were wrong about it. And that was like an eye-opening experience for him. Is like, I'm wondering like what's right versus wrong, and they just want blood. They just want to call me a racist, you know? And that's what I found fascinating about Shane's approach, where I don't think Kimmel will handle it that gracefully.
Can I give you an idea?
What's that?
The Man Show returns. He gets back with Adam, and they go dirtier than ever, and they say, hey, fuck you, free speech. All right, here we go. Wee.
If they both wanted to make a fuckload of money, they would at least do like the Adam Carolla show with each other. Like just a show like that where they talk out each side. That would be awesome.
That'd be really interesting. Because they're friends, they must do that in real life at some point, you know? Like they're legitimate friends.
Kimmel was texting with him like shortly after he got let go.
Yeah. That would be great, actually.
That would be
Kimmel
awesome.
and Carolla having
I would
actual
listen.
political discussion.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I would listen to that every single day.
We'll be. It's funny you bring that up, Casey, because we'll be talking about Kimmel and Carolla later in the program. Actually, there's a man who had interactions with both of them, and they're a little suspect.
What did I miss?
Little Opie. But we do have a few more super chats that rolled in before Craig gets out of here, and I hate when people leave and they don't get to the super chat. So let's get to them real quick. Electra, if you're available.
Aquascape A to Z. HACKRIDE clearly hates our boy. Quit acting like a fairy dork.
What did he
Total
do?
Fairy. Total fairy.
He hasn't said anything during that conversation.
Well, I mean,
Stay quiet.
HACKRIDE's never here. So
Never
maybe
here?
that's what he's talking about.
That's
Yeah.
HACKRIDE hates Casey.
You know what?
Yeah,
You know what?
yeah.
You know, I could have said something, but it would have been very annoying to both of you. So I said nothing.
I'm sure it would.
Say it.
I have no doubt.
You know,
What was-
okay, Craig,
what
I'll
was it gonna
say
be?
it's really both sides. Thank you.
Okay, never mind. I'm sorry.
That's true. That's a good point.
Yeah.
I never thought of it that way.
Slam
true.
piece forever, mommy. I'd say Craig's girlfriend is ugly, but I don't bully kids.
Christ.
Oh,
Oh,
to do the
I
rim
didn't.
shot on that.
horrible.
It took me a second.
That's it.
I was reading that. I was like, what the fuck?
I was worried about the attack at first, but no, they can call that kid ugly.
Steve Morton says, old Pam should hear what I have to say about the JS if she wants to hear some real hate speech. Blind
yes,
Mike.
brother.
Oh,
They're saying that's,
That's
a
a
Blind
quote
Mike
from Blind
quote.
Damn straight.
took me a minute to realize what JS was.
I don't think it's JS. Yeah.
Something like ew involved.
John Fried Chicken. I don't like this slam piece forever mommy guy, Craig. Are you just going to let him insult you like this?
Yeah, come on, Craig.
Yeah. Isn't that wrong of him, Craig?
Yeah, totally.
All right.
I bet she's
We'll let you go back to whatever you had to do today.
Well,
Back to monitoring the situation, Craig.
back to babysitting. It's almost lunchtime.
I'm sure it is.
Babysitting my own.
Open wide.
Being a dad, not
Zip.
babysitting.
Dad.
Everyone give it up for Gregor!
Zip. It's
Hi,
lunchtime.
everybody. Mike, don't give a lip.
Yeah,
He's
thanks.
not a lib.
Hey, you want to talk about another guy I defended? That is our next segment, I believe. Mr. Louis C.K. Louis was Me Too'd back in 2017. And then in his first two comedy specials back, Sincerely and Sorry, he addresses like being canceled, but in not in too deep of terms. I think people thought at some point when he came back, he would do Rogan or one of these podcasts where he gets more into it, because Louis had a pretty unique experience where I don't believe what he did was by any means illegal, and he had a part of the world calling him a rapist. And that's a pretty strange place to be, and I've been curious to hear his perspective about it for a long time. And like I said, in both his specials, he makes jokes about it. Obviously, sorry. What's funny about it is he has the word "sorry" in gigantic letters behind him, and people couldn't accept that as an apology. they got angry about that. But Louis finally got in depth about it on Theo Vaughn's podcast. It's about an hour and a half in. If you want to go check out Theo's latest episode, they get into it for like 45, 50 minutes, I think. And I thought it was really good and interesting. We have some of the basic clips to kind of give you the gist that I wanted to go through. So this is Theo, and credit to Theo for bringing it up. I've wondered, because Louis has done a bunch of podcasts, including like Rogan, Schultz, guys that you would think would ask that. I've always wondered, does Louis say, like, I really don't want to get into it? Is it a thing that they know going in? Like, are there ground rules set? Whatever. But either Louis lifted whatever those rules might have been, or just no one had asked him before, and Louis gets pretty deep into it.
It's called Accusations, this first one.
Yeah, so this is them talking about just the basics of what happened in 2017.
Oh, because you'd been through like a lot of like stuff in your career. You'd had like, this is when things had gotten kind of crazy in your career with accusations and all types of stuff, and accurate accusations,
and
whatever they were. But you said, man, I feel so free. And there was something about that to me. I think about that once a week. Yeah. Because I think about just like the little pieces of ourselves that we like, that we try to manage and operate, and we don't even know what they are, and we don't even know why they're in pieces. Yeah. It's like trying to put some glass together so you can get a clear reflection of yourself. Huh. And it's just like, fuck, I didn't even break this.
I always love Theo's folksy witticisms, but this is one I really wanted to hit, so I was kind of like, shut the fuck up, Theo. Let him get to it. I don't care if this is like when you saw a beaver chewing through a piece of wood on a summer day. Just get to it. Let Louis talk.
So tired of cutting my fucking fingers trying to get a look at myself.
Yeah.
You're
trying to piece together that broken mirror and cutting your fingers. That's beautiful. It's true. And when life fucks it up for you, when it gets torn up, it's a relief. That's why I felt free,
Yeah.
Because I had tried to manage these problems I had inside of me for so many years, and I tried to feel like I was like a normal person.
Yeah.
Or that I was like what I thought of as a good person, but I was doing shit in the background of my life that I was ashamed of. I was hurting other people and trying to tell myself I wasn't. And those things on the edge, like using another person, but you got their permission first. You're still using another person. You're not being with them. You're using them.
Right.
That was interesting to hear him say, because the argument for a long time, the argument that I made a lot and still stand by the way, is people were trying to, like I said, lump Louis in with rapists. They were trying to call him like a someone who committed sexual assault. And that is not what Louis was ever even accused of. Now, there are people that were like, he locked the door. That also wasn't true, or blocked the door. He was not accused of that. Find me the accusation where it said they wanted to leave and he didn't allow it. It doesn't exist. Believe me, I talked about it a lot. And what's interesting about Louis' response, and why I think I've always thought he's a genius, but like why I think his approach to responding to this was so brilliant, is he waited till he had real thoughts about it and insight into it, and he doesn't address the people that were falsely accusing him of anything. He addresses just the women that made accusations. And he goes, hey, you talk about this thing where I asked permission, but I was still hurting them. And that's all. That's what he addresses. He doesn't address the exaggeration that came around that from third parties, which I think is really smart.
It took me a long time to learn about that stuff. But when you're doing that stuff and creating more and more problems, they just keep getting bigger and bigger. And then the worst thing is if you're having a good life that's like successful, because you're feeling this like incredible rift between like the way you're representing yourself and who you really are, and it's getting really. And I used to try. I think some of the early versions of talking on stage really honestly were me trying to get out and say I'm corrupt. I want everybody to know it.
Right, I'm a corrupt file.
Yeah, and a corrupt file. Yeah.
Yeah, so like I think you hear that, and it made me think of Mulaney too, where Mulaney has jokes about being a blackout drunk, about lying for drugs, and yet when he went to rehab, there were a lot of people that were like, "What?" And even I believed he was sober. Like I was surprised by it. But it's interesting. You like these artists are telling you things, and you don't even realize it. Where like when Louis got canceled, a lot of people would play clips of him talking about being a pervert and be like, "See, he's admitting it." And Louis, in kind of a different way, is like, "Yeah, I was kind of trying to talk about it and tell you who I was. That like I am a pervert, but he wasn't committing illegal act." That's why it's interesting. Like people pounce. It reminds me a little of the segment we just did about Kimmel, where people want to pounce on everything.
How
It's
was
always
what he did not sexual misconduct or not illegal?
Say again?
How was what he did not sexual misconduct or not illegal?
He asked permission.
He asked permission.
He
said,
didn't
"Hey."
always ask, did he?
Yes.
Yeah. That's the thing. He asked, and he put them in an uncomfortable position, which is like not a
Right,
crime.
and that's
it's
what he's
just
talking about by hurting
bad.
people, because I think one of the girls worked on the Chris Rock show
Yeah.
where he was the head writer. So that's where you can get into, he put them in an uncomfortable position, or he was wrong and this and that. But like, he's never been accused of anything illegal.
No, it's just weird, not illegal.
Yeah. And like, yeah, that's what I've always said is like, if you want to call Louis a creep, he's admitting that here.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a big difference between lumping him in with Harvey Weinstein or any of these
Right.
other people. Bill
Oh,
Cosby.
if plants could sue, though, he'd be in
Sure.
trouble. Yeah. The next one's called Hurting People.
Yeah, so this is more of kind of what we were just talking about.
So when you're succeeding, you believe it's a perfect good. Everything you're getting is important, right? You're getting stature, you're getting work, you're getting money, importance. People are saying good things about you. These things, you just believe that after a while you need those things. Anyway, when life comes along and just fucking, by the grace of my own fucking mistakes, my own fuck-ups, they all came back and took everything away from me. And it was the most thing I was most afraid of in the whole world. And it happened. The scariest possible thing. And it happened. Like now people know about me. They know, they like deeply know, and not perfectly either. Like there's, you know what I mean? Because it's fantastical fame world. So they hear their own version, and I'm sitting there going like, wait, no, it's not quite like that. And all the, it's like the worst thing that could happen happens.
Yeah.
That's
And
the
you
interesting thing about him waiting so long to me. Is, and I, you know, as a guy that like was a fan of Louis, you kind of want him to get out in front and be like, no, address this. But it's probably smart of him to wait and gain some perspective on it. But like, I imagine the instinct when you're in that situation would be to even like start tweeting, like however you can immediately respond, be like, well, this isn't true. But then you put yourself in this weird position of being like, well, so this part is true, and you're like, you know, you twist yourself into this war of words, and people are so angry. And that was a time also, and like where Electra just said like, well, no, but he asked permission every time, because if you hear this story peripherally, your thought would be like, oh, he's guilty of something. You know what I mean? Like you hear people talking about it so passionately that you're like, well, he must have done something criminally wrong because I'm hearing the news talk about it in this certain way. And what was ugly about this time in this country, and what I worry about seeing it pop up again when we kind of thought it was dying down a little bit, is the thirst for blood with your enemies, with people you don't like, or people whose careers you want to ruin or lives you want to ruin. Just the thirst for that, the wanting to do that, and shifting your argument no matter how it suits you, no matter how wrong it might be. And like, you don't really think of that, how that affects people. And that's why hearing Louis talk about this is so interesting, because Norm Macdonald said before he died, a thing that Norm like got in trouble for, and it almost, you know, ruined his shot at a Netflix show, was saying publicly, he's like, yeah, I put Roseanne and Louis C.K. in touch because they kind of have really unique experiences. No one has ever gone through what they've gone through. And so, you know, like Louis doesn't have a lot of people he can share that experience with. Which is correct. Like, I think about this with being blind. I went to a program for the blind about 5 years ago, and it was the first time I didn't realize how much I needed to be able to bitch about my problems to someone that understands them. You know what I mean? It's like having a shitty job where, like, you go home and your wife will empathize with you. She doesn't really understand the, inner workings of your office or whatever. Someone at your job will get why the boss is an asshole because he has to deal with him. What Norm was basically saying is, like, Roseanne and Louis both went through a thing that, like, very few people know about, so I kind of put them in touch with each other. People gave Norm shit for that. And we're like, fuck you, you're acting like they're the victims here, which isn't even really what Norm was doing. But it's interesting, like, we never want to hear people's side because we villainize them so quickly. And I remember even Jen Kirkman, one of the women who accused Louis of this stuff, was on Chris Hardwick's podcast. And it's interesting because she even talks about it like, people are leaping to like what I want to be done to Louis or how I'm perceived. Like, they're going too far. That's not how I'm even reacting to it. Like, they're angrier for me than I am for my own situation, So it's a weird instinct in people where they're thirsty for blood rather than hearing people out in any direction.
Well, it's hard because the way he asked for consent, they were kind of cornered, and so that they didn't really give like a true consent. They were kind of coerced.
I mean, I guess this. I knew I'd have to look back at a lot of the accusations. A lot of them were Louis saying like, "Hey, do you want to go back to my hotel room?" and them going back to the hotel. Like, it doesn't seem to me like he was literally like cornering them in an alley. Right. But I do think, to your point, that's what he's kind of talking about here, where he's like, maybe I was probably wrong in a lot of these situations, which is totally fine. My issue with a lot of this stuff is like, let Louis come to the conclusion that he's wrong, like he did. I don't know that he had to get there by taking everything away from him. I don't know that people had to be like, he's a villain, he shouldn't work in society, protest his gigs, get his shows taken down. I don't know that that's necessarily the best way to get people to see, like, maybe they did something wrong.
Right. Louis was wrong at the worst time in history to be wrong in what he was doing, because he. Well,
you know what's weird about that too is that the stuff in the New York Times piece about Louis was out there for a long time. Right. And I remember hearing the allegations and going like, oh boy, I hope there's like nothing like worse than that. And they never found anything worse than that, but it just came to a time where it's like, and him too. He's like Cosby and Weinstein and all these other, Kevin Spacey, all these other people, Yeah,
it was bad. It was not good what he did, but it definitely, like, because of the time they were in, it got wrapped up with some other stuff, and he just got swept away. Right. It was like, why, Louis?
So it's interesting to hear him. It reminds me, in a very different way, obviously, but like with Shane, where he didn't rush to be like, fuck these people. I didn't do nothing. He didn't rush to tell the world he didn't do anything wrong. He took his time, thought about it, put in little things in his comedy and stuff, but never. And then when he finally addressed it, had a full, well thought out response, which is very interesting.
Reminds me of the Chris Rock slap. You know how everyone wanted him to immediately do comedy on it, and he was like, "No, I'm gonna wait." And it took him like a year and a half, 2 years before he did anything. Yeah. Was bold.
And then he fucked up that joke on the live version.
That's so brutal.
Lose everything you were working for, and the people you hurt. Everybody knows about it now, and also people who love you are hurt by it. I hurt a lot of people who love me. By mismanaging that and letting and willfully becoming big enough as a famous person that the downfall hurt a lot of people, people I love. So it was like unbearable.
Fuck.
That was the thing. Like I imagine he's talking about. He has daughters. I imagine that's who he's talking about, or at least a part of who he's talking about. And that's the thing I always think of this stuff is like, no one thinks of how it affects their lives. Again, if Louis was doing something illegal, then fuck him. Like, bring him through the court system, whatever. But if it's something where there's like nuance to it, do we need to pounce to be like, ruin this guy's life? Like, people never really think of the consequences of that, of labeling someone with this harsh thing when none of us really know that. By the way, like me defending Louis, I don't know all the facts. You don't know all the facts. ELECTRA, none of us were there. None of us know other than Louis and the girls making the accusations. So it's weird that we all get so passionate and want to have takes on this when none of us fucking know. That's what I was talking about with Bill Maher and Woody Allen, where Woody Allen had some perspective on it, and Bill Maher was going, "Don't you want to be fucking pissed?" And it's like, why is Bill Maher angrier than the guy that knows what happened?
Next one here is called Good Thing.
So like his takeaway from it was like for his life, getting canceled was ultimately a good thing because it made him reflect on stuff.
And all of a sudden I had nobody likes me. Everybody, I can't talk to nobody. Nobody can, everybody's afraid of me. And I was just spinning. It was really wild. But now I look at that thing as like a beautiful thing. As like, I look at that as like God's hands, or whatever you want to call it. That was just like a good, caring thing that said, dude, you need to stop.
Yeah.
you
got to be detached.
You need to stop. You need out of all this. And that's, for me, it was great. Not for other people in my life. Some people, it was hard for them.
Oh, yeah, I can certainly imagine.
Yeah, and he starts talking about how he was like a sex addict and like basically a pervert, and it was affecting his life really deeply, which is interesting to hear. Again, like in all these cases, you have Bill Cosby would silence people on it. Kevin Spacey pleads, and you never have someone go like, "Yeah, what I was accused of, there's a lot of truth to it." Or just it is true. Whatever like Louis is saying here, basically. It's interesting because he's talking about the actual accusations rather than the public perception of him, which is so much worse,
It's addressing the core issue, Mike.
Yeah.
This one's called Victim.
Okay. Let's hear it.
But I realized I need to start making a real treasure chest that has shit in it.
That's valuable.
I need to stop thinking about why did these people turn their backs on me and ask myself, yeah, why did they? Like, were you a good friend to them? Who are you useful to in this world? Like, that's where I started, was when I wanted to try to reach out and feel less isolated, was who can I be of use to? And I started to try to, but what was easy to let go of was like fame, money, and connection and red carpets. That was easy. That was easy. I don't want that back.
Yeah. Oh, it seems like a fucking nightmare.
It's shit. It's nothing. Work is different, and what we do is public. So it's like the hard thing was like, I wished I was a carpenter. I could just start making chairs again. I love stand-up comedy. I love it. It's my life. I love it so much, and it's given me so much. And the other thing that happened too was that when a hard thing that happens to you that feels like an all-encompassing thing, when you live with it every day, you go to sleep going, I can't do this. I went to sleep many nights going, my days are numbered. I just can't handle this. This is more than I can handle. But then I wake up the next day and I go, all right, I'm still here. It's still here. It's like a siren's blaring and it's not stopping. And at some point you just got to make coffee and talk a little louder or whatever you got to, it was like, all right, this is life now.
Yeah.
And I started to have to look at it and go like, well, everybody doesn't hate me. It's just not true.
No.
And there's people that love me and they're reaching out to me, and I should take their hand. I shouldn't just sit there and be a little victim, Yeah,
it's interesting because Lou's getting so famous, and I remember he sent an email out to his mailing list. I think I'm getting this right, where he was like, "You should vote for Hillary Clinton because she's a mother," and I was kind of like, "What's happening here?" And then like he wore a suit in his special, and he was wearing the like designer glasses and everything, and it seemed like maybe we were like losing Louis to Hollywood a little bit. And so it's interesting to hear him talk about how like I was getting a little crazy, like I was like I was getting like I was smelling my own shit and thinking I could do no wrong, and in a weird way this like brought him back to reality, which I think is pretty interesting.
He almost joined the Tom Segura watch gang, Mike.
I did, yeah. We could have been making fun of Louis, which would have been very sad. That would have been tough.
Tough. That
I don't know if Louis was shopping at Teddy Baldessari's watch shop. I don't know that I would ever talk about it. It'd be tough for me to deal with.
Next one here is called Starting Over.
So this is like his process kind of. He took a lot of time off and then had to start over basically.
So I started working again. And then it was really hard because I lost a lot of friends for starting again. And
that's crazy to me.
I used to react to all of this with a lot of anger and confusion, but I started to do psychedelic drug therapy.
I think the idea of Louis on mushrooms is very funny to me. The idea
it is.
That's how he solved his mental anguish over this.
It
Works
really
for a
couldn't
lot
have
of
happened.
people.
Yeah, it couldn't have happened to like it's terrible what he did, but if you want your comedians with like interesting stories and thoughts, this is a great season of Louis coming up. You know,
it's interesting too to hear him talk about like this because it's like I don't know. It's an interesting spin on it that he has as someone that was like, I don't really know that he did anything wrong if he asked for consent. So it's interesting for me to hear
he's
him
telling
be
us
like,
he did
right,
things wrong.
yeah, like that's very interesting.
Everyone was acting in their own needs and everyone is doing what they need to do. And life is really hard for everybody. It's really hard. And these times have been really hard for everybody. The thing that ripped my life in half had been ripping lives around all over the world. And everybody was dealing, and some people were so scared that what happened to me would happen to them. And, you know, there was a lot of stuff going on. So I had to see that.
Right.
And, but I also saw that a lot of people that now knew about me were like, what do you got? And I thought, I'm willing, and I was getting shit for trying again, but I'm like, that's okay. It's okay. My rule with that whole thing now is I don't take part in it and I don't interfere with it. There's a thing about me, I became a symbol for something, which is on me because I made 1 trillion carbon copies of myself and threw them out of a helicopter and said, think whatever you want about me. So
I wonder how much advice, because the first podcast Louis did when he came back was Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast, The Presidents, which is a great series. I fall asleep to it sometimes. It's very soothing. But Louis kind of took Shane under his wing for a little while during that time. I wonder how much advice Louis gave Shane, because when I'm hearing... I just said in the last segment, I hold Shane up as the model example for how to deal with getting canceled. When hearing Louis talk, I wonder how much of that came from Louis, because this is fascinating perspective to me to be like, hey, whatever I represent to people, the people that think I'm a rapist or whatever you think of me, he's like, that's on me for making the mistakes that I've made. I let it get to a point where people could think that of me. So he's like, that's kind of on me, but also the ability to not get involved with it. Because like for those that don't remember, when Louis started to come back, people were recording his sets and they released a joke about Parkland that he made. That's a very funny joke. It's in his special Sincerely. And people like Judd Apatow rushed to condemn him for it because it became very popular. No matter like Mark Maron disowned him. All these people immediately disowned him. They don't have any fucking idea what happened. Like they didn't talk to him about it. But they rushed to publicly disown him to gain points for themselves. So people would go, now that's a good person. Judd Apatow's a good person because he condemned Louis C.K. And to me, it would be so tempting to just get on Twitter or Instagram or whatever and be like, fuck Judd Apatow. Who the fuck does he think he is? And for Louis to say, like, I just don't get involved in it. Like, I represent these things to these people, and it is what it is. I can't control it.
It's a really good perspective. Holy shit. We all make mistakes, and so to own up to it in such a
I was impressed
way.
by whatever you think of Louis. If you think I'm too soft on him or not, whatever, I would recommend listening to the full. Like I said, it starts about an hour 31 in to Theo's latest episode. From there on, they pretty much talk about it, close to an hour. I recommend listening to the whole thing because it's the most interesting perspective I've heard anyone that's gone through this discuss.
What did they talk about for the first hour and a half? Like, this is deep stuff. What are they talking about?
Comedy, Louis'
okay.
book. Okay.
So selling. They were selling for the first time.
People started to think bad things about me. That's how they use this image. And I can't go around the world and fix that. I can't make people that are mad at me not mad at me anymore. I can't
He's playing the victim here. He's acting like a victim.
Uh-oh.
They're mad at me. Oh, well, you sort of asked for consent, but you didn't wait for them to say yes or no. You just took your dick
you
out
did.
while they were sitting there stunned.
That's not. Do you know that that's true?
Yeah.
How?
I just looked it up and looked at the court. Or
But
not the
my,
court,
I guess,
but the,
hold on, Electra,
the
my thing
reports.
is that, so a mistake was made. Whatever that mistake was, right?
But it's
Years ago.
consent if you don't wait for them to say yes or no. You just proceed with what you're going to do anyway.
But what are you reading that's saying he didn't wait for consent?
The New York Times investigation from
Oh,
November 2017.
What does it say? You seem mad at me. I don't know. I'm actually
Oh,
asking.
I'm not mad. I just got a little bit worked up there. No, it's just that he asked, "Can I take my dick out?"
Right.
They thought he was joking and were like sitting there laughing nervously. And before they could say yes or no, he took his dick out and took all his clothes off. And
so here's where
started
my
jacking off.
perspective on this as a guy. If they're like
They never
laughing,
said yes.
I get where that can be a gray area.
Consent
You know?
is a difficult conversation to have. Yes, I
But-
get where that can
particularly
be a gray area
before
as well.
2017, where if you're in a hotel room and you're laughing, a guy's like, "Can I take my dick out?" and you're like, "Hee hee hee." I get where that can be confusing for both sides.
Yes,
you know?
I do too. I
Click
do.
that. Hold on.
But
And the one time where the lady said absolutely not, he didn't do it. So he did stop in that case.
But right, that's always been my point about Louis, and it's why I thought that as I was listening to this, I was like, if people just hear this clip, I can see them thinking he's trying to play the victim. I think if you listen to the full context, I don't know that that's really true. I get what you're saying totally. But
I guess,
it seems to me like he has tremendous perspective on the entire thing. And also, I don't know what he's done privately with these women. If he
Electra, can I ask real quick,
was
Electra?
it awful to them or vice versa?
Yeah.
Right.
Electra, so this happened many years ago. Like, is he never supposed to, like, be forgiven or never supposed to have another chance? I'm just confused. Like, so he did these things, right? So now what? He's looked at himself. He's reflected.
And he's waited 8 years to talk about it.
8 years. That's the other thing.
Right.
Like,
and
it's
he
not
got
like
caught
overnight.
and he's admitting to it and he's
Right. What
worked
else
on
can he do?
himself and tried to be a
Right.
better person. I'm not
The
saying
statement he
don't
put
forgive
out
him.
What else do you ladies want? God
I'm
damn.
not saying that. I'm not saying don't forgive him. I'm just saying, like, if he had never gotten caught, would he still be doing it? Would it have escalated something else? I don't know. We don't know. That's just
Well, so he gets into talking about that, about how. Well, we'll keep playing the clips.
okay.
Can't confront this thing on a global level because I'm not a globe. I'm one guy, and trying to live that way was what got me in trouble in the first place. And the damage is done, and I can't fix that. But what I can do is be a good man to my friends, on a one-to-one. I can shake one hand at a time. I can be a good father, and I can take care of myself. I can constantly try to revise what I think is right and wrong, not depend on it, but just keep asking myself, because I thought I was a good guy in a lot of moments where I wasn't. And I have to go back and go, that wasn't okay. And try to make amends when I get an opportunity. And it was really confusing to do all that. And then you can cut it out if you don't want it said on the air, but you told me about this program. You told me about SLAA and about a 12-step approach to what I was suffering from.
And that's to me why, like, what he's saying there is to me why he wasn't playing the victim, where he's like, that I did all these things. There's nothing I can do about that now other than not do it anymore and try and be a good person from here on out. There's nothing else I can do. And THEO introduced him to SLAA. They talk about how Louis was like, I didn't realize that was like a group. Like, I know there's Alcoholics Anonymous. I didn't realize there was like something you could go to where they actually like talk about this stuff and try to help you. He didn't realize he was a sex addict, that was a thing, which guys of that generation wouldn't. That wasn't talked about ever really until somewhat recently in society. And to that point, like he's talking about this now, 8 years later. He didn't put out a statement in 2017 saying, I'm checking into rehab. I'm a sex addict. You know, it wasn't like Tiger Woods where he cheated on his wife a bunch and was like, I think I'm a sex addict. This was like a real thing that privately THEO talked about him too. And he even says there, like, you can cut it out if you don't want people to know that you're in that group, whatever. So to me, it's not really playing the victim. It's just being honest about what happened, I think.
Another side note to this whole thing: no civil cases were ever brought against Louis C.K., which is interesting to me because, like, there was real harm and damage done to reputation.
The things that
Cha-ching.
the things that were interesting to me were the one instance where the girl was like, "Oh no," and he was like, "Oh Jesus!" Like he said, he like walked away and like, "I'm sorry," and walked away embarrassed. And Jen Kirkman talking to Chris Hardwick, where she was like, people kind of blew this up in a way that I wasn't expecting when I told the story. Like, and Sarah Silverman also saying, like, I thought it was funny. Like, I liked it. So there are these other instances where it's like, I do think there's a gray area, and I get people being weird. It's a weird thing to me. Like, it's definitely a creepy, weird thing, if you want to call it that. But I also get where there's gray area and where it's not necessarily as black and white as a predator and a victim, you know?
But his career has sat in the principal's office for 8 years, you know? Like, so he has paid penalty for this. So, you know.
Does Electra disagree with us? I'm curious.
As far as what?
Or what we're saying.
As far as that his career shouldn't have been canceled because of it?
No, the conversation we're having now, because you were saying, like, oh, he's playing a victim, and I just made the point as to why I didn't think that necessarily.
I'm sorry, I was reading chat. I'm so sorry.
She's honest, though. She didn't come up. I would have come up with some bullshit.
Electra, here's a note for the future. Talk all you want. Don't pipe up and get mad at me and then not listen when I make a point.
I wasn't mad at you. I wasn't mad. I'm sorry.
I know.
She has people to beat up in chat, Mike. Come on.
You can't go, oh, he's playing the victim. And then me and Casey put on a performance defending this man. And you're like, what? I wasn't listening. What do you think?
I suck.
The ladies make a stance, Mike, and then they don't even watch.
But, you know, this is what they do. This is what they did to provoke Louis all those years ago.
Electra, I'm getting behind this bush. I'm doing whatever I want. All right, this next one's called Reputation.
Which, like, he had to think a lot about how to handle that. And like I said, I think he did a pretty good job.
And I saw everything really differently. And I saw that everything that had happened with me was because of me. And by the way, that's great news because that means you could do something about it.
Right.
And that everyone else is doing what they have to do. And so I had to start like being a man about it. And I can't like prove that to the world. And I can't like do, you know, a big gesture. I can just do it in my private life. I can talk to you about it. People can see this, whatever. You know, I have mixed feelings about it. It scares the shit out of me to talk about it.
Yeah.
But and that had its own thing.
Yeah,
like
and it makes me wonder, like, I wonder if he told Rogan, I don't want to talk. Because Rogan would be a guy that would bring it up. Whether or not, I think he's on, like, Louis' shot, but I could see Rogan bringing that up, or Andrew Schultz for sure. So I wonder if Louis said, like, I really don't want to talk about this stuff. And it's interesting that he was honest. He's like, it scares the shit out of me to talk about this. And this is, again, where I'm like, I don't think it's a guy playing the victim because he's saying, like, I can do something to change. And the other thing is, the other reason I thought when I had a similar reaction to Electra, where I was like, oh, people are going to think this. That is how Louis talks. He gets very... When he's talking very seriously, he's like, I thought he talks about this way on the president's podcast about fucking, Thomas Jefferson. Like, it is how he talks when he's being serious. He gets very, I had this interesting thought like this. Like, it is oddly how he talks. You wouldn't know that just from his stand-up, but like in interviews like this, when he's getting serious, that's kind of how he always is.
Kept thinking,
he's not making any jokes at all.
No,
funny at all, guys.
No, that's
so,
true.
Electra, let me ask you one quick thing. Wouldn't you like every person that did something terrible to another person to have this level of personal responsibility?
Yes, I take it back. He's not acting like a victim.
She's not even listening.
He is accepting.
Right?
He is accepting responsibility for what he did.
Good. We bullied a woman into having the right opinion. Nice
no,
job.
but I'm just thinking
High
back.
five, Mike.
I'm just thinking back to I was flashed. Okay, I was on a hike, and there was a naked man with a trench coat on, and he just flashed me on this trail. Okay, it was super weird, and I'm just going back and thinking like, it still like freaked me out and affected me. And if he'd have asked consent and just did it. Either way, it's like it does. It's just awkward and weird, and it affects you in a way that you don't even know at the time.
Get that guy on the podcast. I'll put on a funny Southern accent, and we'll talk it out. I'll get him to admit some things.
The flasher?
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't keep in touch with him, Mike.
All right, I'm sorry.
He's on a podcast somewhere right now, like 8 years ago. I
No, and
flashed
he's been
a lady on
flashing like a
trail.
bunch of people on the trail. And
Fix this. I have to fix this reputation. I have to go back to where people have at least a neutral feeling about me. And I realized I just can't. And also for some people, the kind of people I probably would want to know, it's happening.
It's happening.
Yeah. So
the culture is the next one.
Oh, this too is where this goes back to what we were talking about a minute ago. I think it was recorded before any of the stuff happening now, which is even crazier. But this is what Louis watched like while he was on the sidelines. It did get much crazier from there. So he watched, like the things that happened in 2020 and all that from the sidelines, not talking about it or anything, which is also very interesting.
So I'm so lucky what happened to me because of what I was ejected out of. And also the culture, since this happened with me in 2017, the world has gone completely insane. And I've just been watching. Like, I haven't had to comment about it. I haven't had to pick a side.
Yeah.
I've just been sitting back going like, wow, you guys are, like I'm on the bottom of the sea, but I look up and I see, like there's still a full-on fucking battleship Royale up there. And once in a while I see a body, like a blue body float down, and I'm like, hey, man, I remember you. And he's like, hey. And we're all collecting, and there's more people down here now than there was up there. And it's quiet down here.
Oh.
And there's fish and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was the last one, right?
There's one more. You give me a timestamp, but no, I don't. I love the work.
Oh yeah,
is what I call it.
Casey scolds me.
This
is like what my mother does. Where just for no reason he messages me. I label the timestamps just so Casey will say a word and maybe it'll jog my memory if it needs a setup. And Casey just goes, "Yeah, the last timestamp didn't have a label, but don't worry, I'll have it." Why even tell me that? just to reprimand me.
Well, so you could go, oh, that's that cringe. So it reminds you, because you have a lot of points, Mike, and I want to make sure you get to
All right, well, let's hear it. I don't know what it is because I'm stupid. So let's hear it.
Things that aren't in the way that's, and that's just never going to happen.
Yeah.
And at this point, to me, I just want to I just want to live. And I want to, I haven't talked about this the way I'm talking about it to you.
And we can take it out if you want,
It's
Louis.
scary.
No
We'll talk about it after.
Okay.
But there's so many times where I just want to come out and tell people, I'm fucking sorry. I'm really sorry. I hurt people. And
there you go.
I've felt like in the way that it was so hard to take all of that at once, that much anger at once. It's like, I just don't have a sorry that covers it. And so, and I don't have only one feeling. Sorry is not the only feeling I have. And so I don't want to say something, and I'm scared of the way that anything I say can be used by other people. There's all kind of fears that come up, and I'm very raw in that space.
Yeah.
But that's all because I'm making these choices to stay in this, and it's because I love the work and I want to share it. So I guess I really wish there was I could have a simple kind of watershed where I can say just yes to everything that happened, and I'm sorry. I really am. And I'm just trying to do better, and I don't think I can prove that to everybody because it's a private thing. It's a one-to-one man thing. It's not a famous guy act.
Right.
But I got work that I want to share with people.
Yeah.
I have work that I think is worthy. And there I'm like, if you don't like it, you don't like it. That's always okay with me. When I'm on stage and I'm talking and people aren't accepting it, that's okay. That's
fine. That's fair.
Fair enough, man. And nobody owes me nothing. I'm trying. We'll see what happens.
To me, that was the most interesting apology ever. Because no one was demanding it anymore. It stopped. There was no pressure for him to do this. You even hear him discussing with THEO, where he's like, I don't even know if I want. THEO offers to cut it out, which I'm glad they released it because I think this was very well done. But hearing him say, I am sorry, and by the way, sorry isn't the only feeling I have, which might mean kind of what we were saying before, where he would there are arguments he would make, but I think he's very smart. Where he's like, him saying what I said to ELECTRA earlier. That doesn't do him any good. because then people are like, oh, see, he's not really sorry. You know what I mean? People dissect that 10 million different ways. Like if you try to defend yourself at all, it's like, oh, he's not really sorry or he doesn't understand, whatever. And so he understands that it's a delicate thing. And he's like, I'm sorry. That's not the only feeling that I have about this. But I'm working on it, which I think is very interesting. I'm glad that he did that. And I think it's the type of thing, I'm sure, I haven't seen a lot of reaction to it yet. I tweeted out a clip yesterday, but I didn't see a ton of people talking about this. I'll be curious what the reaction is, because I think we live in a culture now, like we just talked about a little while ago, where people rush to either say, oh, fuck him, he's lying, or Louis, you never did anything wrong. What are you apologizing for, you pussy? Like, I worry that when stuff like this happens, those will be the two reactions, whereas we should like look at that and go, that's very interesting. Not even necessarily that you agree or disagree with it or anything. Just take it for what it is, as interesting, and consume it and learn from it in whatever way your mind works it out. But I thought it was great. I thought it was very interesting, and I recommend you go listen to it, no matter what your perspective is on Louis. I think whether you hate him or you loved him or whatever, I think it's worth a listen.
Yeah,
Electra,
I really appreciate that he actually apologized there. That was a real sincere apology.
Yeah.
And I think when he said that he has other feelings, we don't know what those are. Those could be shame, disgust in himself. They could be that he thinks he didn't do anything wrong. We don't know.
Right.
But he apologized, and that was real and heartfelt. I teared up from that because I could tell that he was almost about to cry.
See?
He was really.
See, Electra, you bullied this man moments ago.
I wasn't. And that's the thing, though, too, is that people are so quick to jump on one side or the other.
Yeah, we all do, and I do it too. I'm blaming everyone, but I do it too.
We're spectators in reality. We're spectators.
Yeah.
Electra,
People get so caught up in it.
Let me put a bow on it. You see that topic list right above my head?
Okay,
you see the names below Louis C.K.? None of those people have any self-awareness at all. They could never make 1 second of what this guy just said.
What we did, today's episode was an exercise in eliminating the weak. The people that couldn't get the first two segments, they don't deserve the rest of this. Now we have fun. We let our hair down finally. All this seriousness, this grimness.
All right, here's some super chats.
All right.
Hold on. Electra, hold on 1 second.
Yay, super chat.
There we go.
Okay. And I think it took a lot of balls for him to put that out there when Theo said, we don't have to air this.
Yeah.
And he obviously said, okay.
Mike, she has a new favorite comedian.
I don't want to see his balls, but it took a lot of balls.
Well, it doesn't matter, Electra. You're seeing him. He's taking them out.
Yeah, that's the one thing. All right, Rumple Trenchcoat, a Columbo podcast. He asked permission from people whose career he could end, and they knew it. That is sexual harassment, at least due to the imbalance of power.
He apologized.
Yeah, and that's the one that was always tricky, because it was like in the workplace, and I don't know that we had the same societal rules that we do now, but that was one where you're like, okay, yeah, he was, and I think that's a large part of what he's talking about, where he's like, I was wrong in a lot of these instances. He doesn't necessarily feel one thing about it, but that is true, and something that seems like he reflected on.
And it's not an excuse, but some workplaces are different, right? Like a locker room in the NFL is a different place than Amazon, right?
Or a comedy writer's room, yeah.
Exactly. So workplaces can be different.
Yeah.
But no sexual harassment in any of them. Thank you.
John suspended driver's license for $199. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, nice, positive. Simple. John Fried Chicken for $4.99. This is my last super chat today because I don't want to be annoying, but Mike, you got to know, Louis looks like a fat Larry David right now.
A lot of people, maybe it was Don Fried Chicken that tweeted that at me, but he's not. That's not the first time I've gotten that he looks like Larry David. But hey, Larry David, for an old guy with that look, Larry David pulls it off.
Yeah. He's very in shape, Larry David. Louis a little.
True.
True. Some push-ups, Louis. Come on.
That's fair.
All right, let's get a few more here.
Principled uncertainty. What the kindergarten got wrong is that Crade did ask first.
That's exactly what it's spelled.
It says Niedergarten. I don't know.
Yeah.
Crade. I like the name Crade.
And Crade.
That's good. Well, it's good for Craig. It's good for Craig.
Craders.
Yes.
Steel Toe Morning Show, fake, says Consent isn't needed. Consent is gay. Hashtag winning.
Electra, I was wondering when you read it, but I think I could have sussed out that wasn't Aaron Amos.
Well, you got to subtract $1.99 from the gold.
Although
there,
it does
Mike.
sound like him.
It would be funnier if it was Aaron Immelt.
Yes.
He ain't spending money. You kidding? I've never seen that dude part with $2 ever. All right, here we go.
Brando, $5. Thanks again for the photo last night, Mikey. Ooh.
You got it, buddy.
I always enjoy talking to you and meeting the Warthog. Was an absolute thrill. See you at the BM pool party.
Meeting the Warthog is exhilarating for anybody. And I met Brando's lovely girlfriend. She seemed like a lot of fun. So
I hope you asked permission, Mike.
Shout out to Brando. Get out of here.
Box eating dad, $1.99. I'm too insecure about uneven ball hang for this.
That's the crazy thing, is I can't imagine thinking someone wants to look at me jerk off.
Right?
Louis C.K., by the way.
Right. This is not an Adonis.
Yeah.
That's always the crazy thing to me, is like, I can't imagine the confidence it takes to think someone wants to see my dick as I stroke it.
This is clearly comedy. No one will ever be offended.
That's the thing. That the answer to that question would always be no. Who would say yes to that?
Yeah.
Sarah Silverman.
Aquascape, A to Z. See Mr. and Mrs. Liberal Fairy.
No, it's both sides. Aquascape is both sides.
Oh, Casey was on my side, the side of men. Casey took the side of men today.
I did. I yelled at Electra. Thank you.
We shushed a woman as we were talking about sexual harassment.
We high-fived over it. We did. Sort of an Eiffel Tower on DJ Electra. And last one here.
Dang Lizard. Since today's show is all about hypocrisy and cancel culture, maybe Blind Mike would like to use the voice mod again, which he canceled HACKRIDE for.
Thank you. Dang Lizard. Thank you.
Dang
We were
Lizard.
all thinking. Fuck you. All right, that's all. It's now it's time for people with zero inward ability to look at themselves. Ready for
Inward
some Brendan
ability.
Schaub? Inward.
Inward.
You know,
Oh,
inward.
okay. I think at least one of these guys has what I just said. But yeah, let's talk about Brendan Schaub. Brendan Schaub is a Patreon, and as we all predicted, it seems to be going quite smoothly.
Oh dear.
Who could have seen this going poorly? Brendan said, when we start a Patreon, that's our sanctuary. That's where we can go to escape all these haters. They'll never find us back there.
They can't afford $2.99.
If we promote a Patreon, how are they ever going to find us? We're going to be behind the paywall. We're back here. You can't get us, the Fighter and the Kids subreddit. The homeless cats can't climb this wall. But it seems, as our podcast Cringe did a great job at breaking down, I did not pay for Bapa's Patreon, unfortunately. So I appreciate guys like Podcast Cringe letting me know what's going on back there. And so he put some clips together. I guess Brendan's doing a Q&A.
Yes.
What kind of a lazy fuck does a Q&A when he doesn't have any content, you know? But Brendan did a Q&A, and he said, oh, geez, people are probably going to ask me, Brendan, how did you get so strong and handsome? How did you get to be so good at fighting? When are you coming back to comedy? We miss you so much. We love you. When are you going to put out something as great as Gringo Poppy again? And there were just a few that seemed to have snuck in that might be from bad actors. I worry about that. So let's see Podcast Cringe's clips from Brendan's newest Patreon episode.
Hi, Brian, Brendan Chin. I've been a fan from the beginning. I'll be a fan until the end. This question goes to all three of you, the both of us, Jen.
Pause. That, for those that don't know, if you can't sense a little attitude there, a little sassiness from Brendan, they moved to Austin, the Fighter and the Kid. Brian Kell and Brendan Schaub moved to Austin. Their whole setup is there. They were like, this is going to get us a bunch of new guests. This is going to change everything. And then they set up a Patreon, and they're like, oh, man, we don't even need advertisers anymore. Fuck the man. We're going to be crowdfunded. Who cares if we're 15 years late on this idea? It's never too late. This is going to be perfect for us. And then each time, both when they started in Austin and when they started the Patreon, Brian has been absent for the early episodes they've done. So it seems his lack of caring is starting to annoy Brendan. You hear there, like, Brendan could have corrected on the fly and just said 2 of us, or like kind of taken on good faith that we would all understand that since Brian is not on the show, he's not going to be answering the question. But Brendan reads Brian's name and then says, all 3 of you. And then he goes, he means 2 of us, Chin. Sorry, bro. Brian's not here right now. I don't know if anyone noticed. This chair is empty because my co-host is lazy. Like, the passive aggression that Brendan needs to put out there is very interesting. I didn't necessarily believe people, particularly because it's coming from guys like our boy Unique, who are like, Brian's sick of doing you can tell Brian's sick of doing the podcast. Podcast Cringe talks about that too. You can just tell Brian's sick of Brendan and sick of doing the podcast. My thought has always been like they've been pretty loyal to each other. That might be us reading too much into it, but it seems like at every turn, Brian has been like, this podcast is an afterthought. So
most of us real fans don't care and we'll ride until we die. That's why we did this Patreon. What do you guys believe is the
hold on.
decrease
I want to go back. I want to hear that all again. Sorry. I just want to set up for people. Listen to that again. And he, like, as if any real fan would set this up and go, hey, most of us are ride till we die, brother. We're always, we love you so much. Oh my God, I can't stop thinking about how much I love you. Now, having said that, here's a question that's really going to annoy you. So you can tell this is probably a real T-fan. This is not a homeless cat. This is not a member of P.F. Chang's. This is a real Fighter and the Kid fan.
Even though most of us real fans don't care and we'll ride until we die, that's why we did this Patreon. What do you guys believe is the reason for the decreased numbers in viewership? Ooh, good question.
I love it. I watch every week. I'm ride till I die. I just can't get enough of you guys. But I am curious. How come I'm so lonely down here in the view count? Where'd everybody go?
Used to be an army. Now I'm looking around. There's just a few of us with pitchforks. What happened?
Yeah, so we just heard Louis C.K., a man that's reflected on his life and gained a tremendous amount of perspective. Let's see if Brendan's done the same.
Boy, I think it's a number of things. I would say podcast, when our numbers were at its biggest, there wasn't as much competition. So now everyone has a podcast. Mm-hmm. So that's a reason. 2, a number of things that happened, like Brian being out for 2 years wrecked the podcast, getting falsely accused of that bullshit.
Definitely.
You know, so I had to do the podcast without him for 2 years with people you guys really don't know. That was kind of the start of our demise. The Bobby stuff hurt us. I think that made a lot of people upset.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Our talk about COVID with the suppression of YouTube, that does it. False flagging from haters causes issues. And then the lack of guest.
Okay.
I think that covers it all. Would you agree, Chin? Pretty much. Yeah. Good question, dude.
That's all fair. Hold on. There's more to this. There's a couple seconds more, right?
Yeah.
Of Apollo.
Oh, hold on. Before you play it, I just want to hear, because obviously what Brendan's going to get into is, and also, like, it's my fault. Like, I thought I was a comedian, and clearly I'm not. And I sued a guy because he was making fun of me on the internet. And he's going to get into that next, I assume, right? And take a little responsibility. It's not all Bobby Lee's fault and the trolls and the people who canceled Brian Callen and YouTube. It's not all their fault, right? It's not just the guests that aren't coming on the show. Brendan's going to take a little responsibility here, I assume.
I think that covers it all. Would you agree, Chin? Pretty much. Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, damn it.
Dukes of Apollo. What do you guys think it is? Let me know.
Oh, yeah, that's a damn good question. If they have an idea of what it might have been, or how many different things it might have been.
I like Chin being like a little subtle, but he's like, yeah, or maybe it was, maybe it was something else, maybe it was all those things and maybe one more, like a guy who was in comedy couldn't laugh at himself at all ever once.
This is from that last clip to this clip, Mike. This is self-reflection whiplash going from Louis C.K. to this guy.
What's interesting is like Brendan is right about all those things. But there's never a moment where he's like, I think we gained a lot of popularity because we were early in podcasting, but also there's a lot of people that do it better than I do now. Like I don't have a problem admitting, I don't get why a guy like Brendan, who has so much going for him, he's a good looking, in shape guy. He's made a lot of money in his day. I don't know if that's still the case with all that's going on in his life, but like he's been successful. Why does he have such a hard time saying like, I don't know how well I was built for comedy, or I leapt in too quickly. Like there is never that moment of self-reflection. And what Brendan doesn't realize is like his haters, as he calls them, I don't know that they would know what to do with themselves. If Brendan had an honest moment, there's a lot of people that would be like, he's lying. He doesn't, like, they wouldn't know what to do. If Brendan was like, yeah, I wasn't really suited for this. I jumped in too quickly. It was probably a mistake to do the Showtime special as early as I did. I was very green in comedy. I should have worked out at the clubs before ever. I never even, like, I could go on Rogan to talk fighting, but I never should have presented myself as a comedian that early into doing it. That would all be so interesting. But Brendan just isn't capable of that, really.
But he is capable about talking about Bobby Lee, which is the next.
He loves this subject, and this is another one. There is not a moment of reflection. If you're not familiar with this, the Brendan Schaub versus Bobby Lee and Kalila Tiger Belly saga went as follows. Brendan hit on Kalila. He tried to fuck Bobby Lee's longtime girlfriend and co-host, Kalila Kuhn. Kalila evidently turned him down, and they joked about it on Trash Tuesday, the podcast she did formerly with Andy Letterman and still with Esther Pavitsky, I think. Brendan went on, blamed them for being the entirety of his Reddit trolls, I guess. Like said it was all Tiger Belly doing that or something. And then Brian and Brendan called Bobby Lee and said they would beat the shit out of him if he didn't stop the hate that Brendan was getting, which I don't know how Bobby Lee would be capable of that. So this gargantuan threatened physically 5'2" little chubby Bobby Lee. Adorable little Bobby Lee. Brendan and Brian were like, we'll beat the fuck out of you if you don't make people start liking us, which is crazy. So let's see Brendan's reflection on that situation.
Jason, when can we see Bobby Lee make an appearance on The Fighter and the Kid again? Great question, brother. I don't have a problem with Bobby. I don't have a relationship with him either. I think that's more of a Brian thing because Brian's still in the comedy scene and he's going to the mothership. And I think Bobby's there sometimes. So Brian would see him. Brian says they're cool. Me and Bobby haven't spoke in a hot second. I have no ill will towards him. One of the worst mistakes the Fighter Kids ever made. I'd love to have him on. We don't do a ton of guests. I'm just not in that world anymore. I don't know if you realize this, but...
Hold on. Remember, hey, Brendan, remember a minute ago when you were listing all the things that ruined the podcast and you were like, probably that we don't have as many guests as we used to? Well, there's a guest that people are clamoring for, and you're like, jeez, we don't really do guests. I don't know, like... Could we get Bobby Lee on? Maybe if Brian asks, I'm not gonna be the bigger man and ever pick up the phone because I don't run into him physically. It's not how podcasts of that size that's usually not how they're booked. You know, you can go through a publicist or maybe you have the guy's contact. You can reach out yourself and call, whatever. You know, Andrew Santino, you could do it that way. Whatever. There's a litany of ways. You've been on Bobby's podcast, so your team probably has Bobby's team's information. There's many ways you could go about getting him on. Why are you doing this act, Brendan, where you're like, oh, we only have 2 chairs and 2 microphones. Sorry. We can't. I'd love to have Bobby in. We just don't have the seating for him. I wish. He'd be standing the whole time. He'd be uncomfortable. So I'd love to, but man, I can't really do it. It's the biggest mistake we've ever made. He admits that. He goes, the biggest mistake we've ever made on the podcast. But as far as like, having him on to apologize to him or talk it out with him, we just don't have the microphones, you know? We don't do guests, so I can't do it.
Brian really doesn't book guests, even though he's in the comedy scene. It's just not.
Then you do it. Why is the onus on Brian? Brian's not even in the room.
He thinks it's a magic trick.
Hey, Brendan, why don't you have Bobby Lee on the podcast? The thing is, Brian doesn't really book guests. So it's kind of entirely in my hands. Here's the thing is, I solely, of the two of us, between the two co-hosts, booking guests is really in my control entirely. And I'm afraid I'll look bad if I have Bobby Lee on. So it's a shame, but just not going to happen, I don't think. I don't think it's in the cards. Sorry, guys.
Can't even get my co-host to show up. You think I can get Bobby Lee to
There's
show up?
literally one guest that people want to see on this podcast. I guess two with Kalila. But there's basically one guest that people want to see on this podcast. And Brendan's like, jeez. If only Brian would start booking, you know? That's the shame. That's the real shame of it. How about you ask Brian? If you want this to happen so badly, just go, hey, Brian, I'd love to have Bobby Lee on. Damn, Brian doesn't control booking. Shit. Shit. I've run it up the flagpole, and it's gone nowhere. And it's not a windy day, unfortunately.
Not in his nature to ask people to come on the show. So unless I go down to the mothership and start asking guys to be on the show, it's probably not going to happen. I just don't have time, especially at night with my
How'd
kiddos'
you do it
sports.
before?
Texting's hard, Mike.
Name a comedian that was relevant in that decade that they were popular. When they went out to LA, they probably went on The Fighter and the Kid. That was one of the podcast circuit spots that they would hit. How did you do it then? Was Brian in control of it all and now he's retired? What's going on? Why can't you book guests now? Why do you have to physically be at the mothership? Which, by the way, if booking guests was so important, you just said one of the reasons your podcast isn't as popular is you don't have any guests. You live in the city that the mothership is located. You are friends with the man who owns it. And you're like, I can't get into the only building where you book guests. It's a shame. All the guests, they're trapped in the mothership. Joe takes their phones, he puts them in those yonder bags, and I'm not allowed in there. All the guests are in there, but they won't let me in.
Give me some guests.
This is the weirdest thing, where it's like, Brendan, just answer it honestly. Be like, I don't have anything to say. I don't like him. I'm afraid of talking to him. I was bad to him. I tried to fuck his girlfriend, and then I accused him of ruining my life falsely, and I'm afraid of what that might look like for me, you know? Like, we keep bringing up Louis. We just saw a guy admit all that stuff. Learn from that, Brendan.
Happen. I just don't have time, especially at night with my kiddos' sports, to go down there. I don't know.
Where'd Chin go? Did he leave? I thought he was the producer. So, hey, Chin, maybe hear what I'm saying. And I desperately want Bobby Lee and apparently everyone else at the mothership that I'm not allowed to book. I want them all on the podcast, but my son has baseball practice.
I can't book guests because I play catch with my kids. What?
Which, by the way, you can DM a comic and then go to baseball practice with your son. They're not mutually exclusive.
Right. Does he think everything happens at once? There's things happen before and then after. You can play catch, then you can DM some people.
I don't imagine when, when the Are You Garbage guys or fucking, Andrew Santino is making the rounds on podcasts. I don't imagine if Brendan messaged that, emailed them, DM'd them, texted them, they would either say yes or no, I would think. I don't think they would say, Brendan, I actually need a 2-hour phone call with you at about 6 p.m. Oh, that's when your son has baseball practice? Yeah. That's the only way I do podcasts. You have to talk to me for the entirety of that 2-hour window. So, sorry, I guess I can't do it.
Yeah, I don't take any bookings until you go play with your son for 3 hours, and then call me back. Let me know.
It's just weird. It's weird when people do where you can't just go I don't like a lot of comics right now, or whatever the reason is that he's afraid to do this. Just talk about it. That'd be so much more interesting. Or don't do a mailbag episode. Those are your options, pretty much.
Yeah, don't do a This Is Why We Suck episode, because that really lets everyone know.
I can't be like, hey, guys, ask me anything. And then if someone's like, what do you think about Carl and Mersch? I can't go
Gotta go play catch. Gotta go play catch with my son. Bye.
Here's the thing about podcasts is I don't really listen to them because I have a new house now, and oh my God, I got to water the grass, and that really takes up a lot of my day. So I actually, what were the names you said? Carl and I don't know who they are actually. So, and I can't go to the mothership. So anyways, thanks for asking. Such a wild move to be like, ask me anything and then give these answers.
Next question, Shin. Good. I nailed that one. Nailed it.
I don't know. Bobby would have to run into Brian, and Brian and him would have to come to some agreement. But we'd love to have him on.
Bobby has to. So you want Bobby on the podcast? Yeah. Let me get this these marching orders straight. The hierarchy of the fighter and the kid. Brendan desperately wants Bobby on the podcast. In order for that to happen, Bobby Lee, on his own, has to reach out to Brian Callen and beg to come on. And this is all to appease I can't even get the names right. To appease Brendan's thirst to have Bobby on the show. That makes a lot of sense.
Or they run into each other at Kroger. That'll do for Brendan, too, because he's seen him in real life. I can book him now.
Right.
Tag. Maybe you think he has to tag him. Tag your books.
Okay, you know what? You guys want Bobby Lee in the podcast? Okay. Well, really the only way I can do that, I'll have Brian start shopping at the same grocery store as Bobby.
We're going to stock him down.
And then I bet, if he hangs out there long enough, sometime in the next few weeks, they'll probably run into each other. So
we're just gonna put Brian in the rice aisle and wait.
Oh, Casey. Jesus.
Sorry.
And him would have to come to some agreement, but we'd love to have him on. He's literally one of the funniest guys in the world. You know, I have no ill will towards Bobby at all, and he's crushing it.
No, it doesn't seem like it. He's one of the funniest guys in the world. I won't lift a finger to get him on, but he's one of the funniest guys in the world. I have his contact in my phone. We are linked together. Any video I make, there's a comment about Bobby Lee coming on the podcast. And it's just a shame it can't happen. It's a shame it's impossible.
Mm-hmm. We're up to another one of Brendan's lawsuits, Mike. The CBD lawsuit.
Okay, so I've heard him address this sort of peripherally, like, oh, there are things going on right now that people think they know about, and they do, like that sort of way. I haven't heard him address it this directly. But Podcast Cringe, another good job by Podcast Cringe, put out a video where he's basically talking about this CBD company that is suing Brendan Schaub. Brendan was the spokesperson for this company, and according to this lawsuit, there were some shady dealings. And so Brendan addresses that here. Now, this one I'll give him a little more leeway on because, as we've learned in the Dabbleverse, it's probably the smartest move not to address a lawsuit if you're involved in one. Mm-hmm. Then I would say, hey, Chin, any questions coming about the lawsuit? I can't answer them. I don't know if I would do it this way necessarily.
Mike, question for Schaub. When do you address the lawsuit against you for tax fraud and conspiracy?
I
don't address.
According to Podcast Cringe, I don't know, I haven't vetted this. Mike, the guy asking the question, is unique, who Brendan is also suing still after 5 years.
And David Collins co-host sometimes. Unique.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think I've seen him on there.
Are you thinking of Delicious?
I'm thinking of Delicious. God damn it.
Yeah. David, I still love you, buddy.
0 for 1.
You address the lawsuit against you for tax fraud and conspiracy. Yeah, I don't address this stuff, but I mean, here I can.
I don't know if that's how the law works, Brendan.
Here I can.
Your Honor, I would like this thrown out. This was on Patreon. No. This was not. These comments were not made for the trolls.
Your Honor, 2 words. Paywall.
Counts. Yeah, Casey knows because I'm always when I rush to the Patreon episode and I'm like, home base, I'm safe. I can't. I can't get sued for anything here. Here's where I'll slander everyone in my life.
Yeah. That's actually how Louis C.K. stayed away from the civil lawsuits. He made it to home base. And he's like, ladies, look at my balls.
Yes, all that misconduct was done on Patreon. So I was like, why is he getting in trouble for this?
But nowhere, it's a company, a CBD company that I had nothing to do with for years.
Wait a
Okay.
sec. What?
Your Honor. Wait, that I had nothing to do with for years.
No, just for months. I cashed their checks for months.
But that would suggest there's a period of time where you did have something to do with them.
I did not work with them for decades, Mike. I did not.
Now I'm no lawyer. We're going to talk to a guy later in the program that will be a lawyer very soon. But I myself am not a lawyer. I'm not well versed in the law at all. But I suspect, even on Patreon, if you go on and now they have evidence of you saying, this is a CBD company I've never had anything to do with, I worry, Brendan, that could be slightly incriminating. When they have evidence of you doing many things for them. Because even in Podcast Cringe's original video, there's examples of Brendan doing like ad reads for them. So you're really going to say you had nothing to do with them? Are you a fucking moron, Brendan? I'm trying to help you here, you jackass. Shut your mouth.
But Mike, what is the definition of do anyway?
I suppose. Yeah, I hope he's got Clinton's lawyers on this.
Yes.
You're talking about like 5 years. The owner has a litany of issues and legal issues and stuff going against him.
Mm-hmm. His legal issues are targeted at you. Stop talking.
And he's been suing these people. There's like 4 or 5 owners. He's been suing them like 6 times with no success. He decided to throw my name into it, obviously to get traction. And
Brendan. 3 questions ago was, why are the views down so much? But this guy picked you to hitch his wagon to. And by the way, is that how lawsuits work? Like, does a judge pick a case and go, this one's got a lot of traction. I guess we got to get this one settled. There's a lot of buzz about this lawsuit. I guess we got to get this off our books.
Yes.
Pick up traction.
There's a lot of buzz on this case.
Dealt with. They're dealing with it. And of course, the haters on the internet run with like, tax fraud and conspiracy. There's none of that.
Brendan. Stop saying these words.
Right.
I don't know. I hope you're innocent, buddy. But what if you're not? Stop it.
This lawyer's loving this. He's just racking up hours. Every time he talks, he's like, another hour? There we go. Another hour? There we go. I'm just going to own Brendan's truck after this.
Oh, no. Oh, Casey, you're very wrong. If you think Brendan's lawyer is charging billable hours, we're going to learn about that in a moment.
Oh, no, please. No.
It sounds juicy, but it's headlines. I get it. Thank God I have a great lawyer.
And fucking Podcast Cringe talking about this. Headlines. It was right below Kimmel getting axed. Uh-huh. It was Brendan Schaub has never worked for this CBD company.
Works pro bono, and we do.
I'm sorry, I stepped on the beginning of that, but I think you heard the key word there, Casey. All the best lawyers
I
reach out to washed-up comedians and fighters and say, "I would love, would I love to defend you for free in this lawsuit? Pretty please, can I?" No, Brendan, put your wallet away. Stop it. I want to defend you so badly. Let me hear that again.
No, Brendan, you get what you pay for. Don't do that.
I get it. Thank God I have a great lawyer who works pro bono. And we deal with bullshit like this all the time.
All the time? This guy's exclusively working for you for free?
This is not what he signed up for at law school and bar.
He's like Casey Day with this podcast. He's like, no, I just like doing it. Please, I don't want your money.
Do it for the experience, for the game, love of the game.
Talk about it or bring attention to it because it's just bullshit. And that's what they want, But he'll be dealt with. Ooh. I think one article's like Brendan Schaub getting arrested or going to prison, and he's cooking the books. You think my dumbass has access to do tax fraud and conspiracy?
Oh no! Oh no, Brendan! Don't say that. You think I'm capable of accessing the books? Brendan, I pray to God they don't find any documents with your name on them. You check me? Me no sign no documents.
I didn't take.
I know no money.
I didn't take a QuickBook class. I don't know anything.
Oh, Brendan, stop talking.
And cook the books. None of it makes sense, but it's fun for headlines and shit like that.
Prosecutors.
And it just dies down, it goes away, and then somebody else will try some bullshit. It's just how it goes, man, unfortunately.
Well, it goes away when the judge bangs his gavel and decides whether or not you're guilty of these things. And just to put a little perspective on it, we had some fun with the pro bono phrase there. Mm-hmm. Podcast Cringe has deduced, because he's heard Brendan use this phrase enough. Brendan thinks that pro bono is having a lawyer on retainer.
That's amazing.
because it's weird, because I was like, a guy's working pro bono for you on all your legal cases? Why is he just the nicest lawyer in the world? Why would he be doing that?
It's Greek for he's mine.
Yeah, right. I own him.
Yes.
Podcast Cringe realized that Brendan means on retainer, so that's his lawyer.
What a fucking more.
So it's good that a guy with that level of insight has weighed in to his own legal case. That's smart.
Brian, just a reminder, Brian, he's the brains of the show. Congratulations.
Listen, it's fine. The opposing lawyers don't have a Patreon password, so
that is true. And they don't have $3 a month. So.
And they don't have Podcast Cringe either. On YouTube.
A few super chats here. Electra, if you are available, I think she might be not. So Hamilton Burger.
She was available to pipe in during the Louis segment. Where'd she go?
She got tired. One political view a day per lady. That's how they work. Hamilton Burger, $2 Canadian. Bobby Lee can't come on. Our chairs are too narrow.
Yeah, it's a shame. Oh, I wish we could get Bobby Lee in here. Oh, Chin, do we? Oh no, we don't have another microphone. All right, yeah, sorry. There's nothing.
I mean, there's an empty chair and a microphone right there.
No, you already said no, so
yeah.
No givesies backsies.
No. Colostomy Stephen Cunt $4.99. Mike, can you do your unique impression with the Beggy Monster voice?
Give it a try.
Brendan Schaub has done it again.
That's very good.
Thanks.
All right, that is all for right now. Thank you for the donations, people. Keep it up.
Yeah, thank you.
And it's time for a talk about hypocrisy.
Was this the Opster?
Yep, we're at hypocrisy 101.
This is nuts for Opie and Anthony. I don't know if I'm the only one that noticed this. I suspect I am, because even though Opie's videos now are getting tens of thousands of views, it seems like I was the only one commenting. It's weird. There are no comments, even though there's like 20,000 views on some of these videos. So I don't know how many people are watching it. It's a little tricky. But I watched Opie after the Jimmy Kimmel incident, and I said, I got to prepare for the show. I got to steal some profound political takes to use on Sunday. What's the Opster saying? I turned to him for all my, all my highbrow thinking that I do. When I ruminate, I listen to Opie. And I said, what's he saying about Jimmy Kimmel? And he told an interesting story about meeting Jimmy Kimmel. He didn't have a lot to say on the aspects that we discussed, but he weighed in on Jimmy Kimmel the man. Opie has a story about who Jimmy Kimmel is as a guy when he ran into him in Los Angeles. So this is Opie telling that story.
Back in the day at NEW, and then I was in LA with my agent, and Jimmy Kimmel's late night show, he had a whole backstage area where a lot of celebrities and people that were somebody would hang out while Jimmy Kimmel was taping his show. It became like a little party in the backstage area. There was a bartender. I remember there was a pool table and lounge chairs, and there were just famous people all over the fucking place, even though they weren't on the show. It just became the thing to do. So my agent at the time, who's no longer with us, Bob Eatman, I was in LA for some shit, and he's like, hey, you want to go check out the Jimmy Kimmel show? I go, fuck yeah, man. So we were in the back lounge, hanging out, having a good time. And the last words Jimmy Kimmel ever said to me, he saw me as he was going out to do his show. He pointed to me and he went, hey, what are you doing here? and kept walking. And that was the last time I ever talked to Jimmy Kimmel. He wasn't a fan of
What a story.
of Opie or Anthony or Opie and Anthony. He's a Howard Stern guy.
Interesting. It's interesting for many levels because it's a story where it's like, well, you may have misinterpreted that. Why would he be so angry that you were there? You were let into the building. I mean, it doesn't quite make sense. But it's an interesting story to me for a different reason. Because I'm an Opie and Anthony fan, as you know. And I suspect there might be other Opie and Anthony fans listening to this that are thinking, God, that story sounds very familiar. Kimmel. Doesn't feel like it's Kimmel. Well, you might be right. Because this is a story that I distinctly remembered Opie telling on the Opie and Anthony show years ago. Let's hear how it's changed over the years.
I had no opinion on Adam Carolla until I was out in L.A. and I went by his love lines with our agent, who just happens to be the agent of Adam Carolla. He goes, "You want to stop by Love Lines?" I'm like, "Yeah, you know what? I think that Love Lines is a pretty good show. I would love to check it out live. I have nothing better to do." I go there. I sit in another room. He's doing a show through a glass fucking booth. I'm sitting on a fucking couch. He's eyeing me the whole time like, what the fuck? Drew could care less. They go to break. Drew comes out and says, "Hey, nice to meet you." Adam Carolla looks at me in the eyes and goes, "What are you doing here?" and walks out and has a smoke. That's where this comes from, you fucking asshole. Ooh. I'm so sick of radio guys lying.
Yeah, me too, Ope. Me too.
An asshole.
So this is wild. I couldn't believe what I was hearing when I heard him tell that Jimmy Kimmel story, because I think a lot of Opie and Anthony fans remember that Carolla story because it's come up in later years. Because Anthony Cumia did Adam Carolla's show, and Carolla goes, "Hey, let me ask you about your old partner, Opie." He goes, "I heard him go on this rant where he's like, I was rude to him in Los Angeles. I was at the Loveline studio." He goes, I heard him tell the story. He goes, all I could think of was maybe I said, "Hey, what are you doing here? Because I know you guys from New York." Like, it was a non-incident in Carolla's mind. There was no venom. And I remember Anthony saying, like, that's how he is. Anthony's a wife that's been through this many times. It's like, that's how he is. We don't discuss. Don't say it too loudly. He was cranky. He's not usually like this. You don't know how he is when it's just me and him, you know? Okay, I'm sorry about that, but it's just what Anthony's had to deal with for so many years. So I remembered that Carolla story vividly. When he tells the same story about Kimmel, you're like, oh, this guy might be like schizophrenic. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? What are the odds? And okay, you know what? I'm discounting something. Maybe both hosts of the Man Show that have been tied together for decades. Literally, Craig brought up Carolla when we were talking about Jimmy Kimmel earlier. Like, these two men are linked together forever. Maybe both of those guys had the exact same interaction on their own sets of their own shows, totally separately. Maybe they had the exact same interaction with Opie. Wasn't that nuts when I sent you those clips, Casey?
Well, I mean, now I didn't know Opie before.
I know you don't know the Opie and Anthony lore, but just hearing both stories, like the idea that those would both happen to someone.
Yeah, it's I mean, he will use whatever story he can, right? Like, I know this guy. It just sounds like he wants to be like the cool guy in the room because I know Jimmy Kimmel, and then now who else will I know? Like, who else does this agent take me around to?
It's like if we were talking basketball, and you brought up the name Larry Bird, and I was like, oh, you know what? I have an interesting Larry Bird story. I was walking down the street one day, and I was like, oh my God, is that Larry Bird? And he gave me a high five, and he said, "Mikey, my man," and he kept walking, and I was like, that's pretty crazy. And then we keep talking about basketball, and then you bring up the name Magic Johnson, and I'm like, you know what's crazy? I met Magic Johnson once. I'm walking down the street. I said, "Hey, Magic, staying alive, brother?" And he gave me a fist bump, and he kept walking.
I got it.
You would start to go, boy, that's an awful lot like the first story.
Yeah.
Now I'm starting to wonder. The first one didn't sound that believable. Now I wonder if either of them are true.
And to end the sentence with, "I hate when radio people lie."
that was great. I made sure to keep that in. That was my favorite part. But yeah, Opie's an interesting guy because, like, if we had an example of like Norton or Anthony doing that, I guess I don't know this, but if we had some example of them doing that, which seems unlikely, they would probably go, "Oh, Jesus. Oh, am I a fucking idiot? Yeah, that was Carolla. I can't believe I did. Oh my God, I'm getting old, whatever." Like, they would acknowledge that that's a wild coincidence. Mm-hmm. I implore you folks, bring this up in Opie's chat. Don't do it nasty, because he's not going to respond to that. Politely bring up that he told the exact same story about Kimmel and Carolla. Oh, you're one of these guys? Oh, you're doing this? You're doing this thing? I'm not lying about Jimmy Kimmel, all right? And it's like, well, why are you angry about it then?
I think the best way to go about it is chat at him that, hey, tell us that story about how you met Louis Anderson with your agent. Just pick a new comedian every time.
No, but don't even do that, because this is clearly locked and loaded on these two guys.
Okay, yeah.
He thinks this is ask him about the Carolla incident and see how he responds.
Ooh, every day. See if we get a new one each day.
Yeah. See what he says about meeting Adam Carolla, and then once he's answered that, see what he says about meeting Jimmy Kimmel. That's got to be a wild.
Show.
Yes, that's what I mean. Like, if he has to answer those back to back, he'll surely realize that he's conflated the stories, right?
He's like, that sounds familiar.
I need an answer. I need to know if he's just lying, if he's crazy. Like, that's nuts.
Yeah, I think the sun has finally gotten to him. Yeah, that makes no sense.
I guess. Well,
the little hypocrisy. And Mike, speaking of hypocrisy police.
The dues pay. No. I fucked it up. He's not the dues payer. I forget who's who now. It's been so long since I've talked about Stuttering John at any length.
The non-dues payer. The guy that never paid any dues to reach where he
That's right. Yeah, exactly. I'm not fully back in on the Stuttering John train. It seems like a lot of people are. It doesn't seem like everyone's like jumped fully back in, except for John, who is broadcasting every day. I'm sure I'll get there eventually. Right now, it just feels like a lot of stuff we've done before. And to me, the most interesting thing, he's not allowed to talk about. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, he's not allowed to talk about the lawsuit. He started talking about Carl and Shuli a little bit, but it would be like the most interesting if he could really, go after those two the way he wanted. We've never heard him do that before, certainly. But
you could do it on Patreon. No one sees it there.
That's true. Yeah. Safe.
Yeah.
But what's interesting about it is John might be able, if this drags on long enough, John might be able to defend himself. Do we have a magical sitcom playing itself out here? That I listen, this is never going to happen. I know. I've been delusional and I've been tricked before. I'm aware this is never going to happen. But wouldn't it be nice to live in a world where Stuttering John is attending law school? And that's the reality that John is living in right now. So let's hear him talk about getting ready to hit the books.
This one's called Hate.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, he doesn't get right into the lawsuit. This is first Clay Dabbler mentioning kind of just what we were talking about. Like, in Clay Dabbler's mind, he's like, do you think things have died down a little bit? Do you get as much hate as you used to? And John's answer is vintage John.
Don't worry, I'll be gone soon. You could all the people who loves
yeah, we've heard it.
Isn't it amazing, Clay, the amount of people that love to watch me and just to hate watch?
Do you feel like you've got as much hate since you came back?
Probably more, I would say.
What? You think so?
I don't know. I get less of the $20.
I'm wondering. Go back just a little bit. I stepped up.
No problem.
I'm wondering. John's getting more hate. I'm like, boy, that's awfully odd. Seems like less people are watching. It doesn't seem like Carl talks about him as much, right? Would you say that's true?
Definitely true. I mean, with the Aaron and the other stuff, John's just
it doesn't
a
seem
character
like Carl's
now,
talking about him as much. Shuli probably does shows on him, but like, doesn't seem like even like Cardiff and Tukey and those guys. We certainly haven't talked about him as much. I'm surprised he's getting more hate. That's it. That's actually impressive. Where is all this hate coming from? How does John measure hate? I found this to be very interesting.
Like, you've got as much hate since you came back?
Probably more, I would say.
You think so?
I don't know. I get less of the $20 super. I used to get 20s and 10s a lot. Like now,
I'll send you a nice one on your birthday.
Imagine going up to everyone that's never handed you at least $10 and going, "Hey, man, like, in all seriousness, I'd like to talk to you. Why do you hate me so much?" Like, what? It's like, I notice you're not giving me $10 or more. I can't get past it. Why do you have such hatred towards me? To use the word hate. and be like, yeah, not as many people are giving me $20. John, those people kind of hated you also, just so you know. I've got
They all
news for
hate
you.
I thought he was going to give us some hate math, like when 2 people hate you and 1 dissipates, you double your hate.
Right.
You know?
Well, here's where all of this is misused. Is like, I think at this point, a lot of the people in John's chat actually do hate him. Like, it's gotten to that. But I always say, I don't hate any. I think they're funny to laugh at. Like the idea that I hate John. If I'm Carl, I probably hate John at this point. You know, It's costing me some money, so I get that. But like, if you just want to laugh at John, that's not equal to hatred. And I can't go down this road again. I try to explain it to this man, and by God, he just doesn't listen to me, unfortunately. But it's frustrating.
I don't hate John. I hate the parts of me that are like John that I recognize in John. That's what I hate. Well, I mean, all of us. I think that's what we all hate about John. In that term is like
our id. He's our id.
We try to fix him. We try to don't be like this because that means I could be like this. No,
right.
It's scary.
Right.
Yeah, but it used to be 20s, 50s. I think the whole Dabbleverse, the whole thing is kind of dying out. Like you see, all the shows are getting less and less and less.
Yeah. On the skirt's birthday, I hand her $20, and I go, "Love you, baby." This is how you know I don't hate you.
I give Electra a roll of quarters a week. Go ahead, go have fun.
It's not hate, certainly. I don't know if it equals love, but it's not hate.
Filming stand-up is next.
Okay, yeah. So this is we're going to see why John wants to go to law school, because the stand-up thing, people keep showing up to film him. And much like I wanted to warn Brendan Schaub, I would like to say, John, I don't know that this is the correct way to go about all this. This is how he wants to handle people recording his sets.
The first thing, I'm a non-violent human being. The
first thing you do why are we starting there? I'm going to talk myself down. I won't shoot them on sight if they record me. Well, I want to get that out in the open. Yeah. I'm not going to draw a gun nor my fist.
Creating a baseline here.
Let's get that out of your heads. I know when you're saying, John, what are you going to do if someone records your set? You probably think the first reaction is violence, physical violence. And I'm here to assure you, no, that's not the way.
Oh, no flamethrowers. No.
I'm a non-violent human being.
Nice.
The first thing you do is try and diffuse the situation. Okay. Then you've done your due diligence. Then you've said,
hold
okay.
on, whoa. We're moving a little fast. Due diligence. So we're going to do a background check on them. When if someone heckles you, you're going to do your due diligence on them. Look up their criminal record, history of drug use, things like that. Your due diligence.
You're
going to get their height and weight. Yeah.
Your social security, please.
Due diligence.
I'm going to give this picture now to security. And if you come with a phone, I'm going to have him.
What? Oh. He's going to give this guy's YouTube picture to security?
Yeah.
Well, John, I'm sure that's the real guy.
We're looking for a pineapple, and we're looking for a potato.
Give that tiny picture to security, and they'll suss him out. Don't worry. This is not just a club that wants to make money, so they'll let any booze bag in, hopefully. They're gonna keep a watchful eye out for this Twitter avatar, and they're gonna make sure he stays away. Don't worry. That's a good first step, John.
Imagine a 6'7" 300-pound black man getting a checklist of who not to let in, and is looking at this list. Is like, is this a shopping list, a grocery list?
Hey, security! This guy who paid for a ticket to your establishment and is going to buy food and drink, most likely. Kick him out before he walks in, assuming he looks like his Twitter avatar, of course. Yeah. Kick him out before he walks in because he made a mean YouTube comment at me.
Comedy.
Confiscate the phone because I don't allow you.
Whoa! John's moving so fast here. I can't address all these things he's going to do. You're going to confiscate the phone? Do you have the legal right to do that? It's his property.
He's not going to let him in, and he's going to take his phone. That's theft.
Go back. We must have missed some context where He suddenly assumes legal power. He has jurisdiction over the district that this comedy club is in, and he's allowed to take their phones at will.
When I do comedy, I perform in a country called Jonistan, and you enter it, and it is my rules.
Can I have? Let me throw out an idea to John if he's listening. I hope he is. John, hear my words here. Instead of first threatening violence, then doing a background check on the person, giving their name, fake name, and fake likeness to security, and then stealing their phone from them, if you're that worried about it, have some fucking yonder bags. have them put their phone in a case, pony up, pay the few dollars that it is, have them put their phone in a case if they're so worried about it. We don't need the FBI in on this.
The background checks is where I'm stuck. Can we just? How is this happening?
My due diligence.
Then you've done your due diligence. Then you said, okay, I'm going to give this picture now to security. And if you come with a phone, I'm going to have them confiscate the phone. Because I don't allow you to, what is the right word? I'm trying to think of the right word.
That's my lawyer.
It's not disturb, but let's just
record. What do you? I don't even know what you're going for.
There is no word in Spanish. It's a Portuguese word.
It's a shame. It's a shame we haven't gotten to. This is a man who wants to be a lawyer. Please, guys. I'm being 100% serious, and I know most of you wouldn't do this anyways. Do not fuck with him getting a law degree. Don't call the school or the bar association, any of that shit. If we can get this man defending people in a courtroom, do you understand how great that would be? Let's hear this. Picture this talking to a judge. Play that last part again, Casey. And imagine this in a court of law.
What is the right word? I'm trying to think of the right word.
Objection, Your Honor. Objection. This guy's a moron.
This man clearly doesn't know any words, Your Honor.
We need to see a law degree right now for this guy.
It's not disturb, but let's just say to disturb my copyright. First, I mean, in other words, this
Whoa,
I
hold
own.
on. Hold on. John's act is copyrighted? I highly doubt that.
Please, God, say plays that stupid guitar intro before every setup.
There's a copyright. There's a document stating the ownership of the Caitlyn Jenner Fruit Loops joke. You're telling me that exists somewhere in this world? I find that hard to believe.
If you say squeegee in public, you owe me 30 cents.
I love the idea of a guy in a courtroom giving his final summation. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this man aimed to... The word is not disturb, but let's just say disturb.
In other words.
He disturbed, for lack of a better word, this guy's privacy, all right?
Very clear.
Well, I steal your content, basically.
Yeah, I own my shit. If you're gonna start, everything that my jokes, everything, my act, everything is copyrighted. So now he's gonna try and violate my copyright.
No comic wants someone filming the material and putting it out there.
No, and then he's saying that he's gonna ask me shit that's gonna make me run away from him. What does that sound like, Clay?
It looks like a little pussy boy.
But doesn't it sound like a threat?
I like the idea. Listen, you shouldn't threaten anyone. You shouldn't go up and harass people in public. But I like the idea that the man running away, the person that made him run away is the pussy. A guy goes up to someone else on the street. One of them runs away. The guy who went up to that man is the pussy, according to these two. I don't really understand that necessarily. But point being,
Does John not remember doing the same thing to Shuli? Hello. Shuli's got to be pretty angry about it.
Obviously. But I've been to plenty of comedy shows, some of them use Yonder bags. What they didn't do is do a background check on me. kind of vaguely threaten me physically, and then threaten some copyright lawsuit on me and say that the venue is going to steal my phone from me. They just said, put it in this pouch and we'll let you in.
You just don't know how to get in the mood for comedy, Mike. That's how you do it.
I guess that's true. Yeah, that's a great point, by the way. Who's ready to laugh? All right. If this guy has seen your YouTube comments, we might rough you up and take your phone.
We're going to need some fingerprints. Let's laugh.
Oh, it sounds like a hoot and a holler you have out at the Stuttering John show.
Yeah, well, I guess so, yeah. Yeah, he's threatening you, saying he's going to come and talk shit to you and maybe get in your face. Yeah, right.
So again, though, he's the victim, right? He's the fucking victim? Really?
Who?
Him.
The guy on YouTube?
Him, hey.
Oh, John, John, you're the victim, buddy. You're the victim. Don't worry. Yeah, listen. Oh, the guy on YouTube, he's the perpetrator. and he will be brought to justice.
We're here, Mike. We're at law school. We're finally here.
John's the victim. Oh, so we're at law school. I'm sorry. Yes. This is very exciting. So yeah, the guy we just heard from, not Disturbed, but you know what I'm talking about.
Him.
We could get that in a court of law. And this is not a wink and a nod. Don't fuck this up, guys. Do everything you can. In fact, tell your boy Luigi Greenberg, offer to cheat on the bar exam for him. Like, we need to get this man get this man into a courtroom.
Right. If Kardashian can do it in 6 years, Stutcho can do it in a decade. He could get this done.
Oh, we'll hear the clip, and then I have a few questions about this law school business.
Armchair critics. Oh yeah, so if you did try to be an attorney, how long is that going to take you?
3 years.
Like 7. It's not like 7 years, and then after that 3 years, so you have to do like an apprenticeship and all other sort of shit.
I already have a 4-year degree. I only need 3 months.
My first question. I believe he has a 4-year degree. I'm not like some of these other agitators, you know? So let's say John has a 4-year degree. Does a communications degree automatically get you into law school?
Yeah, film school to law school. It's a
Can you just have can you major in directing and then be like, all right, Harvard Law, I'd like to learn some lawyering now, please.
I think they have to accept you from you have to have a background of studying some criminal law, studying some stuff so that you can.
I have a buddy who is a lawyer, and I went to college with him. He took a bunch of criminal justice classes. There are classes I assume you have to take that John probably didn't need to take for his film school degree. So I don't know how much John has looked into whether or not he'll even get into law school. But I'm a hopeful guy. I'm willing to ignore that for now. Let's see what the next step is.
3 years of law school. The LSATs, law school, the bar. Then, then I'll have to work under an attorney, I think. But I'll ask my attorney when he gets here. Let me see when I can sign up for the LSATs.
Can I work for you?
Hey, after this case, you hiring?
You've probably been pretty wowed by my expertise so far. I know I've done a lot of the work, so mind just hiring me?
Here's my resume. It says, I know you.
Also, is that what it would be called in lawyering? Are they like, this is an apprenticeship? That doesn't seem like the right term either.
John, you're going to need to wear socks.
I could be wrong about that. But John knows more about the law than me. I'll trust him.
Signing up is the next one.
Okay, so, I mean, listen. It seems like when Clay Dabbler said, what do you have to do to become a lawyer? And one of John's answers was, I don't know. It seems like he's pretty... Speaking of due diligence, it seems like John has done a lot of it. But this is where you see a pro at work. This is a guy where if you're in a jam, if you've got someone who's wrongfully accusing you of something, and you need your good name defended, this is the kind of guy you want handling the paperwork, all the finer points. This is a guy who's going to pay attention to detail. John, take it away. Show us your skills.
All right, let's see. LSAT, I'm applying for. Here, I'm going to apply for it right now. The LSAT.
That's the way Johnny Cochran did it.
online. Yeah.
Pocky hasn't got back to me. He's supposed to pay for my law school and stuff, but he hasn't put it in writing, big pussy.
I remember Clarence Darrow had a local shock jock pay for his law school.
Yeah, he had H.G. Wells pay for his law school. Got me the War of the Worlds. You got to pay for my school.
But you got a few years till you pass it anyway, ain't it? So
let's see. Use the same username.
I said Parky makes it that long. That old dodgy ticker of his. Not to touch wood, obviously.
Not for nothing. I'm not paying a lawyer that types with one finger. I'm not doing those bills.
Oh, he'll get there. Don't you worry, Casey. He'll get there. But can I say something about Clay Dabbler? Clay, just walk. You might as well walk into your closet. Turn the computer off. Walk into your closet and say all these words. You're gonna have as many people listening to it. John is not listening to a fucking thing this guy is saying. It's the wildest way to have someone on your show. It would be like if Electra said that thing about Louis earlier, and I just kept saying so no one ever really thought this guy was guilty of anything. She's just not listening at all.
Oh, I would have heard about that, Mike.
Pucky makes it that long with his dodgy ticker. And then I said touch wood, because obviously I don't want to jinx the man.
Oh, sign up. All right, I got to sign up to this thing. Username.
Now, yeah.
I'm billing for this?
What?
It does actually remind me of Howard ripping on Gary for doing the same thing.
What do you mean? What do you think he means? You're on a podcast thumping your keyboard and not speaking. What do you think Clay Dabbler means when he's poo-pooing the actions happening on air right now? What do you mean? What? What's weird about this? I'm typing in excruciating detail here. It's taking me a monotonous amount of time to type this in with one finger here. What do you mean? Why are you laughing at me? What's happening?
Tough crowd, Clay Dabbler. Tough crowd.
Yeah.
Picking it up.
I type with one finger.
John, could you quarter the amount of your hours you're billing me for? Because
no shit. It
seems like if you could get a secretary to type this up for you, it'd be a lot easier. Now I know, like I said, one of my good buddies. He's my lawyer. I have him on pro bono, as Brendan Schaub would say.
Nice.
One thing that I know is he says lawyering, almost no paperwork. It's like, it's a breeze. It's so easy. I type with one finger sometimes. It's really easy. There's no clerical bullshit. There's no tedious detail that you have to pore over. He says mostly. He goes, Mike, I got to tell you, what you see in movies about lawyers, that's pretty much 100% of the job. It's mostly me bursting into a courtroom, making great points, and the hero wins. It's all
Jack Nicholson's.
Yeah, that's most of the job, honest, if I'm being honest with you.
Mm-hmm. And ladies.
John takes forever to put his email into some fake, I'm signing up for the LSAT website.
This is going to be amazing. What am I is the next clip.
This is great. This is great introspective John here.
A good lady came from.
Let's see. I don't care. What the hell? I'm Caucasian, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if I'm Hispanic or not Hispanic.
And you want to be my lawyer.
Wow.
He's 70. He doesn't know if he's brown or white.
He can't even come up with the word. Am I Hispanic or not Hispanic? Those are the two options as I see them. First of all, just if you're trying to get into law school, John, I've got news for you. Just put Hispanic.
Yes.
Definitely put Hispanic, you jackass. Well, what? Maybe I'm going to a racist law school. John thinks that's why he's going to trick the racists. No, I'm Caucasian. He's like Eddie Murphy in that SNL sketch. I'd like to sign up for this law school, please.
Let me circle other and write Denmark.
John's like Drewski. He's doing whiteface to get into law school. What am I? I like this crisis of character John is facing here.
Is the opposite Rachel Dolezal.
Would they call you? Would they call you a spit?
No, I don't know. I don't know which one to check off there.
Hey, John, I got news for you. As a lawyer, you're going to have some tougher decisions than what race am I?
I can't get past the first question on the application.
Yeah, this is my civil rights lawyer. I don't know what I am. Your Honor, as a minority or a white guy, whichever.
You know there's only 1 million Danes.
Well, your mother is thingy. You could just go what your mother is, which is Scandinavian or whatever. Just say you're Caucasian.
Clay Dabbler, a man on a different continent, has to explain to John how to deduce what race he is. well, your mother's Scandinavian, mate. John's like, I don't see that on here.
Can you draw a picture?
Where's Scandinavian? That's not on here.
The Spanish. Am I Spanish?
Say you're Caucasian. It can only be a bonus.
I don't think that's correct in the college application process.
But you're right. John's gonna like prove the racist wrong on this.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
What do you mean?
I don't know.
All right, now I got to fill out my bachelor degree.
Oh, man. Right. Oh, who knew being a lawyer would be so much work?
Bachelor's in fully sound.
We are
film school.
We are at part 2 of step 1 of this process, and John has already made the sound, oh. John has already made a noise that indicates this is far too much work for him. He's signing up for the LSATs.
And this also like gives Kumia much joy because he can say, yes, you get all the money, John.
I think we'll get back to that, but Kumia is offering to pay for his law school, which John is angry about for some reason, but we'll get there.
But if you're Kumia, you're watching this going, oh, this is a lock. This is a lock.
It's a breeze, yeah. Anthony's not even asking for anything in return. He's just like, I'll pay for your law school, John.
Yeah, it'll never happen.
Institution, Jesus, I'm going to put that in here. Select an institution. Hold on.
Man, I thought they would just take on good faith that I went to college. I'm signing up, aren't I? You don't believe that I went to college? I got to put all this information in?
Here's a picture of my diploma on my wall in my living room. Is that good enough? Probably not.
This is like when you have to go through an extra step for like signing up for a streaming service. And you're like, why do they need all this fucking information? You know what I mean? Just give me the. I'm paying for it. Just give me the. Let me put in my email and my credit card information. Let me pay it. Why does it take so long? That's how John is treating with that cavalier attitude. That's how he's treating the process to defend our laws. To uphold all that holds society together. John's like, I didn't think it would take more than my email. This is bullshit.
He's annoyed by the paperwork of being a lawyer. It's amazing. This is a man that's been served like 100 times. He knows paperwork's involved.
Right.
An asylum.
No, I got to put it in. Hold on, I got to put New York.
Why? Put New York. You live in Florida.
The news.
Bachelor degree date, month year awarded. I don't know what date. 06. 89.
06?
What the hell was that?
Oh, maybe they're like codes for things in there.
In New York.
All right, 1989.
Maybe you said 86.
Yep.
89.
Oh.
Okay, submit.
Yeah, as a lawyer, getting numbers wrong, that's totally okay. You know? You'll be fine.
I was in college from 06 to 89. I was there for 83 years.
That was after I was at college. Wait a second. That can't be true.
There.
There, done.
There we go.
Wow, what a
All
pro.
right.
Degree on the way.
Can you imagine? I had to deal with lawyers buying this house, and I actually dealt with like sort of a scatterbrained lawyer. Like he had to make a correction while we were in there. We had to wait for new documents to be printed out, all that kind of stuff. So I dealt with the type of like the ceiling for what John could be as a lawyer. the absolute best John could be as a lawyer, I dealt with. If he was trying to get into his email, and then when be a lot of work. All right, there we go. I did it. After jamming on the keyboard for 5 minutes, I would turn to the skirt and say, maybe let's hold off on buying a house. Let's find someone that knows what they're doing, because this is bone chilling. That this guy has such a sense of satisfaction. He's so pleased with himself. Where he's like, all right, see, I did it. I signed up for something.
It's like he thinks he's signing up to be the preacher at his friend's wedding. I can just sign up for this.
The
Get you an
officiant.
award.
Yeah. Anyone can do this, right? I could be a lawyer.
I printed it out, Judge. We're good to go, right?
You got to wait for like a response or something.
Oh, I didn't do the military service. Hold on.
Yeah. Wait, why military service?
Master's degree in New York.
John's on a
father.
website that has like a little teddy bear in a lawyer's suit, where it's like you too could be a lawyer.
Click here
Just
what
for
makes
kids.
you angry.
It's the LSAT for kids or something.
Yeah. These pictures, one of them is going to make you angry, and that's what you're going to fight against.
He got a master's in engineering.
His dad got a master's in engineering. Well, I don't think they
asked
asked
for
that. Can your dad beat up? Oh, Dad.
Could your dad get into this college?
Next one's called Stuttering. Oh,
Also, by the way, why would a master's in engineering have anything to do with a law degree?
You engineer the laws.
Are you a lawyer? No, I mean, I have a master's in engineering. All right, that's fine. Yeah, you're good.
Doors and laws are similar.
Sorry, Mr. Melendez Esquire. I didn't realize you had an engineering degree.
Studying. We're going to study now.
Welcome to my LSAT account. Now,
Boy, that sounds legit. That sounds very real. Hi, we're the LSATs.
Ready.
Okay. Good to go.
There we go. How do you like that?
I love it.
So what does that mean now? Now you have to fill
How
out
do you
more
like
shit.
that? He's in the website, supposedly. He's in the website where eventually maybe he can take the test. And he's like, pretty impressive, no? You know what? I've missed this guy. I'm glad we're doing this. I'm back on the Stuttering John train. There'll be fewer and further between, but I'm back in. He's winning me over here.
This makes a lot of sense why he has driver's license problems. Like getting onto the DMV website, getting over there, getting a license. This is impossible for this man.
Which, by the way, like as a blind guy, I can relate to you, John. I'm also not signing up for law school. I'm not having those struggles with signing up for the and being like, also, I could be a lawyer.
I think we should all sign up at the same time and just see how far we all get with John. Some of us will get much farther. I think that would be fun.
John thinks he should be a lawyer because he would get in arguments with his wife, and she'd say, "Oh, Jesus, you should have been a lawyer." Like you're basically saying you're argumentative. And John takes that to mean I have all the skills that a lawyer possesses. He has no idea what goes into this job. John, do you know the amount of fucking paperwork you'd have to do? It's excruciating.
I want to be a lawyer because I hold court at the bar, and court is court anywhere.
When John says like, oh, and then I have to be an apprentice for a year, I think John thinks he would have to answer phone calls and ask celebrities off-putting questions. Like that's the only internship that John knows.
Yeah.
So he's like, oh yeah, so I'm a lawyer. I'm an apprentice lawyer. I go up to Billy Crystal and I'm kind of rude to him, right? That's the gig.
Yeah.
Well, now I gotta schedule the LSATs and then I'll start studying. The Looney Tunes critic thinks the $2 keep interrupting Clay. I like interrupting Clay.
How are you going to study for it? Like, is there like an online course you pay for? Or
I'll
hand scratching going on. We know what that means.
There probably is. It's pretty much, I think the LSATs are not that hard.
It's a walk in the park, really.
Not like signing up to the portal.
Yeah.
That was hard.
No, that was difficult. That's like the barrier to entry. It's like getting into Harvard, where like once you're in, they're like, well, he's smart enough to be in Harvard. You know, it's pretty easy after that. They make signing up for the LSAT so difficult that once you take the test, it's basically what's your name. You know,
Yeah, it's like the SATs. You write your name down, you get 400 points. Boom.
Although for the LSATs, it's only if you sign your name, that's all the points. It's a perfect score.
Perfect score.
It's really easy, John. You know, I bet what I will grant you, I bet really intelligent lawyers that are good at their job, would probably say, yeah, the LSATs wasn't that difficult. They would not, if I said, oh, so can I take it? They wouldn't be like, absolutely. You're perfect for it.
Piece of cake.
Because it's easy for people that are already lawyers doesn't mean it's easy for a 60-year-old with a film degree. I don't think that's what they mean, John, if they say it's easy.
Well, you ain't just going to go in there and wing it, right?
I might.
Oh, good. Good. That's what I like to hear from my lawyer. A big gulp. And then, maybe. By the way, that took 1 second. Remember in clip time, about 1 second ago, he's like, I got to study for the LSATs. And then Clay Dabber's like, you're not going to wing it, are you? And he's like, I might. I just might completely wing becoming a lawyer.
Depends how smart I wake up that day.
And I'll tell you this. If I had the greatest lawyer if this guy, he's brilliant. His record is unimpeachable. He's a great salesperson for himself. He pitches himself very well. And this is the guy for the job. And I'm like, how'd you do on the LSATs? He's fucking winged it. I didn't really care about it. I'd be like, well, that's a little worrisome. Now, I suspect John doesn't have the first half of that. That's what I worry about John's law career. I don't know that he's the guy I described with the perfect record.
Just because you get sued a lot does not mean you can be a lawyer. I'm just going to put that out there.
Yeah, or because you threaten frivolous lawsuits. Yeah. It doesn't mean you can become a lawyer.
I wonder if there's an app. I bet there's an app where you can take like a mock exam.
I know, but I'm very smart, Clay.
Clay Dabbler has presented the idea of studying. And John is trying to get out of that conversation.
I don't even think about it.
Studying isn't even on the table. We don't even know if he's taken the test yet. Clay Dabbler has presented, like, will you study for this? And John's already like, they say you don't even need to do that, you know? They actually look down on studying, you know? Sometimes people lose points for being overprepared, so I don't want to fall into that trap, you know?
I will not even use a pen on the test. That's how prepared I am.
Can't hurt to just take
yell the answer at the the curator.
But like, if it wasn't apt to study it,
I'm gonna check out a few LSAT tests and take them, and if I score well on them, then I'm not gonna pay for it.
Fuck it, I already know what I'm doing. No big whoop. Then I'm not even going to law school. I'm just gonna be a lawyer.
Yeah, what are the chances they're gonna know? Lawyer stuff's gonna come down to only what John knows.
I like taking, when you see like, or I guess you used to, you don't really anymore, but you used to see like, hey, take this IQ, measure your IQ. And people would always score like 140. Mm-hmm. I like that John's going to take the equivalent of that for the LSATs and be like, perfect. I'm a lawyer now. No big deal. I can wing this now because I took some online test.
Every lawyer hates this man right now because of the work they put in. This one, finally here, Cumia.
Okay, so he went off on this. Law school, conservatively, in this day and age, 3 years, and I'm going cheap. $70,000 probably? Would you say it's fair?
Minimal, yeah.
Like that's minimum for like a really, I'm thinking like cheap school. If someone offered me $70,000 right now, I don't know that I would accept it. I would wonder what the strings attached were. I'd certainly raise an eyebrow. What I would not do is behave like this. This is a bizarre response to someone saying, I'll pay for your law school.
I'm showing 90 to 165,000 is the average.
That seems more like it. Yeah. So that's an amount of money that be hard to turn down. Never mind get so angry about as John's about to do here. This is Anthony Cumia in the chat.
Compound Media, filling out forms, great content. Isn't that great, though? Me filling out forms is more interesting than your whole entire fucking show, Pocky. And why don't you fill out some forms? The one you said that you were going to fill out. And don't you remember you were supposed to pay me? That you were going to pay
contract. Hold on. When he says, don't you remember? It was like an hour ago. It was earlier in the program. John is upset that there's not a contract in front of him stating that Anthony will pay for his law school, assuming he passes. Which, by the way, so Anthony offers, hey, John, I'll pay for your law school. That is basically just Anthony saying, I don't believe you're going to become a lawyer.
Correct.
I do not believe in you. That's not necessarily a real offer. Now, maybe Anthony will pay for his law school. But this kind of proves John has no intention of actually becoming a lawyer. He's like, fuck, fine, I'll do it if it's in writing, I guess.
The funny thing is John is upset about not getting the contract, but Cumia's lawyer uses his one finger to type. So it takes a while.
Yeah.
The irony, John. The irony, huh?
Yeah, that's what you're getting so worked up about.
I'm going to pay all my law, all my legal, you're going to law school and everything? Remember, Pocky? Why don't you sign something?
Hold on a second. John thinks the term for going to law school, what they charge you when you go to law school, that term is legal fees. John thinks that's I believe tuition was the word you're looking for, John.
It's pro bono.
Legal fees. Aren't you going to pay all my legal? Well, you have some learning to do, Mr. Melendez.
Yes.
All my law, all my legal, you're going to law school and everything? Remember, Pocky? Why don't you sign something? I'll pay you $10, and then we'll have a fucking binding agreement. And then if I do pass the LSATs, then if I do go through law school and I do pass the bar, you're paying for it, right? I'll wait.
Yeah, why are you angry about it? Or maybe he won't. But either way, why are you... So John was going to go to law school, no matter what. Like John was ready to pay for it. Now a guy's offering to pay, and John is livid.
He is mad. Why is he so mad?
Screaming at him. Worst case scenario, you have to pay the law school you were already planning on paying. I don't get this.
He's mad because now he has to follow through a little. Now he's really I wasn't going to do this. Now I got to do this, asshole.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the
thing. I wasn't potentially charging him $90,000 for passing the IQ test. You know,
I was doing fantasy camp, and now Cumia comes in here and with his Cumia country money ruins this thing for me.
I'll wait. Isn't that what you told me you do? I'll wait.
He did. Yes.
You fucking face plug-headed punk chuck.
Counselor, please.
Yes.
He's drooling all over himself.
Your Honor, you see how worked up I am.
Objection
sustained.
sustained.
Tell you my client's innocence.
Objection sustained. Can we remove mock from the record, please? What the fuck is that Pock?
Said John Webb said.
See, that's the funny thing. That's what he doesn't understand. Me filling out forms is interesting. What he does is not.
He's not wrong about that.
Not for the reason you think.
He's not incorrect about that. I'll point John.
Me filling up
everything you do is interesting. Yeah, I mean, I've never watched a Cumia live. I've watched a couple of his.
I got to be honest. I would like to see Jake Hudson be a lawyer too. So yes, John, you're right.
John's an interesting guy. There's no doubt about that. I will. You're absolutely right on that. Point Melendez and Dabbler.
Clips.
Spewing right-wing talking points, the same right-wing talking points that every other Fox political pundit does.
Yeah.
Is not interesting.
It's way different than when I listen to John's political show. Oh my God. I'm like, where did he come up with these takes? It's certainly not a dumbed down version of what MSNBC was running earlier. There's no chance. It's so interesting what John says. And by the way, the stuff MSNBC runs, pretty good these days, if you haven't been watching.
Saw this one guy on there. Very attractive. Very attractive.
Howard Stern used to fill out documents on the air. I learned from the best. You were Howard Stern light, you fucking freak. And by the way, you were only on in the tri-state area. Stop thinking you're some...
Well, first of all, that's not true. They were on XM. Howard was on Sirius. They were on the same platform for a time. They were international, technically. But, point being, and they got bigger on YouTube after the show ended. Anyways, John goes, Anthony, you were Howard Stern light. I, on the other hand, learned from Howard Stern, which makes me Howard Stern. That's the argument John's making. He's like, Anthony, you're Howard Stern light. I learned from Howard Stern. So I can't be Howard Stern light, which the only option left is that he is equal to or greater than Howard Stern in John's mind.
Here, I learned from the best. You were Howard Stern light, you fucking freak. And by the way, you were only on in the tri-state area. Stop thinking you're some kind of Howard Stern-like individual. You're a hack.
I mean, it's not. Well, there's some very real animation there from John. It's also a silly argument. I don't want to get too deep into the Opie and Anthony stuff, but like they were all time. Howard is far and away the first all time as for like comedy radio shows. I think most people would say Opie and Anthony's second, probably. I think it's a distant second, but it's absolutely second.
People that don't know radio know that. Like friends that I ask, like, do you know this? They're like, yeah, I know Opie and Anthony. Never
It's
heard
usually
it,
if you made people list off comedy radio shows, they'd go Howard Stern right off the bat, and they'd go, I think like Opie and Anthony. You know what I mean? Like they're still in that realm, kind of.
Mm-hmm. Sign It is the next one.
He's very angry. He wants this document signed for some reason. It's interesting because what's interesting about it is he was very angry. Like Carl and Shuley wouldn't pay him his money up front to come on their show.
Mm-hmm.
But Anthony doesn't want to make this deal up front, and all of a sudden John is just very upset about it. John doesn't understand that like sometimes you have to accomplish things for people to follow through on them because they don't believe you. You see?
Like, that's a hypocrisy, and I won't stand for it. There we go.
That's fair.
Compound Media, sign it. Sign it. Sign the fucking document, Pocky. Sign it. Sign it. Send me something in writing. I want it in writing. Are
you gonna put in writing that you're gonna finish law school?
Or die trying. Please do that. Please put it in writing.
Let's get a hold of how realistic this is. Are you going to guarantee on a legal document that you're going to finish law school? I don't know. I don't know how well this thing would even hold up in court, but let's not get so worked up. The man's offering you money.
I can see like an 80-year-old John. Just wait. I'll get to it. Because he'll have that over Anthony forever. There's no end to it.
Wow. They're relatively the same age. I don't know. I know Anthony has the bad heart, but I don't know who's outliving who in that duo.
Ooh, that is a good bet right there.
I'll take Kumi, even with the bum ticker.
Yeah, John is he's pickled, so that might make him last a little longer. But I think once the mom goes, John's going to be not far behind.
Yeah,
we'll pay for all legal fees and the LSATs, the law school, and the bar. Put it in writing as soon as you...
I see what he's doing here. He wants to get Kumia to get his bar tab forever. He's going to get a document that says he's going to pay for his bar.
I missed it again. So Anthony's going to pay for the LSAT, the bar... Mm-hmm. Paying for John's bar tab. Even Anthony can't afford that. I know Anthony's a millionaire, but Jesus.
He's getting on a technicality.
But it was it was quick there. I almost didn't catch it. John says, you're going to pay for the LSATs, the bar... And I forget the third thing he said. Oh, and law school.
His legal fees.
My motorcycle.
He refers to those as his legal fees.
My
eyeballs in legal fees. Why are you in legal fees? Well, I went to Columbia.
Melendez Schaub LLP. That's all I got to say. There's the title. That's the show title.
I was going to say due diligence. I forgot to mention that. Due diligence is a good one.
All right,
that's
better.
As soon as you can. You know my email. Somebody will give it to you. You know my phone number. You already text me on it. I'm sure you'll know somebody. You can email me. I want something signed.
I'm sure you'll know somebody. You can email me. He's contacting you right now, John. Why are you so worked up about this?
Be notarized. And I'll send you $10 because according to Vince, that's what I have to do to make sure it's a binding document. And I will.
That's true.
What? I've never heard. So when Kevin Durant signs $100 million, here's $10 back. Now it's a deal.
First things for all right. We're adjourned. We're meeting here today. We're meeting here today to determine whether or not this contract is valid. First things first. Did you send your $10? No. We'll hand it over to him and we can get started here.
Per diem. Hello.
I gotta send you. Why even include that in this rant, John? Don't you know it's gonna make you sound stupid?
That is crazy.
And then if I become a lawyer,
retainer. One word. Can you say it? Retainer. Pulls a Ben Affleck from Good Morning.
Pay me. Capiche?
Capiche indeed.
Final one here, Mike. Legal speak.
Okay, well, this is where John's going to dazzle us. I've been making some jokes. You know, we've had fun, but obviously John is one of the great minds. He's got a much higher IQ than me, even though he is too scared to prove it. But let's hear him at work. Picture this, gang, in a courtroom. What would this sound like?
Opie.
I'm 100% certain you'll be a lawyer, 100% lawyer. Dude, listen, I haven't made up my mind yet, but if I do, and if I can get my legal fees paid, my law, fucking whatever you call it, paid.
Who cares about silly words like that? You're going to be a lawyer now, John. Well, right now, you're a communicator. You're a broadcaster. You don't have to give a fuck about the English language now. But when you're a lawyer, you can pull out great things like legal, whatever you call it. You know? That's good stuff.
Guilty, not guilty, same diff.
What I said, I didn't say he was not guilty. I did say he didn't do it. Well, I don't get what the big deal is.
You know, my law school.
Education fees.
The whole thing. The fucking LSAT fees, the law school, the fucking bar exam, everything paid for. Then I want the fucking everything to be paid.
But what do you reckon? What ballpark?
So that's
during school.
Instead of saying restitution, because that's old. That's old. That's an old way of thinking. That's dated, man. Like if you're asking for a monetary payout, you just go, just fucking everything paid, Your Honor. Want everything paid. That's a good way to do it, I think. It makes you relatable to the jury.
Park would you reckon that would be? Just a guess.
I don't know. I haven't checked.
Yeah, wouldn't have a rough guess.
Good.
No. Talking tens of thousands.
I would do the law school online, though.
He would do it online.
Clay Dabbler said, how much does law school run you? And John goes, I don't know. I haven't checked. You don't have any idea if you can afford it? You're signing up for the LSATs, you jackass. You don't know if you can pay for it?
I know online offers steep discounts.
He's a beauty. You know, like I said, I'll still watch or listen to John's show, and a lot of it is pretty repetitive. I wouldn't say I make it through really any of the episodes. Like I made it through this one. That was the first since he's come back, I think, because a lot of them seem very. We've heard it all before, but he still has that magic in him. You know, he can still make us laugh from time. He has that Melendez charm. That's never gonna die.
And remember, chat, the best way to get Mike to cover Stuttering John is to super chat Blind Mike to Stuttering John. That is always fun. So
holy fuck.
Yeah, it looks like Aaron is. We got to get to these games, Mike.
Shit.
Patriots already fumbled once. Mariota already scored.
Did they really?
Myself off over here. Yeah. But
do you have time? Am I fucking you over for the day?
No, if you want to cover Steel Toe, we can. Just
all right.
We want to get to football.
Let's do it. I do, but this is important. This won't be as long as our usual Steel Toe segments. I always say that. I think it will. but we haven't talked about Aaron in a few weeks, and I found some of this stuff so interesting. I mean, it's classic Aaron, but like the ability to oscillate between the victim and the hero. The man, the cool guy in the room, the shock jock, the edgelord, the guy everyone wants to be. Guys want to be him and women want to be with him. And then, like a sentence later, he can be the victim and everyone's being mean to me and these people are threatening me. I need a restraining order. It's very scary. The ability to be both guys is impressive to me. Aaron, you can run with this quote. You really impress me in your ability to be an unending jackass at all times on your show. It's very impressive. Take that however you like. Chop up the context.
He's gonna run with the first part.
You do impress me very much.
All right, massive win here. And just a reminder here that these are dates-wise, this is like 9/17. So.
Oh yeah, we're starting recently and kind of going back in time a little, but that shouldn't matter too much. The reason I'm doing it that way is because we're talking about a current event here. The pretty antisocial girls. Yes. I don't know if I've ever interacted with them. I don't know. Maybe I was on This Little Piggy with them. I don't. If I have, I apologize, ladies. I don't remember.
I know they watch your show.
Oh, well, hello, girls. Thank you. They put up a video that is. The video is definitely mockable. I know nothing about them. So I don't have it to play because I don't know if there's context I'm not aware of, if someone is sick or something. You know what I mean? I don't know if something happened. But it would be funny to mock this like small podcast. But we're a small podcast also by like these standards, a relatively small podcast. One of the girls put out a statement that she was quitting, like a very serious statement, and the other girl cried. And it would be kind of funny to mock. Aaron takes it to a different level. Like, this is weird, oddly personal and venomous. It's very strange. And I was fascinated by the way Aaron approached this win for the THEO, I guess, because one of the girls isn't doing the podcast anymore. That makes Aaron's life better. And he has claimed another win.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I mean, I don't even know if I'm camera ready. I don't even know if I want to hit the switcher yet and show my face.
Oh man, it's gonna be so tough. It's weird. I wish you had control of that. It's so crazy. Aren't I being cute? I mean, I know I'm the only one in the room here, but I just don't know if I want to turn my camera on. Don't make me do this.
The hell's a switcher?
I just haven't decided if I'm going to turn this switcher yet. You started the show, Aaron. Like, what is this bit? Let's get to it. Come on.
I mean, am I showered? Yes.
Impressive.
Am I clean? Yes.
Nice.
Am I rocking 3 or 4 chins tonight? Maybe. Cornflake cookies are good.
Okay.
But I think it's more emotionally. Am I ready to be seen on camera? Because today is a difficult day.
Oh, I didn't realize it was a great
bit.
I'm sorry for stepping on
They want me to be brave. I just developed a Southern accent. And I can't seem to be genuinely real crying, even though I'm inhaling deeply right into the microphone so people can hear my emotion.
Does one of them have a Southern accent?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, so that's what he's doing here. He's doing an impression of them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just really crying because I'm emotional right now. No, let's not. No, we're not doing that. No.
But I believed it, Aaron.
Damn.
Aaron's so good. Aaron's so good at these bits. He gets us. He captivates us. He hooks us in. I was buying it so much. I was like, Aaron, why are you crying? Oh, no, baby, why are you sad? Mm-hmm. And then he got me. He goes, nah, I'm just razzing you guys. And you're like, oh, Aaron. Oh, you scamp. Oh, you tricky little boy. Aren't you a saucy devil, you? Oh, he's so adorable.
Well, let me tell
By the way, no. I'll say no now to let you guys know the bit is over. No, I'm just kidding.
We're not doing that today. We're not doing that. We're going to be above it all. We're going to be above the fray.
Oh.
Because I believe that when you break people, especially when you break them by doing nothing, I was here. I didn't do anything. I didn't force
can
anyone.
I have a question. I have a
Look,
question.
Matt.
So I don't know anything about these girls either. Like, it seems like Aaron doesn't. I don't know why the podcast broke up. I don't have any. I don't care. I don't have any idea. Maybe there are personal issues. Maybe they don't like each other anymore. Maybe it's simply time. Like, one of them didn't have time. Whatever it is. If Aaron is doing nothing to cause that, how has he earned credit? I don't understand.
Because he doesn't like them, Mike, and then something bad happened to them, so he wins.
If you just showed me a podcast that I don't give a fuck about, like Aaron is claiming to not give a fuck about these ladies, and I've done nothing to them, and you were like, Mike, this is your fault. They broke up. I'd be like, what? The fuck are you talking about? I wouldn't be like, sorry, guys. I guess that's just because I'm the greatest broadcaster that's ever graced the microphone. Sorry to do that. So I can't control these skills. My God, these hands are weapons. I don't know what to. Oh, it's just it's a gift and a curse I deal with. Damn it. Oh, I'm just so good at this. I can't contain my own power. My God, I'm breaking a podcast all over the country and I'm not even doing anything. Well, maybe if you're not doing anything, it had nothing to do with you. That's certainly a possibility.
Matter of fact, I warned everyone. I said, dude, don't touch the toe. It's too hot. It burns everybody up. It's like the ring.
Please,
you turn into Gollum.
Please,
you get
guys,
obsessed.
for your own good, for your own safety. Please, I'm warning you. I don't care if you make fun of me. I'm strong. Oh, I'm so brave I can take it. But for your own good, please, save yourselves. Run! Get out of here! No, I love when you make fun of me, but I want to see you live rich, full lives. Patrick, don't do this to your family. Carl, Moody, put that chart down. You don't know what this is doing to your family, to the greater good. Please, I can take it. I'm strong. But you guys can't. You can't take it. You don't realize I'm warning you. This could happen to all of you. Please, heed my warning. I barely have the strength to talk anymore. Please, Moody. Moody, stop with the graph. I think Blind Mike should have been in the bottom left, but that's just me. I'm a pretty normal guy, but whatever.
I think you should have been higher. I think you're a little goofier than... who else makes funny goofy
Me?
voices?
Goofy?
Yeah.
How dare you?
You got a cartoon on your show.
That's fair.
But look, man, I got decades of experience. You think you guys are the first people I've done this to?
Isn't Aaron in like his late 30s?
That
Is
hair
multiple
says 40s.
decades?
Guys, I know. Why is he so arrogant?
He got little Susie canceled off her bike in 8th grade. She could
Okay,
never
good.
ride that bike again.
By the
Oh,
way,
he's been-
go back a little because I want to hear him go on this rant again. But the experience he's talking about is he berated a woman until he got fired. Which, by the way, I don't know the context of Aaron getting fired. As I listed my resume earlier in the show, I probably would have defended him if I knew who he was back then. But usually, you don't claim a victory. You're like, I'm so good at this. When I went after a rival in radio, I got fired. That's how good I am at this game. What a weird scalp to claim. Your own.
Maybe that's what happened. He claimed his own scalp. That's why his head looks like that.
I got decades of experience. You think you guys are the first people I've done this to? Guys, I know. Why is he so arrogant? All he's been through. Why is he still so arrogant?
It makes me so mad. Oh, I'm pissed off about it. Why is he so fucking arrogant? Oh, God, I'm seething.
It's because I've been here before. I've traveled up and down this road more than any of you have.
Yeah,
whether you have a show or you're just a spectator. I'm calling guys, when I tell you something, it's not a prediction. It's a spoiler. So learn from me. Learn that I'm your guy. I know you push against me, you fight against me. It's all part of steel-toed derangement syndrome. I'm the rebellion against your father. But you know what? Sometimes we grow up.
What?
I'm the rebellion against your father. Oh, so he's saying, like, I'm your daddy, basically, is what he's saying, right?
He just told us a lot more about himself than us.
I think he's saying, you look at me as your dad and you're rebelling against me?
I want to be your daddies.
Yeah.
All your daddies.
You remember, we all get to that stage in life. we all get to that point in our lives. We start, maybe you're a little bigger and stronger than the old man now, and you go on a live stream every Friday, and you call Aaron lame for a couple hours with your buddies. That's what you do to rebel against your father.
Yes.
That's really what you do when you have daddy issues. Is you're like Moody. You make a chart saying Aaron is Ned Flanders or whatever the fuck he did the other day.
But you get a southern accent.
By the way, they poo-pooed Moody. I thought it was a good chart. I thought it was a hard work, well spent.
I think you could have been a little higher in the Goofy, but yes, other than that.
Go up when we realize, you know what? Pops was right. So jump on the train. All right?
Hey, fuck you, old man. This is my life. All right? You had your life and you screwed it up, man. Mom left you for some lawyer.
You're going to feel better. Hit the siren. Come on. That's the siren song. It's calling you home.
What is?
Do you really?
He has a siren prop, Mike. He turned on and it went siren-y there for a second. He's got props. But I do feel drawn now to him. I got to say, it worked.
Oh, sound the wacky
meter. Damn it. I'm on the wrong soundboard.
Fuck it. Well, you know what I was going for. I was going to hit it.
Do those buttons have Braille? They need it. We need to talk about that.
No, I'm just on the wrong. Hold on. This is what I was going for.
There we go.
This is sounding the wacky meter. It's going to kick in eventually. There we go. Yeah. This is when things get wacky on this show.
Hey-o!
A lot of you are watching right now because you hate my guts and you want to see what I'm going to say. And I love that kind of thing.
I heard it so much. Aaron, why do you keep broadcasting, but I can't stop watching it? Why? Maybe it's because you're like my father. That piece of shit. You're just like him. I admire you, but yet I hate you at the same time. God damn it. I remember when I was a boy and my father would go outside and ask people for money. He'd say Venmo, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, and I thought, I'm not going to live his life. But here I am doing this. I'm just like him, and I hate myself for it. God damn it.
I've always held you in the highest regard. From KLFD to Q102 to WHMH to here to
I like when
Twitch.
you guys listen to resume. I've always been here for you, for this irrelevant Minnesota radio station to that one.
And back again.
By the way, he goes from YouTube to Twitch and back again. Those are just platforms you're broadcasting on for free. There's no barrier to entry there.
You click a button.
Oh my God, Casey, I've been on. It's been such a ride. I've been on Instagram. I mean, let's not forget, it all started with Facebook. I went to Instagram and Twitter. I flirted with TikTok, and here I am on YouTube. And what a journey it's been through all those different stations of my life. Boy, what I've learned through all of those. It really is fascinating.
Finally signed with YouTube. Long-term deal.
From YouTube to Twitch and back again. what a complicated web Aaron has woven.
It's going to be the title of his book.
I've always held you in high regard because whether you know it or not, you are the most dedicated of my fandom. You will never leave my side, especially in moments of victory.
Fuck you,
need
Pops.
to be.
Sorry, I forgot my mic was on. Sorry.
Here. So today, I am here to report, and I'm sad to report, I am not happy about this. This does not bring...
How come we have to give an allowance to our father? That's backwards.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Shouldn't you be giving us $1 at a time?
Dad, don't you claim to work for a living? Why am I constantly giving you money? And then the next day you ask for more money. I don't really get how that works.
I'm not eating at school. You're taking my lunch money, Dad.
That's a damn good point, Casey. For all my dad's flaws, he never asked me, he never hits me up for money. I got to give him that. I should call that guy,
Bring me joy. This is not a bragging stream. This is not an evening show episode where we're here to gloat.
Yeah, it's not
Because
one of those. Oh, is that what separates the evening show from the morning show?
Yeah, it's a gloating
this
show.
This is not an evening show where we're here to gloat. This is regal.
This is the evening show is where we count the W's. The morning show is where we make the W's.
He won this war long ago. If anything, I am here to express dismay. I'm here to express sadness.
Oh, I hate when he does this character when he says he's not bragging, but he kind of is. Oh, I'm so mad about it. I hate when he does it. Why, Aaron? Why do you make me cover this all the time? It makes me so mad.
It hurts me not when Dad's mad at me, but when he's disappointed. I think that's the most painful.
Because I did give out a warning. I did say that it would break your brain. I did say that it would melt you, and now it's melted 2 more. 2 more.
Those girls watch the show. Can they tell me why they broke up? If they don't want me to say it on air, I don't know if they've talked about it or not.
Yeah, it was in the statement. She said she just had to live her life. She had stuff going on in her life.
What? Why did Aaron do that to her?
It had nothing to do with Aaron.
Why did Aaron schedule stuff in her life that she had to deal with? That son of a bitch. How did he accomplish this?
Just like a shitty father to put things in my life I got to deal with.
Listen, 2 more who rebelled against their father.
It is. You mentioned the psychology of this earlier. It is interesting because how many times have I done bits where it's Aaron essentially telling his audience to clean up their toys?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, he talks to them like they are children. And now it's how he's talking to his haters, too, where he's like, Daddy told you. Daddy told you you use your manners, okay? You treat me with your respect. I'm your elder, okay? You don't call me by my first name. You call me Dad. Understood? Okay, very good, Patrick. Thank you. Now you'll stop making fun of me, right? Very good. Like, who does he think is going to listen to this?
So creepy.
Like Tuki's going to hear this and go, oh, he's our dad. Oh, shit. All right. I'll pay him some more respect. Now I get it.
You know, all they needed to do was go, I think he's right. Instead, I had to watch 2 more turn into Gollum.
Yeah. I'll ask Carl. Remind me to ask Carl that on Thursday. I'll say, why don't you listen to Aaron more? Now you're Gollum. Why didn't you listen to Aaron?
I feel myself changing as we speak, Mike. My precious.
Good. This is enlightening, yeah.
And
then let's all keep in mind this confidence, because like I said, I don't care about the pretty antisocial girls. There's a reason I'm playing this, and it's more the next segment we get to on Steel Toe.
Didn't want to. Gets me right here. It gets me right here.
Yeah.
So some of you are wondering, Aaron, what the hell are you talking about? Aaron, what is this all about?
This is very interesting.
Today, Jackie, who is the one who I believe has children from just one father, she is the non-mud shark of the group.
Well, hold on a second. Before we give out people's personal information, I have no idea if that's out there or not, but good for Aaron for getting super personal on this show that makes fun of the goal. That's an equal response. But I'm more fascinated by, he says to his audience, he's like, I've been on this rant for, I don't know, 4 or 5 minutes about how I'm everyone's daddy and blah, blah, blah. Like, he does this long thing about being everyone's dad. They should listen to him. And then he says to his audience, a lot of you probably don't know what I'm talking about. That is a wild way to start your show. I assumed his entire audience knew Pretty Antisocial and was like, oh, I can't wait until Aaron rips these 2 apart. You know what I mean? Like, when I'm on Kirk's show, if he was doing this to one of his enemies, the audience wouldn't be like, who the fuck is he talking about? Like, they'd be in on it. They'd be aware.
Right.
Aaron's like, oh, and by the way, most of you don't know, there's these girls that make fun of me, and I'm taking them down now. I'm taking credit because they don't do a podcast together anymore. I guess that just credit needs to be assigned for that, and I deserve it.
Is the one who I believe has children from just one father. She is the non-mud shark of the group. She decided that this has all broken her brain. This is all too much.
Those are your black grandkids you're talking about there, Steel Toe. How dare you?
Is that true, Electra? You seem to know about this. I didn't see the
That's not at all what
she
they
said. My
said.
brain is broken.
No.
I have
False.
steel-toed derangement syndrome.
False.
And she has to walk away. You know, this Haley is a bully. This Haley is a big bad person. She's mean. She's white trash. She's human garbage. All of these things that Jackie thinks have led her to leave the show. The
boy, I'm going to read this statement again. This is pretty power. She said all this, Electra. That seems awfully mean.
None of that was in the statement.
None of it.
I'm looking at it now. Don't see anything.
That's great. That's great to say to the audience. You guys don't know what I'm talking about, but here's a completely non-biased description. Now you're perfectly informed.
Yeah, he's just making it up. He's delusional once again.
That's not the dad I know.
that Jackie thinks have led her to leave the show.
Wait, Dad's awfully mean to women.
He is.
Dad, why do you like this?
Unless they're in a hot tub, but Daddy don't like.
Pretty Parasocial podcast.
Oh, he had a name for him. So he did talk about him, because if he had a name for him, he did talk about him.
Okay.
Parasocial.
He said the name wrong? I got it.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good stuff.
Yeah. He, just like the STD, steel-toe derangement syndrome. Internet sensitivity is the next one.
Okay, so this is Aaron basically. Hey, you guys take the internet too seriously. And frankly, I agree with him. This is what I was talking about earlier in the show. There's that goddamn extremist problem in this country. And Daddy's going to heal us.
Because I thought I was taking it easy. I thought I was going light. I thought I was having fun. I thought we were all enjoying ourselves. But apparently it has led to a psychological breakdown. And for that, I feel terrible. I don't know how to do it on the internet because, you see, on the radio, you're dealing with people who live in real life. And you can really lay into them. And you can really have a feud and all of that. And they understand.
These are all bots that make fun of Aaron. These are all YouTube bots that make fun of Aaron. It's a shame. God damn, I wish we could get a real person. And it is a shame. And, people make jokes about my eyes, and it's all in good fun. But I think it's a little far that Carl went as far as to hire just caricatures of people that I was looking at that live show, where they were mannequins or something. I was like, Carl, look at all the people here. You've really built something. And he's giggling too. He's doing that laugh that he always does, as I think there are people in the audience. It's the weirdest thing.
Got him.
And they give it back to you, and it's all about the show, and it's fun. On the internet, I forget how sensitive people are. On the internet, I forget that me going at 3% of what I've done in my past is enough to break people. I forget the power.
Oh, man. Wait a minute. He broke these girls with 3% of what he's got? Oh, no. Aaron, I'm sorry. You know what? Kidding aside, I'm really sorry, Aaron. I don't want you to come at me with 5, 10, my God, 50% of what you've gone at other people in the past? I can't even imagine it. There's no one to fire you now, Aaron, so you might never stop. Oh, no. Please, Aaron, don't come at me with that kind of wrath. I said I'm sorry, all right? Did you hear me? I'm not like these others. Patrick Melton is mean. I don't subscribe to what he says. I'm sorry. Please don't come after me. 3%. He's done nothing to do anything to these people. He's sued 2 of them, I guess, or filed HROs against them, but it's not really combating them. It is amazing to me to be a guy who has 2 restraining orders out that basically say, these guys were mean to me and I would like them to stay away from me. I don't want them to be able to talk about me. And you go on your show and you're like, phew. You like that, girls? There's about 97% more where that came from. Knock your asses out. How do you like that?
I think I remember Dad sitting in a hearing saying, I don't like when people online make fun of me. I think I remember that. Dad, you're a little bit of a hypocrite, I gotta say.
Yeah. Well, no, the good news is Aaron's never sensitive, as we will prove today. It's just these other people, these bitches, these fucking bitches that make fun of him. It's them. They're the sensitive ones. It's never Aaron.
I think Louis C.K. should book himself on this show. And then try to... Can you imagine how...
bestow the wisdom of reflection on Aaron.
It would just... Yeah. It would do great for his... we would all think that Louis C.K. was a god because he came on and told this idiot.
I disagree. I think it'd be ruining my favorite show to watch now. Steel Toe.
I have.
He will, by the way, Aaron's the kind of guy, he'll take that. That's the one clip he would play is, see, I'm their favorite show. They
Yep.
love
Yep. I should be more famous.
These are sheltered people. So me at a third of me at 3% of my
Get
powers.
the numbers straight.
Mm-hmm.
I'm able to psychologically break people. I hate it. I hate it. I try. How many times have I tried to lay down my fiery sword? And every time I think I do, I set it down on top of someone lesser than, and I hurt them. And I'm tired of hurting people. I don't know where to put this goddamn sword.
I message Moody a lot, and I'm always like, why are you doing this to him? You know? Like, let him live a life. Like, he can't be owning you guys all the time. Stop giving him stuff. Stop giving him ways to destroy you, you know? It's a burden on poor Aaron.
Let him put the sword down, Moody. Let him put it down.
Destroying them.
Two
ladies that I didn't know did a podcast aren't doing a podcast together anymore. Aaron's like, my God, my powers. If only I could use this for good. Damn it.
Damn, the government's going to be showing up any day to grab me. I know it.
I'm sure they're very nice, or maybe they aren't. I have no idea. I'm sure they're lovely or they're not. Those are pretty much the two options. But like, they did a podcast and now they're not doing it together anymore. And Aaron's like, oh my God, I've never thought of the consequences of what I'm capable of.
Can they even breathe anymore? Can they swallow? All right, this one's called Justice.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's only right, because like we were talking about earlier in the show, it's always good when people stop broadcasting. Like, in Aaron's mind, he has silenced broadcasters, and that's a good thing.
And you might say, well, Aaron, don't they kind of get what they deserve? They seriously just did a show.
That's what we were all saying. Aaron, didn't they get what they had coming to them? That's what everyone's asking. I was like, didn't these bitches fucking deserve it?
These strangers that no one knows get exactly what they had coming to them.
Didn't these fucking pigs deserve to one of them stop doing a show and the other one continue it? Which I don't even know. What did Aaron do? Like, one of them's not on the show anymore and the other one is? You know?
Yeah, I think it's called gaslighting, where you make up your own story and make that into your reality and try to convince other people of it.
If Craig said, like, I can't do the show anymore, I would be very bummed about it. But I wouldn't be like, well, society has won again. They've tried to drive us apart, and by God, they've done it. It would just be like, he doesn't have the time, or whatever it would be. It's not that crazy a thing.
Securing children. Security footage.
Like, sucking off of you for months and months and a year and everything else. Isn't this kind of justice that this happened to them? You smile, you laugh, you take little good-natured pot shots, and they lose their mind. And
I love everyone's description of Aaron. Aaron, you're really handsome and funny, and you take mild shots. Of course, nothing over the line. This is the chat having the conversation with Aaron. The same chat when they're at the live show chants the N-word.
Good nature.
They're like, Aaron, we enjoy your good-natured shots, but at what cost, dear Aaron? Like, this is how enlightened they are when they speak.
They're, as they say, feeling and all that. Aaron, isn't this justice? And you know what? I say no. I could say that. I won't. It's not right. And I certainly don't want you guys going on PayPal, Venmo, Streamlabs, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, and all that, and giving us money to celebrate this, because we're not celebrating. We're trying to heal. We're trying to help.
I'm glad we got to the goal. Now, here's the interesting thing about Aaron is, like, I broke all that down and I made fun of, like, the tone he was using and everything. Aaron, just hear this loud and clear. I'm very aware that you're doing a bit. It just isn't funny, charming, interesting. Like, we all get what you're doing. You're just not good at it. You know? No one's mad. I know I put on quite a performance earlier, but I'm going to admit something to you folks. I'm not that upset about it. I'm fine. You can make fun of me on your show. I'm sure Patrick would say the same. You can make fun of him if you want. You're just not particularly good at it. I think that's all we're saying, you know? And much like I said about Stuttering John, you're fun to watch. You know? You are entertaining, just not for the reasons you think. But take that for what it is. You know, there's nothing you can really do. You can't do anything about how we perceive you, you know? Like, build your audience with other people that aren't Carl and Moody and Patrick, and you won't need to think about what they say anymore. You know, they'll be so insignificant to you. Who would give a fuck? But that's really all he thinks about is the haters. That's what he's become obsessed with. And like, it's this odd thing because the audience doesn't really know who he's talking about. And yet he spends a sizable amount of time talking about them. But we just heard Aaron do this it's like, man, I just wish I could control my powers. I go with these people with 3% and they can barely even take that. And the next few clips seem to conflict with that a little bit. This man doesn't seem to be, I don't know who this is filling in for Steel Toe, but this man doesn't seem to be as brave and heroic as the last guy we heard from. It's odd because there's another element of the show that's coming into play here in these clips.
No need to panic is the first one.
Oh, good. All right, maybe I take it back. Maybe there's no, maybe I jumped the gun. Maybe we're not panicking today.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and hammer out. We're already moving a little slower than yesterday. No reason for concern whatsoever.
No big deal. Just thought no big deal. Just thought I'd mention it. We're moving a little slower. That doesn't mean you have to move faster. Just thought I would kind of passively, aggressively mention that you're not giving me as much money today as you gave yesterday. Just thought I'd point it out. It's not hey, I see what you're doing. Don't worry about it. It's not something you got to worry about. Just thought I'd mention not as much cash coming in today. That's all. Let's move on. Moving forward.
Going to compare today's show to yesterday's show because as much as I want yesterday's show to be the rule, I understand that it could be the exception. But if you're feeling like making it a rule, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo.
You know what? I hereby decree, I'm going to make it a rule. Ooh. Everyone, give Aaron money every day. That's the rule now. What the fuck is he talking about?
Hey.
It's official, gang. It's a rule. I've implemented it. Give Aaron money every day because it's very important to all of us. Listen, I don't want to compare yesterday's show to today's show. Yesterday we made a lot of money. Boy, would I like it to be like yesterday again. But I understand that could be the exception, not necessarily the rule. But hey, if you want to, go into the code of Steel Toe and make it a rule, then by all means, I suppose you can.
Chats and Rumble Rants, 255 is the number. 93 memberships away from our all-time record of 500.
Now I'm really confused. Remember that number's been going up. It was like they were X amount away from 400. Now they're X amount away from 500. That makes sense to me. I know how numbers go. I'm pretty good with that stuff. What doesn't make sense to me is how many did you say? 93 or something away from 500
members. Yeah. So that's
93 away from their all-time high of 500. So you have less member. Why is it? I don't understand this. You've lost at least 93 members, and you're like, yesterday was a great day. I wish we could be more like the past on this show. It's very interesting that he's like, we're winning, we're doing great. I'd like it to be like when we had 500 members, and now we're not close to that, really. But hey, those are the days, man. Let's get back to that. All these numbers are very confusing on Steel Toe. But I do know this. No matter what numbers he throws at you, he's winning.
For 90,
Dad never loses.
3 memberships away from our all-time record of 500.
All-time record? No, so it's not a high. It's a record.
It's a record. It's a world championship.
So they start over? You start from 0 every time, they get back up to see if you can get back up to 500?
Yeah, it's a counter. It gets back to 0. Oh, it's so annoying to start over.
Because if he gets back there, it's not then a record again. You're back to where you already were. You see?
501 would be the record, yes.
But no, not even. The record would be he got 500 subscribers. Getting to 501 now would be gaining 94 subscribers. You see?
I see what you say.
He's not maintaining a record.
You need like 900.
Right.
Okay, I got you.
Nepal Hitler?
No, Paul Hitler. Nerves is the next one.
Okay. I worry about this because Aaron just said a minute ago, listen, donations came in yesterday. That's great. That's great. Well, I'm not going to get... That's terrific that donations came in yesterday, but tomorrow's promised to no one, and today is merely a moment. I have no expectations for what today is. What could I be getting nervous about?
All right, guys, off to a good start show-wise, off to a slower start goal-wise, especially from yesterday. Do me a favor, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. If you're enjoying the show, send us a couple of bucks. This makes me really nervous for our Destiny thing because I'm putting a lot of eggs in the Destiny basket today, and nothing's happening, so I'm worried the audience is not going to be as in on this as I am.
Oh, man, that's so nerve-wracking. Could you imagine? Oh, my God. What if the audience didn't like a topic that I want to talk about? Oh, my God. Oh, the massaging that Casey has to do with me. Where I'm like, Casey, I really want to talk about Louis C.K., but it's not like one of our normal topics, and I don't even want to say it too loud, but what if we talk about it on the show today? And he's like, it's okay, buddy. Come on.
Electra's going to have some problems with that.
Come on, Pat. Electra's going to have problems. Oh, no. What do I do? Oh, God. Do I even talk about it? What if some people don't like it?
And so I'm really hoping we can knock out some goal and make me feel a little better about that. I just, it's too early to even worry about the goal.
Calm my nerves by giving me money. Now, listen. I'm making fun of Aaron a little bit, but I've been prescribed medicine for anxiety and depression. I've been in therapy. I understand what nerves are like, believe you me. Surprisingly, and I've talked about my therapist before. He might not be the best. But one thing he never did was I was like, Doc, I'm feeling a little nervous today. And he's like, well, hold on. Take a look at your phone. I am Venmoing you $50. There. Now, you just have to play a little sounder for me, of course, but there's the $50, and now your nerves should be cured. Aaron's like, oh, but all the money makes my bad feelings go away. Don't you guys want to give me money to make me less nervous? Who would give a fuck? What is this show where he turns the mic on, and he's like, all right, guys, pay me, and I won't be nervous anymore. And they're like, all right, I can sit through 4 hours of this. This is pretty good.
Now, but sometimes you just get vibes. Like you do this long enough and you can feel the way a show's going. I'd really like to change the feeling I have towards today's program.
Fuck. We're talking about GD Fenderson today? Well, the money's not going to come in. Shit. I knew it. When I sent Casey those Coach HP clips, I was really nervous that fewer people might be interested.
It's a fact. No one likes Coach HP.
What a valueless broadcaster Aaron is. He doesn't give a fuck about anything. He wants to talk about this Destiny clip, which, by the way, go for it. I guess Destiny is melting down on Piers Morgan. I didn't watch it. Sounds like for Aaron's show, worth talking about. I don't understand why the audience wouldn't like it if you are able to make it interesting. But let's say some people in the audience don't like it. What happens? They turn it off for a little while and they come back later? Or they don't come back. That's up to them. But what Aaron's saying is, oh, guys, if I talk to Destiny, talk about Destiny, will you still give me money? It's ironic that the subject of all of this is Destiny. Something Aaron has no control of, it seems. But he's like, guys, if I know you don't want to talk about Destiny. If I do it, pretty please, will you still give me money? Come on. What do you say? Let me talk about the thing I want to talk about and still pay me? Like, what is this deal you're working with them? It's so ridiculous. And this, by the way, this guy who's really nervous, he's like, calm my nerves. We just heard him dunking on these girls who aren't doing a podcast anymore. And he's like, yeah, that was just about 3% of what I get. No big deal. Just barely, flicking the old muscle again. Barely even getting... listen, if you think I am incapable of harassing a woman anymore, let me show you something. That was just 3% what I did right there.
Are we getting into the Destiny stuff now, or are we still
No, we're not. I'm scared to, quite frankly, because I'm worried. Because I love...
Is that a Destiny clip? Oh, don't tell me. I think I hear a British accent. Don't tell me he's on Piers Morgan. I'm scared to talk about it.
Is he grinding his teeth like a meth addict? Oh no, it's Destiny.
What if... Can you imagine how exhausting this show would be? If every topic changed? Listen, I understand we spend a lot of time on each topic. We really take our time. But then in between those, if I was like, oh my God, I'm going to need your help, Casey. Do people even want to hear about Brendan Schaub's Patreon episode? I just don't know. I just don't know if I should do it. I'm scared. I'm scared to talk about Brendan Schaub. What if people don't like it and they don't like me no more and they don't give me their money? It's scary. Oh. I'm scared. I'm scared to talk about Destiny. Aaron, you were the tough guy a minute ago, remember? You're scared to talk about a subject because Gray Duckling might not send you $5 while you're doing it? Let me hear that again. Let me hear how terrified he is of this.
All right, I think here's where the fear starts.
I'd really like to change the feeling I have towards today's program.
That's
all.
you.
I
Are
like
we getting to the Destiny stuff now, or are we? Still
No, we're not.
Oh,
and I'm
Johnny,
scared
don't even
to,
mention
quite
it.
Scared. Don't say the name.
Frankly, because I'm worried. Because
Hold on, guys. Someone's coming out. Play the clip again.
Hold on, let me get back here.
and you can feel the way a show's going. I'd really like to change the feeling I have towards today's program. That's
get
all.
you.
I
Are
like
we getting to the Destiny stuff now, or are we? Still
No, we're not. I'm scared.
I'm right here. I'm the Destiny clip. I'm always wanting you, Aaron. Talk about me. I dare you.
We won't do that.
It's frightening.
I promise you.
That is frightening.
Too, quite frankly, because I'm worried. Because I love it. I think it's interesting as all hell. I want to break him down. I want to watch, but I just
But no one in your audience will? You think it's really interesting. You're the most talented broadcaster there is, except for Anthony Cumia and Bubba the Love Sponge. We all know that. Top three. Aaron's the most talented broadcaster in the world. He's really excited to talk about this. He has a lot of thoughts about it. He's interested. He's invested. He's well-versed on it. He's watched the clip, and he's made up opinions since then. And yet he's scared to talk about it because he doesn't think he's capable of making it interesting to his audience. That should tell you everything you need to know about this man as a broadcaster.
Yeah, also, if the things you're talking about are of no interest to your audience, maybe it's time you divorce your audience and get an audience that cares about what you're listening to.
Or even, like, I did that. I used to do a show on Patreon called More on Money. Someone in Saco asked me about it yesterday, where I talked about, like, stocks and crypto and shit because I'm interested in it. But I got to the point where I was like, I'm not providing anything to people that they can't get from a better source. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? I'm not an expert in investing. So, like, I kind of stopped doing it. Like, you could also do that, Aaron. There's no shame in that. But don't do this where you're, guys, I'm just not confident. Maybe if I had a few dollars, I'd be confident enough to talk about Destiny. But I'm too stupid and untalented, I guess. Ooh, what's this? A Rumble rant, I see. All right, well, here's Destiny on Piers Morgan.
Yes. He's spineless is what we're saying here. He's totally spineless.
Well, like, people aren't going to be as into it as I am, and that really bums me out because I'm not going to not do it.
Yes. People like what you like. That's why they watch these stupid shows.
Yeah, Aaron, that should be what you're... Well, here's Aaron admitting, like, his audience doesn't give a fuck. Like, if he talks about if he talks about a news clip too long, he's going to lose people. They watch him to see him talk about the goal, and I guess pretty antisocial. I don't know.
It's a weird self-awareness to know a lot of you hate me, so I can't cover things that I like.
But then say you're dunking on everyone, and you're the best that does it.
I win.
You're the only one that does a real show.
Yeah.
But I just want people to, like, enjoy this stuff as much as I do, and that's kind of like my...
Make them enjoy it then. Do something to make them enjoy it.
Yeah. Find an audience that enjoys it. Like, that's what your audience should be, is people who enjoy the things you like talking about. This is crazy to hear him go through this. And it's even crazier that it's the guy that's like, I'm the best at this. Yes. I am just the best at this.
Aaron, because I got to say, when your show is on my feed, I don't give a fuck. But if Blind Mike's covering it, it's funny, right? So you can cover things in a way that is funny.
No,
it makes it interesting to you.
It's not possible.
And your fans.
Well, what Aaron's really saying is, here's the weird thing. Aaron, I think, maybe does have the confidence to believe he can do that. What he's saying is he wants people to be like, and this is how you know Aaron's a manipulative guy in like relationships and stuff, because this is it's a ladylike way to behave. No offense, Electra. Aaron does this thing where he's like, I think my audience thinks I'm really good. I'm going to say I'm afraid I'm not that good so that they give me what I want. Like it's a very manipulative tactic that he uses, and it is quite gross. And the only reason I say it's a ladylike thing is because Aaron calls everything gay. He's like, oh, that's so gay. Oh, you're behaving like a woman, whatever. It is the most like, it feels like more of a stereotype that a girlfriend would do to get what they want rather than the guy in the relationship. That's how Aaron behaves with his audience.
I see. Yes.
I just mean the crazy bitches, Electra, not you, of course.
Of course.
crazy.
Of course not.
Bitches be crazy. We all know that.
Job.
I just want you to like the same things as me.
It's because it really is fascinating. Like, don't be so close-minded and be like, I don't care about these people. Who gives a shit? You shouldn't care about anybody that anybody talks about. It's entertainment. It passes the time.
Oh, really?
And you're going to.
Oh, really? Isn't that interesting?
Interesting.
Oh, the people talking about you, about a subject, make it interesting. What's the focus of that show? It's on Friday afternoons. They have a fun theme song. I think it's This Little Piggy. What is the subject of that show? I only watch it for the clips they play, of course. I wish those guys would shut up. I'm always like, oh, pipe down, especially the big loud one. I'm like, will you be quiet? I'm trying to hear the clips.
Too many charts for me.
That's fair.
To enjoy it. Keep an open mind and throw money at us like we're a fucking evangelical Christian pastor who needs a new airplane.
Throw money at us.
It is kind of like, this show isn't fit for Aaron, right? Like, he would be better at a pasture, or dare I say, if Jim Cramer retires, oh my God, what a perfect fit for Steel Toe.
But the money just goes to him. You don't have to buy Google stock. It's just him smashing buttons.
Smashing buttons. We're buying everything. Send money.
It's the Hulk Hogan drop that he plays.
Steel Toe. Aaron, if you're smart, you do the Jim Cramer set, and you just take donations that way. That would be fun.
That would be great. I hope he does this.
He'll never do it. Losing pace is the next
one. Oh no! Now I'm getting nervous. I'm with Aaron. No. This is nerve-wracking.
I hate when Dad fails. It's embarrassing when your dad fails in publicly.
All right, we're not doing well today. I like today's show. I am having
Aaron, but you have 97% of your capacity that you're not even using. Use another percentage point. What do you say? Kick it into high gear.
I blame Destiny. This is all Destiny's fault.
I gotta say, I liked when Aaron was destroying shows with only 3% of his muscle. I gotta be honest though, when I'm hearing this, start using some of that other 97%. You know, if you're that nervous about, if you're losing pace, if you're that nervous about it, use some of the other skills you got there that you've chosen not to use for some reason.
Yeah, use it or lose it, Aaron. It's atrophying as we speak.
Great time. I see no reason why it shouldn't mirror yesterday's show. I'm a little confused. But 2:55, we're $15 into today, and we're almost 2 hours in. That's a rough one. So help us out.
I like that he says that like it's all like he says it like we're gonna be shamed by it. Like we're gonna be, Aaron, stop bringing it up. I'm cringing. Stop talking, Aaron. No, I know we're behind. You don't have to bring it up in public like this. I'm embarrassed by it. I wish we were closer to the goal. I'm sorry. All right, fine. You're gonna keep mentioning it. All right, here's a Rumble rant. You got. I don't like to be embarrassed like this publicly, so here's some Rumble rants. There you go, Aaron.
If we're $15 up 2 hours in, me and Electra high-fiving backstage. We're like, yeah! Woo!
I never know. I don't know how much. I don't know if we've got. I know you read a couple super chats. That's the only reason I know we've gotten money today. I don't have any idea.
Ooh,
if people like the show.
By the way, running total.
No. If people like the show. If people like the show, they can give money, baby. Also, if you like the show, another option is that you don't have to give money. Aaron never tells the people that. He's like, I guess we're not doing a good show today because you're not giving me money. It's like, no, both can be true. I could not give you money and enjoy the show. It's perfectly. I'm capable of that.
Mike, I can't tell you how many times I watched Seinfeld without digging into my pocket. It just
I've never given Jerry $1.
It never occurred to me.
Yeah.
I'm watching this.
I've been pretty good about it so far. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, all this stuff that we've done so far, I've really liked, which makes me really nervous for the Destiny stuff we're about to do. 'Cause I really,
oh, no. Oh, no.
I'm still here, Aaron. What are you going to talk about me?
really like that too. And today is just not hitting.
I'm
so
scared.
I'm
really scared to talk about Destiny. I don't wanna. And so who's making you? The chat that doesn't want to hear about it? Who's making you talk about this? Guys, I am terrified. I have clips on this. I don't even want to tell you what they are. I have clips about Piers Morgan talking to a guest about Charlie Kirk. I know. Believe you me, I know. Hey, you're just hearing about it. I'm living it, damn it.
It is. So imagine, I'm trying to come up with Jordan coming in and scoring 35 points, but everyone leaves. I'm trying to come up with the metaphor here because
it's Jordan dominating the Pistons and being petrified of Bill Laimbeer.
Okay, there we go.
At a certain point, you'd go, Michael, you're winning all these games. I don't get what you're so scared of.
What is he scared of?
Bill Laimbeer comes to the game. Michael checks out. He's like, I can't do it. I just can't.
Thank you for finishing.
Turn that around. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. We like to be under 200 by 8:30. That's kind of the bare minimum for being on a good pace.
I'll tell you what, the bare minimum is 0.
It is. That is, or negative. You can
as far as I know, I'm not aware of a way that the chatters can charge you for the content they're receiving. Aaron should head for the hills if that day ever comes.
Mm-hmm.
But for now, I believe the lowest, the number to beat is 0. So anything more than that, you're actually ahead. The bare minimum. What an unbelievable asshole.
So if he actually believed in this, he would go, guys, charge everything back. I'm going to refund everyone. We didn't do it today. It was a bad day.
Yes.
Giving it all back.
Point. Yeah. Guys, I fucked up. I didn't give you a good show. I talked about Destiny against your demands, I guess. So I'm refunding everyone's money. I fucked up.
That does not happen.
Right. No, never.
And that money still counts towards the goal. So it's not even like, it just disappears. He's going to use you and your failure to get a win later.
Absolutely.
What a guy.
I'm probably a little more on the worried side because yesterday and really all of last week was so fucking good.
Oh, right, that's a reason. That's cause for concern. That's what I always say. In life, when things have been going really well, that's when you panic. You're like, oh, well, then I need to be really worried. Like if I've developed a theme or a trend in my life, like, if you're starting to figure things out, if you're always winning, that's when you should say, uh-oh, that probably means I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. The audience has abandoned me, and I'm going to stop making a living at this. That's probably the correct time to have that worry, is when you're nailing it week after week. We've been perfect for so often. That's why I'm petrified. If you've been perfect for so long, you probably don't need that last $30, You could probably say, hey, this one's on me, gang. Don't worry about it.
You know how John brings that thing up and you were like, my morals? He will make me destroy my morals?
Yeah.
Like, Aaron makes me think of like, why are you a creator? He makes me self-check, right? Like, I create because I enjoy Eric the Midget. I enjoy Oregon Ducks. I enjoy Blind Mike. These are the things I enjoy. Some people just want to make people happy, so they do what the audience says. And then some people, like Aaron, are like the dollars. That's all that matters. They are like a living thing. Like he believes what the Supreme Court says. Like speech is money.
Well, here's the thing about Aaron too. Is like he'll tell you things like, "I'm just the only one who's honest about it. You think all these people aren't grifting off of you?" And he'll point to other podcasts that make money and say that's like a grift. But the fact of the matter is, like, if I didn't make money on Patreon or YouTube, I wouldn't be able to do this as often as I do, probably. but I would still like to do it when I can. And that would be the trade-off, you know? So, like, for Aaron, the trade-off shouldn't be, like, you threaten your audience. It should be like, oh, guys, I can't do a show today because I had to take up a part-time job. And then maybe your audience would be like, oh, I'm going to subscribe to Aaron's Patreon because I want to be able to do it more often, you know? It shouldn't be you pointing a gun at them at all times, going, I won't fucking do this anymore. The time is ticking. You better give me money or I might quit. It's the craziest relationship with an audience.
That momentum rolling.
Somebody sent this in and said, here, Aaron, this will make some money, and it's a Sydney Sweeney thing. We'll play this real quick. I don't know. I don't know what's going to work today.
Tits. Will tits work?
Yeah.
What if I show you Sydney Sweeney? Will you like that? Will you give me money then? She's attractive. Please, whatever it takes to give me money.
Here's a horse dick. Does that work? What do I need to do?
All right. You didn't like the gay guy on Piers Morgan. What will it take to satiate you people?
Here's 5 babies being decapitated. Does that work? Are we doing it now? God damn,
Jesus.
man.
Again, if you get her from the right angle, she's a very beautiful lady.
I don't really care about this, but like, it's not like we have any momentum. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow.
I don't care about this subject, but who gives a shit? People might pay me for this one. It's not like we have any momentum.
Where does the momentum even come
It is,
from?
and maybe this is me taking for granted my situation. Maybe I'm lucky to be blind in this respect because I don't have any fucking idea how many free chats or super chats have come in. Not a clue. So luckily I am not bogged down by wondering. I don't consider that momentum. If we've gotten 50 super chats, I'm not like, ooh, this is good momentum. I guess that means I can change subjects now. But Aaron's like, who gives a fuck? I'll talk about whatever. I'll just put on 2 girls, 1 cup, and maybe you'll pay me for that.
Well, I would.
Oh, if you can't throw in a few bucks, at least help the show in some way, shape, or form. I would appreciate that.
Yeah, right. At least. It's the least you could do. At least help the show in some way, shape, or form, you lazy fucks.
This is a shorty but a goodie, an interesting new phrase.
Oh, yeah, this is fun. This is a new one. I don't know if other people have pointed this out. I've not heard this turn of phrase before. And as always, with goal speak, I'm captivated by it.
All right, guys, $40 away from today's goal. Throw in a couple of bucks. It's painless. And we'll call it, we're actually on the 35 side of 40, so a little under 40 away from today's goal. Thank you very much for that. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants.
We're on the 35 side of 40. Can I hear that again? Is there any way I can hear that again?
That's
We're on the 30. Aaron, if only there were figures that could represent what is on the 35 side of 40. Damn it. If only they had symbols or something to mark what is under 40. Does that mean they're $39 away?
Yeah.
37? What does that mean? Wait, this is 38.
We're on the other side.
What do we...
I don't.
We're on the 35 side of 40. I've never heard that in my life. I don't know what that means.
It's creative.
All right, guys, $40 away from today's goal. Throw in a couple of bucks. It's painless. And we'll call it, we're actually on the 35 side of 40, so a little under 40.
What's the number that represents that, Aaron? Is it 39? How much money should I give you to get to 0? What are we talking? The 35 side of 40. I've heard the wrong side of 40 when it comes to age. Yeah. I've never heard the 35 side of 40 before.
That's amazing.
Away from today's goal. Thank you very much for that. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants.
Yeah, that was a quick one I just thought was would be interesting to people. I'm on the 35 side of... Maybe that's a better title. The 35 side of 40.
I like 35 side of 40 is pretty good. Hold on. It's kind of a G.D. Fenderson joke where people are going to be like, what? But who cares? 12 toes down.
Yeah.
All right. We're getting too lax here, Mike. We're not focused.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry. All right, come on, guys. What do you say? Let's do this. Let's get serious now.
All right, 4 minutes left. I will admit I was a little too lax. Once the goal got to $30, I guess I got a little
just bang it right out, but now it's
presumptuous.
a little bit of a grind.
Yeah,
I
guys.
can't think of a situation. I'm trying to think. I really can't think of a situation where a podcaster is too lax. Like, you know what I hate about him? He's comfortable. This guy seems totally comfortable in his own skin. He's relaxed. He's being himself. I really hate that about this podcaster. I've never heard that before.
Guys, I turned my back on you for 2 minutes.
It really is. Yeah. Hey, this is what happens when I'm not hard on you. I'm not.
Daddy gotta watch you all the time. Do I?
Yes.
We got 4 minutes left. Please help us out and knock out this last 30. I understand that 30 is in the range of Aaron. Is it going to make that much of a difference? Of course not.
30 is on the great side of 40. I got to tell you that.
It is.
30 is the perfect side of 40 by my standard. But he's right. 30 ain't zero.
I like to get to zero. It's a competitive thing with me. I like having perfect weeks. We have so many of them.
Competitive against who?
Himself. PRs.
Are you competing against the audience? You're competing against the people that don't give money. And by the way, the competition is us giving you money.
Right.
So
Fighting against ourselves.
Beating the goal or beating that dreaded MSO who's fighting against the goal, whatever it is, it would be us winning and being competitive, right? What are you doing to contribute to this?
He pits the
Other than asking us to contribute to it, what's your role in this? That competitive spirit you have, what are you doing to add to it, to fuel it? What is your drive?
So throw in a few bucks on Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Don't wait for someone else to be the hero. Throw in a $5.
That's a good point.
Let's get this thing done, and let's call it a win, because then this last 4 minutes could have been content. This last 4 minutes could have been
Mr. Imholt, I think it could have been either way. You are in full control of that.
Show instead of pretty pleased with cherries on top. Have we done well for you? Is Daddy a good boy? You know, that whole
good boy.
Is Daddy a good
Now that's psychologically interesting. Is Daddy a good boy? This is for Moody to break down, not me. Or Adam Bush, perhaps. But the psychology of that is fascinating to me.
I'm going to need a chart on that one. A stat.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he makes his girlfriends and wives call him daddy, and then he
Is
asks if he's a good boy. And
Is Daddy a good boy? Oh, that's all very... It's not for me, like I said. I can't get too into the weeds on that one, but Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that saying in another context is what's going through my mind right now. God damn it.
So we also in 4 minutes we can't start this 92-year-old story crossing guard who got the shit beat out of him. I'm glad we didn't do that one today.
That's a minimum. A 6-minute subject. That crossing guard thing. And we all know that in 4 minutes, YouTube steps in and turns Aaron's broadcast off. So the man has no choice. He can only go 4 minutes. These subjects don't fit into 4 minutes. I got an idea. Talk about it for 4 minutes. Maybe it'll be so maybe it'll be so captivating you don't realize it takes you 10 minutes to finish that. You'll lose track of time. Wouldn't that be fun? Or talk about it, and by the time you're done, maybe you realize it was only 3 minutes. And then you go, oh, okay, I still got time to beg for money. Perfect. You know? Just talk about something. I don't get this. And if you haven't hit the goal, if you want to, like, here's the other thing. Here's the less gross way to do this. If you have all this time, like you have 8 hours a day to broadcast, stay on till you make the right amount of money. Like, who gives a shit about ending the show, you know?
A real goal, you mean?
Yeah. Like, just stay on until you make whatever. Who gives a fuck?
A telethon.
Why are you timing yourself and so stressed about this money? It's a crazy thing to do to yourself.
You got bookies to pay off. I'm just going to throw it out there. Are you degenerate, Aaron? Because having these people pay on time, there's only one reason I can think you need that money.
It's very stressful.
Quit betting on the goddamn Vikings. They suck, goddamn it. This is called Don't Miss. Final one from that day.
Oh, God. That makes me worry. That makes me... Oh, no. Oh, shit. Jesus. I thought there was I thought I saw Piers Morgan talking to Destiny over there. All right, let's get to the goal. I'm a little worried about this, but let's get to it.
Uh-oh. Don't leave
Hold
me at
on.
25.
Hold on. Can we make the title that sound instead?
RRRRRTOOOH.
Let me hear that again.
He was turned into Scooby Doo there for a second. Hold on, here we go.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I'm gonna need to sample that. Hold on, 4:15.
Look on his face too.
This is the guy. Remember? Hey, pretty antisocial lady, stop your crying. This is the guy that broke you or whatever the fuck he said he did. This is the guy that dominates everyone. If he's $30 short, I wouldn't make this noise if I had $30 in my pocket and the wind blew it away. I wouldn't dream of making that noise.
Uh-oh.
That's a $30 sound. That's like if you got in a car accident and you bring it into the mechanic and you're like, oh god, this guy's probably gonna screw me. All right, you grease monkey, what's it gonna be? And the guy's like, it's $30, and you make this sound.
Everyone, look at the screen too, White.
Oh,
don't leave me.
I missed it. God damn, hold on a second. It's hard. It's hard to get right on, but that's going in the intro, Mike. I think we got to put that one in charge.
Don't leave me at 25. I hate missing. Even if it's an inconsequential number, I hate missing.
That is on you, my friend. That is not on us. As I'm thinking about my therapist a lot today, my old friend, and he would say that is a problem that you have no control over. Like Aaron telling me, I would like to make $30 more. I like being at 0 instead of 30. That is not my problem. That's not a burden I can put on myself. That's what my therapist would tell me, and my God, I think he was right. That's something you have to work on, Aaron. Why is it so important to you to get that $30? It is not for your audience to help you through that. Work on it through therapy or talk to your fucking loved ones about it or whatever you got to do. It is not up to us to make that sound go away. All right?
Yeah.
Or that one. Or
25 away with a little over a minute left.
Yeah.
Reformed Rapscallion says, what happens if he doesn't get it? Tears. No, I'm just kind of a pouty bitch.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
just
don't be
kinda like,
ridiculous.
"Ah,
I wouldn't cry. I'm a man. I pout. Oh, I didn't hit the goal today.
Shucks.
Fucking shit. God damn it. We should have had that one. And we should have had that one. Come on, guys.
We pulled the plane up right at the end for you.
Chad Buzmak says, thanks for coming
But Johnny
by. the
trying
premiere."
his best. Johnny, you got to give Johnny credit. That is a loyal guy. Say what you want about him. That's loyalty. He's sticking through thick and thin.
Where's he going? He can't even get out of the chair.
I suppose.
Here yesterday, Toe. Hope you liked it. I did. I listened to it while I was doing clips. All right, 1 minute left, $25 left. Ah!
Oh, my
Come
God.
on.
He's making lots of sounds.
This man is in pain. All right, fine. Give him the money. Jesus, hurry.
Let's get it to 0. 5 gifted memberships away. Let's get a win for the Toe. This was a complete show. We brought it to you. We definitely fucking gave it to you today. So throw in a few bucks and let's get this thing, let's call it a win.
Hey, what do you say?
We got 25 to go. We need you, please.
Yeah. Didn't you hear him the first time, dickheads? This was a complete show. Now, why haven't you completed your job? Give the money. Fork it over. Pronto.
It's amazing that women run from this man if this is how he begs for sex. Because this is driving me up.
I'm really nervous.
Please.
Pretty
Oh, my God. I thought that was you.
No, it's him.
I was like, all right, Casey, move on. I didn't realize it was him.
It's a $25 loss. Fucking come on.
I could say the same to you. This is one of those arguments now. Hey, it's just $25. Why don't you pay me? Hey, it's just $25. Why don't you fucking let it go?
We didn't make it. We're all refunded. You guys get your money back today. We'll see you tomorrow.
This does. It does not. Does it make a fucking difference? Probably not. but I feel
no.
I feel like a fucking failure. I do. It's my own psychosis. It's my own mental illness. I've owned it since the radio days.
I got news for you. You're not owning it. If you're saying it's my own psychosis, now give me money, that's not owning it. That's making us cure you. So maybe get back into that old therapist office and do a little more work. He taught you how to own it, but not really what that means, it seems.
Or we'll wind 3 hours and watch Louis C.K. own it. That dude owned it.
Yeah.
He does not do it anymore. It's
Right.
like he does not ask for it anymore. You are still asking us for money.
I own it, and then I perpetrate it on the audience every day.
Makes me feel shitty. And that's not even a joke. For some reason, I just feel bad. Do I have any reason to? No.
We did an awesome show.
And it's fucking 25. But I
Why are you
feel
asking
like
me for this money? Seems like it doesn't matter.
It's just 25 on the other side of 350 or whatever the goal is. Come on, guys. Let's get this done.
There's
What
someone else.
a deal maker this guy. Imagine a guy going on Shark Tank and going, listen, at the end of the day, our company doesn't even really need any money. But it's a thing with me. It's a competitive thing. I would just like a few dollars. So what do you say? Lori, get in here. Come on. Give me a few bucks. Come on. What do you say? I don't have a product or anything to pitch you. I would just like a few dollars. So please.
No.
I own it. It's a weird mental thing. Now, Damon John, step up. Give me money.
This
Robert,
is amazing.
Robert, I know you want people to like you. Come on. Give me a few bucks.
He walks in. What are you selling? Goal. What is this? Goal. What do you need? 300,000 from each. What do we get?
Hello, sharks.
Goal.
I have nothing to
Goal.
offer you today.
We get the goal. I would watch that, by the way. Just someone selling goal and
It's a
trying
great
to figure out
episode.
what goal is. Yeah.
else won. I feel like somebody else won right now. It's 10:30. Fucking
Not
like
that bastard
let
MSO.
me go.
MSO always beating me.
Son of a bitch.
Enjoy.
He should give MSO the money if he doesn't get the goal.
Now that's fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's interesting.
There's no stakes.
That's actually a good idea. Where if he was like, hey, give money, because then people that hate would pay a certain amount. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
People that want MSO to win would pay a certain amount. And then if the people that like the show push it over, now you're thinking like someone with a fucking idea in their head. Why hasn't this guy thought, hey, everyone mocks the goal. Why don't I make it something actually interesting where I could lose possibly?
Yeah,
Let there be
stakes.
stakes.
Yeah. Or do embarrassing things. So if you don't want to part with that money, but if we lose.
Hey, if I lose, I Venmo Patrick Melton.
Yeah. Yeah. Or I
Brilliant.
show my,
You know what I
or
mean?
I show my boob or something.
Well,
we all
sure.
want to see
Yeah,
it. We all want to see it.
Enjoy the rest of my day. Let's get that 25 in, and let's just do this. I'm going to sit here. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. If this was 125, I'd go, fuck, hopefully we make this up the rest of the week. I'm not leaving here 25 down. It's too gross for me. So
Wait, it would
it's
be better. Hold on.
It's gross. It's gross.
It is gross. It would be better. It would be better if you had $100 less.
Logic.
He's like, if I was 125 away, I wouldn't give a fuck. I'm 25 away, so I am reprimanding you for not giving me money.
$100 richer makes me mad.
You gave me more money. You gave me $100, and now I'm mad at you.
What is with Stuttering John and this guy getting mad at people for giving him money?
It's the craziest thing.
a win for MSO 100%.
Oh.
But I know
this was there.
Yeah. Well, give him the money. If it's a win, give him the money.
Kidding aside, congrats, MSO. No spoilers, but I'm looking at you, buddy.
Well, you're
win for MSO.
I can't leave here. And it's not like you're getting content for this. I'm just sitting here going, guys, it's fucking 25.
This is our content. We don't cover anything else of your show, Aaron.
Right. This is beautiful. Aaron, if you want to beat the haters, stop doing this. I you know what? Maybe I would seethe if you stopped doing this. I'd be like, oh, damn it. I would cope. I'd be like, God damn it. I missed that fucking goal. If you stopped doing this, it would bleed us dry. but you embarrass yourself every day, and we have plenty to talk about. We did 3 hours, and I was like, I have to waste everyone's time. Poor Casey can't watch football today because I have to do another. I have to do another hour and a half. I've been here. You did this to me, Aaron.
Let's just straighten out the books here on this one because Aaron just wants a win. Main Vein with $1 says, promise a WPH tomorrow, Aaron, and I've got the rest of the goal. Deal. I will specifically grab at least 3 stories for a WPH tomorrow. I'll leave.
You know what that is, Casey?
Worst possible hell that I could be in to watch. I don't know.
I'm not joking. White Power Hour. I'm not. I swear to you. He's like, all right, guys, we'll get racist for a little while. Will that get you to give me money?
$25 to be racist? You got it. Ding, 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 ding.
And then Aaron has the gall to lecture his audience when Charlie Kirk gets shot. It's the craziest thing.
There you go.
Dedicate it to Main Vein.
And I'll dedicate it to you, Main Vein. There you go. 25 away. 5 gifted memberships away. You've got yourself a WPH tomorrow, if that's the case.
How exciting.
That's what I say. Main Vein, you got yourself a goddamn deal.
Okay.
As soon as that goal is hit, you got yourself a deal.
We understand.
That's what I say. This is isometrics right now.
Yeah, dude.
He's holding up his goddamn siren.
Yeah.
Isometrics.
I'm not shitting you. Keep playing it. Keep playing it as I talk.
Okay.
Wait, it doesn't.
He just sits there.
Much.
Try
holding outstretched hand.
They just sit here and wait for the guy to give money for a white power.
Well, why wouldn't you?
Watch.
All
this
right,
is
Main
crazy.
Vein, you've got it. We just got to knock out
Now, is
today's
it crazier
goal,
that
and
I'm
you've
sitting
got
here
yourself
watching
a
him?
deal.
Perhaps, but no, it isn't actually.
We're
I take
waiting
that
on you, buddy. We're waiting on you.
This is crazy.
25 away from today.
I think we should single out our chatters and just wait until they give us money, Mike. What do you think?
Name one.
Hold on.
Name
Hold
a
on.
chatter
Hold
right
on.
now. Right now.
Hold on. Goddamn.
Hopefully
Andrew.
one that owes me big.
Okay,
Name
let's
one.
go. Let's go. Doopa doopa doo.
Oh, that bastard. Right, doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. We're sitting here. I'm not leaving till you give me money. I've done 4.5 hours today for some reason. And we're not leaving till you give me money. I don't have the strength to do that, so keep playing the clip. But Doopa-Doopa-Doo, you are on notice, bitch.
You see where the bit was going, Doopa.
Yeah, you got it. You get it.
There we go. Main Vein with $50. There's our boy.
Yes!
There's our buddy.
Chainmail.
We did
everything. Yeah, why would you call him gay?
I didn't do that on purpose.
And now
Why
we're
would you?
holy shit. Holy shit. And now we're 15 into tomorrow.
Very exciting. They did. Look at the mood change. He was so oh my God, I hate this about myself. I own it, but I don't really at the same time. Ooh, $50. And now, let me write that down. We're $15 into tomorrow. Oh, goody.
I don't think a Powerball winner had that reaction, Mike. $50.
What? I'm getting sick of this. I'm not going to pretend I don't love gold coverage. I do very much. But what are the Patriots doing right now?
Last time I checked, they were down 10-3. It was the last time I checked. I am watching, Red Zone, so it doesn't have all the scores on there, unfortunately. I'll let you know.
We'll fly through these last two. People have talked about them. I haven't yet, so I just wanted to. These are from the day that Charlie Kirk died.
Patriots are down 7-14.
Ooh. Oh, hey, that's
you said it backwards, but I'll forgive you.
Dustin with $10 on Venmo says for the Tombstone Theater Scene comment, well done, Toe. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate
This is the
that.
night Charlie Kirk died.
Yes.
1:30.
Not that, by the way, just to be clear, not that that's some sacred. He doesn't have to do a different show because of that, but just listen to how he handles it.
Away from I wanted to make sure that while we were talking about Charlie Kirk, I didn't mention the goal or anything like that. It felt gross. It felt weird. Yeah. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. Again, I don't want to. I didn't want to cheapen the Charlie Kirk. It's a political assassination, a really big figure. I didn't want to cheapen it with Gold Talk. You guys were doing great anyway. 130 away. Thanks a million. Keep her going.
Yeah, it's really. I didn't want to cheapen it with. I'm not about that, man. You know, this is like, hey, we have our. What's the matter? No. We have our fun. No, brother. We have our fun, but also like this is a serious day. You know, like Charlie Kirk was a great American. Whatever you think about the guy, political violence is never a good thing. You know, so I'm not going to cheapen it by asking you for money. Let's fast forward. I don't know, like an hour into my show. Let's see what I'm up to then.
Let's corrupt the U.
All right, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Banger of a show, guys. I hope you hit like on your way out. I hope you subscribe to the channel. I hope you enjoy.
Bang! Get it? Bang!
I'm not going to let this ruin what was a great day and a great show.
I mean, come on. A great day. Now,
Great
if you're
day in American
wondering,
history.
if you're wondering, he hit the goal, so that's very exciting. I'm not gonna let this ruin a great day and a great show. Talking about a guy's fucking neck getting blown out. Jesus Christ.
We're missing by a little bit. I hope we can bang out that last 75 on your way out. If you want to throw a few bucks in, I sure would appreciate it. Zen Man says,
"No, let's not. Hey, we can't stop the first tragedy. Let's prevent another. You know, let's not have two tragedies on the same day. For God's sake, America is grieved enough."
In loving memory is the final clip of the day.
Okay, well, this is where he really puts, says a loving farewell, unfortunately, to Charlie Kirk.
You guys just want me to take the L tonight, don't you? You just want me to take the L. That's what it is. Well, hell, throw in $5 or $10 if you like the Charlie Kirk stuff tonight. If not, fuck it. We failed. What do you do?
This is, earlier when we were talking about. Hold on, I gotta hear that again. I'm sorry, I talked over it. I hear that last part again. Earlier I mentioned how Norm suggested to Louis. He's like, you should talk to Roseanne because you guys have both kind of been through the same thing. I actually reached out. I don't talk to Aaron often, but I reached out to him and I said, you should talk to Erica Kirk because you guys are kind of dealing with the same thing.
Same thing.
You're behind in the goal. She lost her husband. It was the same day. Like, really, you are the only two people in America that knows what that feels like right now. So let's hear how. I'm sorry, I want to hear that last part again.
You just want me to take the L. That's what it is. Well, hell, throw in $5 or $10 if you like the Charlie Kirk stuff tonight. If not,
liked it.
Fuck it. We failed. What do you do?
Liked it.
Feel like it.
Listen, we put out the Charlie Kirk thing as a clip. This is not like a moral thing. I don't give a fuck if you make money talking about it. It just felt weird for me to like turn the monetization on it. It's a whole level of weird, a whole different level of weird to be like, hey, did you like that? Did you like when I was talking about Charlie Kirk? I know I was taking it pretty seriously back there, but now we're like an hour later. Like, pretty good, right? What I did back there with the Charlie Kirk thing? It's just so I don't give a fuck. I'm not like morally outraged by it. It's just very funny to know the type of guy Aaron is when he tries to pretend the opposite so often. But
I got some Sandy Hook parents on the phone, Mike. They want to talk.
Oh no!
Mike, where can people find you?
BlindMike.net. You guys know that by now. That's where all my links are. For this podcast, Blind Mike Project live every Sunday at 10 a.m. on YouTube. Why You Laughing, which premieres on YouTube Monday nights at 8 p.m. Or wherever you get podcasts Tuesday mornings. And Who Are These Socials on the Who Are These Podcasts YouTube channel every Thursday at 6 p.m. But all those links are at blindmike.net. And become a member. You get early access and bonus content. You can play the Quincy drinking game with us. You get Why Are You Laughing episodes early, as well as the bonus episodes that we do and any other bonus stuff that we decide to do. So check all that out. And go to HackRideStudios.com to find these two tricksters, whatever they are. And
we got some super
moody
chats.
graphs.
We got moody graphs.
Oh no!
Super chats we
Those
have
graphs.
to do. Here, Electra, if we can
Super
bang
chats.
through these real quick. Yeah.
Dang.lizard. Since today's show was all about
Oh,
hypocrisy.
we read that one.
Okay. Hamilton Burger. Bobby Lee can't come on. Our chairs are too narrow.
I read that
Well,
one.
we read that one too.
But she didn't read it, Mike.
All right. Keep going.
Yeah.
Colostomy Stephen Cunt. Mike, can you do your unique impression with the Beggy Monster voice?
We did this. What's happening?
He did it. All right, here we are.
Steve Morton. Hey, Mike, are the rumors true that the Beggy Monster is one of the names being mentioned to replace Kimmel?
That would be amazing.
That I represent him, and I can't really comment on that kind of stuff. Would it be interesting? Absolutely. But I'm not. It's a dark time in the country right now, and I'm not here to make $1 off of it. You know.
Mm-hmm. We also need a lawyer to put this deal together, so we're waiting for John. Waiting for John to get that.
Yeah, it'll be a few years.
Rocco Orbe 2002. What if it's female dabbler? Is SJ doing the background checks himself?
Oh, well, he's doing his due diligence.
Mm-hmm. He loves a background check.
And Don Fried Chicken. Am I Caucasian or Hispanic? If John can't answer that on a test, he's going to be real stumped when he has to spell his name.
Facts.
True or false?
Colostomy Stephen Cunt. Have you been insulted on the internet? Call me, the Duke, attorney at law.
It is a very niche category.
Box eating dad. Pocahontas. Pocahontas.
Pocahontas. Hey,
Like Pocahontas, but Pocahontas.
Oh, I like that.
I do.
That's a good one. That's a good one, Boxing Dad.
Principled uncertainty. It was either donate to Mike or buy a Lithuanian dwarf.
I think you made the right choice.
I appreciate that, buddy.
Yes, and that was a 20, whatever those are. Thank you very much.
Oh, that means you don't hate me. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Principled uncertainty. Aaron could make a more honorable living bullying tramps. I think you meant to say bullying there.
Mm-hmm. I think so.
Okay.
All right, and Rick from New York here.
What are we doing, boys? The Steelers are on.
I know. I'm sorry. The Patriots are on, is how I look at it. But
I'm hustling.
Halftime, right? It's halftime right now.
Yeah, we made it to halftime.
All right, all right.
Mahmoud Hikmet made graphs sent to HACKRIDE and ELECTRA.
Those are the graphs that we have.
We'll do that next week.
Voltaire 325. No joke, just some support. Thank you.
Thank
everyone.
you so much.
Thank you,
Thank you all for all the support, all the super chatters today, and yes,
Very
HACKRIDE
kind of you.
Studios.
Thank you for hanging with us so long. Yeah, HACKRIDE Studios, go there. What else you guys got?
That's it. Let's get out of here. What's some football?
Bye-bye.
And we have a meme transition.
Hey, it's Boogie. Steppers through the way, everyone up.
Now, this is very interesting. Now, really, ladies, if you're listening, and men, and everybody in between.
If I tell you you've got a homicide, buddy, you've got a homicide.
I hope to hear from you soon.
I am proud to own the Trumpy Bear, and I will always be proud to be an American.
Put it in the outro.
Until then, have yourself a great day, and as always,
There's no cum on my mic.
rock on.
Stop the baloney, huh? What kind of statement is that?
I wrote it.
One of my favorite players to cover when he was here was Mike Vrabel. Tell me Mike Vrabel's story. Whatever, dude. I keep it cool at the gym.
Piss on it.
Fuck you, Mike. Fuck you, Mike. Fuck you, Mike. All right. Stop, my belly hurts.
My dad was in the military.
Was that, sir?
Can you please kindly F off, please? If a person is on a bridge threatening to jump, how do we know that he wants help?
Okay, I hope nothing bad happened.
Money, 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 money. Fuck, please.
Anyway, God bless America.
Put it in the outro.